Hello and welcome to Six Part. Today I'm gonna start a new series. What if Deku had a pocket monster Quirk? If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
When that child discovered a monster in its pocket, it was said that everything changed. Naturally, that was before a tenth of the population became goblins and another fifth developed fur all over the place, but before the first generation of children were born with pointed ears. But as their sheer numbers allowed the pocket monster trainers to take over society, it was by their estimation that the world was changing. According to reports, his parents were frightened by the creature their son had discovered, but they warmed up to it because it was friendly to him and dangerous to his adversaries. Unfortunately, it posed a serious threat to his adversaries because it could exert deadly force with little effort. In addition, an increasing number of these monsters began to show up in children's pockets, and the abrupt mutations caused people to question whether or not those around them were still human. The pocket monster trainers dominated the news cycle even when the mutant humans exhibited abilities. Those with pointed ears, stubby bodies with inexplicable beards, and the goblins of both kinds simultaneously demonstrated that they could interact with and construct machines that were impossible for anyone else, and that they could change the laws of the universe by understanding the spirits and arcane forces of the world. While the animal folks achieved physical prowess not even explained by their animal features, became outright superhuman, or manifested the ability to alter reality in ways similar to the other mutants. The people who turned to walking animals were referred to as atavists, informal, and furries in colloquial language, while the elves, dwarves, orcs, and trolls, as they became known informally, were collectively referred to as metahumans. However, what people really wanted to know was how their children would handle these friendly, and sometimes not so friendly, creatures that were showing up in the pockets of everyone who didn't mutate after a generation or two. If properly trained, pocket monsters could conjure fire and lightning, grow vines that could break through steel, and strike with a force comparable to that of war weapons. Nearly everyone had one, too. Soon, radicals and criminals began to see the benefits. Thankfully, it wasn't long before good-hearted individuals who wanted to help discovered ways to put an end to these evildoers in a world where comic book logic had ingrained itself in the public consciousness for years before everything changed. Since they were amateurs, they caused as much harm as they avoided, and ultimately international governments intervened. Atavists, metahumans, and pocket monsters had all gained some acceptance by the time our story began. Most people didn't care which monster they had or what powers they might have. Most people had to undergo intense training and prepare to work in a profession that required using their powers in order to use most of the unnatural talents that people or their companions could have. And only a small percentage of people were able to do so. Therefore, most people only heard about the strange technologies and magic of the metahumans, the atavists' amazing physical feats and technically distinct but equally bizarre magic, and the moves of the pocket monsters on television. Despite the scientific community's best efforts, no other word had replaced the public's choice for the meta and furry ability to alter reality in strange ways. Primarily by professional heroes, who used their abilities to prevent criminals who unlawfully enhanced their own abilities to the point where the police couldn't defeat them with standard efforts. Few people considered that, but the fact that there were so many of these supercriminals to defend the hero profession and its hundreds of members said something about human nature, the way society was organized, or both. They simply pondered how awesome it appeared when a villain was smashed through the roof of the bank he was attempting to rob by All Might's melodic. Izuku was among the more frequent worshippers of heroes, whose ability to perform the supernatural had made them celebrities in society. He had always wanted to be one, and he had been ready since he was old enough to comprehend the idea. He waited anxiously every day after turning 4 to see if a monster would show up, wondering what it might be and how strong it would be in his hands. It was an otherwise unremarkable day when a fish struck Izuku in the face. Before it glowed and disappeared into his pocket, he was upset and furious at whatever or whomever had thrown it at him. He knew it when, after some shock and wrangling, he was able to pull it out again. His pocket monster was a strange orange fish that, aside from its barbels and human-like eyes, resembled a large carp. His own partner with whom he can become a hero. At the time, he was unaware of how soon his enthusiasm would wear off. Ah, a Magikarp, it was noted by the unnatural registration official when they arrived to present it to the authorities. At least we know that you're not going to get into any trouble. Izuku responded solemnly, of course I'm not, because I'm going to be a hero, just like All Might, utterly missing her tone. The official grimaced, barely concealing it. Sure, kid, but do you have a backup plan? Because, I mean, well, heroes have to rely on their pocket monster's power and Magikarp. Others had been less courteous, but the official had been courteous. Specifically, even though they didn't know why, the schoolchildren were already aware that Magikarp was a slang term for useless, and they wasted no time in making fun of his companion's name. The teasing increased as they grew older and Izuku and everyone else discovered the frustrating realities of Magikarp's combat potential, or lack thereof. Later, he would always remember one incident. Bakugo, Izuku's sort of friend, was making fun of a different child who had no pocket monster and was determined by a medical examination to be doomed to atavism. Bakugo was merely boasting about how much better he was than the monster-less child, displaying the Voltorb, as the specialists called it, which he himself had acquired at the appropriate age. His two friends were laughing about him being their pet and wondering how he could grow fur when he had so little hair as a human. One of them even asked if the child wanted a dog treat. Bakugo laughed and told Voltorb to release a small spark, just enough to hurt him, not injure him, in response to the victim's irate yell that he was going to transform into a wolf and devour them. Even at that age, he had figured out how to avoid teachers' scrutiny, who were typically only impressed by how quickly he picked up his pocket monster. Bakugo was told to stop when Izuku leapt in his path. He mimicked his favorite heroes when they asked him how he planned to stop them, pulling his Magikarp out of his pocket to fight with him. However, it immediately collapsed and flopped like a dying fish. The humans beat up Izuku and their pocket monsters, a Voltorb, a Zubat, and a Rattata, blasting Magikarp with everything they had. Not much at their young age, but more than enough to put the poor thing in a sorry state. Bakugo and his two friends laughed as they charged forward and grabbed both of them. Instead of offering assistance to his savior, the child he had saved fled for it. Izuku remembered the day he discovered that men were not made equal. As he grew older, nothing improved. He was treated as even less valuable than the trolls and the rat atavists because his pocket monster was worthless, and the ridicule persisted, frequently turning into outright bullying, even after the goblins and atavists began to take on characteristics in the hierarchy that most of human society had somehow established was imposed in his school. It made no difference that most of his peers would never use their pocket monsters. They felt compelled to disparage him because he couldn't, even if he wanted to. He did want to, more than most of them, and that was one of the reasons. Yes, almost every child at his school dreamed of becoming heroes like All Might or Endeavor, saving the day and winning the admiration of the masses, but most of them realized that was probably just a pipe dream, except for Bakugo and Izuku Midoriya, who shouldn't even think of a pipe dream as a realistic possibility. He obsessively studied the records of the more successful heroes of the past and the works of living heroes, taking note of their strategies, plans, abilities, and anything he could copy to become a great hero like them. He learned how to make a Magikarp fight right after that. Bakugo was the other reason. He had a special interest in Izuku, maybe because of their past friendship. Even though his pocket monster wasn't the strongest by nature, he was the most skilled user of it in their grade, impressing both his teacher and his peers. Everyone respected and feared him because, in contrast to most of them, he genuinely planned to become a hero and put a lot of effort into it. A distinct racial hierarchy had developed in the typical schools of this era, and it went roughly like this. Trainer of pocket monsters with a unique or known to be strong monster, elf, dwarf, attractive, rabbit, cat, tiger, monkey, etc. Atavist, trainer with a known to be weak monster, vermin atavist, rat, skunk, coyote, etc. Orc, and troll. Bakugo singled Izuku out and valued his strength and natural ability over technical category and appearance, which caused the poor boy to fall 4 spots to the bottom of the scale. Once more, he was confident that once he figured out how to make Magikarp fight, all of that would change. He still had no idea on his last day of middle school, when he was running out of time to apply to a high school that provided appropriate training. He was strolling through the streets when he came to a group of people who were fixated on a shark with a missing back half, a torso that hardly resembled a torpedo charge, a woman's purse in its mouth, and a laughing trainer on its back. He tried to observe in the hopes of learning something. The crowd was appalled that someone with a pocket monster that looked somewhat impressive was using it for such trivial purposes and requesting that a hero come rescue them. A hero did arrive while the person in question was simply sobbing into thin air. As he stood on a nearby rooftop, the relatively young hero Kamui Woods yelled, "Shiftry, Razorleaf," drawing the attention of the crowd, especially the women, and sent his pocket monster leaping down toward the purse snatcher, its leaf-like fingers separating from its branch like arms to strike forth at the shark thing, causing it to scream in pain. The pained shark creature attempted to bite at the humanoid tree, its sharp teeth appearing to sharpen even more with an unexplainable dark aura, as the man yelled, "Sharpedo! Crunch!" Kamui simply replied, "Sucker punch." It was running so fast on the blocks underfoot that Shiftry summoned the same dark aura on its fists as Sharpedo. And just as the shark creature was about to bite him, Shiftry was able to punch it in the stomach. Shiftry crossed its arms across its chest and summoned several leaves, resembling the sharpened projectiles seen earlier but this time spinning in place, creating a veritable tornado of leaves that sliced and tore into Sharpedo as the hero continued, "Let's finish this. Leaf storm." While Sharpedo was still trying to recover and his trainer was screaming at him in desperation. Although its criminal trainer was outraged by his companion's suffering, he had no intention of stopping it. "Yield, villain," commanded Kamui. Instead, the villain searched for a way out, but he was unable to find one, especially not with his injured companion as a distraction. Pocket monsters were not indestructible in the traditional sense, but they were virtually impossible to kill while their trainer was still alive. No matter how worn out, damaged, or hurt they were, their connection to their trainers simply kept them from dying. It could be worse than death in the wrong hands. Sharpedo was not really in danger of dying here as it was. Given their current world of unnatural talents, there was a real chance that Sharpedo would not be able to escape unscathed and that the villain would be forced to live a life of crime alone. Finally, he gave in. The crowd applauded. After posing for a few pictures, Kamui and Shiftry brought the criminal to the police. Izuku had an obsession that some might have described as unsettling, and he documented everything he saw in his notebook. Being present at the scene of such an attack was deemed a legitimate excuse for absence, so Izuku was not punished for arriving late to school that day. This was partly due to the actual threat that unnatural criminal attacks could pose, but primarily because everyone had given up on the fight to divert people's attention away from hero battles, especially the younger generation. Additionally, the teachers were kept relaxed because it was almost the last day and they weren't really learning anything. Before asking who wanted to try for anything other than hero as a first choice, their homeroom teacher hardly bothered to read through their career aptitude results. He reminded them of the value of backup plans and pointed out that, of course, nobody did. Leaning back in his chair, Bakugo chuckled at the thought of requiring a backup. "I'm not one of these extras. I'm going all the way to the top. The practice exams were clear. I have what it takes to get into UA." Even though they weren't shocked that Bakugo of all people was the one to do it, the other children were agog at the thought of one of their own attending the renowned best school in the nation. "Yes," said their teacher, "you're one of two who applied there." Bakugo's face alone had the power to kill a man. "Which one of you damn losers is trying to show me up?" he yelled. No one looked him in the eye or displayed the least sign of suspicion, not wanting to provoke his anger, which was unjustified in the majority of their cases. Izuku was totally unaware that he was speaking aloud until he began muttering to himself about whether it would be better to tell Bakugo the truth or to conceal his application in order to avoid attention. The Magikarp. The rest of the class erupted in laughter at this. Bakugo got to his feet and marched toward the most useless loser of all. Bakugo told him, "Izuku, I have a plan," as Voltorb leapt out of his pocket and landed on Izuku's desk, displaying some of the glow it usually displayed prior to employing its dreaded explosion move. The teacher attempted to say, "Bakugo," but the boy disregarded him. "I'm going to be the only one from this podunk school to get into UA. I'm going to become the most famous and well-renowned hero of them all, surpassing even All Might." Now, an incredible hero needs an incredible backstory, and what better backstory would there be than being the only one from my neighborhood to make it? How inspiring. And you know what, maybe others tried, and the fact that I succeeded where others couldn't, even more so. Now how the hell am I supposed to inspire people if my competition for getting into UA was a Magikarp? Huh? Beating you's not inspiring at all. Izuku tried to defend himself, but for some reason he felt obliged to apologize for destroying Bakugo's plans. "I did good enough on the written parts of the practical exam. I don't care. There's no way you can get past the practical portions, and I'm offended that you're even trying. It's a disgrace to us real heroes." Half-heartedly, the teacher called out, "Bakugo, please sit down," not really expecting it to lead anywhere and, to be honest, finished with the whole thing. Since Voltorb's glowing was frightening him more and more as it grew brighter, Izuku was unable to hear this effortless effort on his behalf. The bully couldn't possibly have set off an explosion in the classroom, could they? He pulled Magikarp out of his pocket in a panic, and he flopped as menacingly as he could in the direction of this dangerous intruder. Bakugo laughed and muttered, "Voltorb, spark." Bakugo yelled for Voltorb to repeat, and Magikarp screamed in agony as the electricity shot from the enraged red and white ball to the fish. Izuku begged, "Stop, please," but it was ignored. Bakugo mockingly questioned, "How can you help make you a hero?" In between orders to continue using Spark, if he can't deal with a simple attack at his type weakness? Now worried about the lawsuits that might result from the children engaging in a full-fledged pocket monster fight in the classroom, the teacher came forward and took Bakugo by the arm, threatening to put him in detention and put a black mark on his record if he persisted. He grudgingly remembered Voltorb, who was as worried about his record as the teacher was about lawsuits. He did locate Izuku once more after class ended, just to share his thoughts with him. Neither believed that to be true, and Bakugo's subsequent statement was obviously not sincere. You know, there's an old legend that if you kill your own pocket monster, and it deserved it, the gods will grant you a new one. It's probably bullcrap, but if you really want to be a hero, kill the thing. Stab it. Fry it, and maybe it will finally do someone some good. Hey, it's a carp, isn't it? Throw it off a waterfall, and maybe it'll turn into a dragon. If it doesn't, well, then it's no longer your problem. As he went, he laughed. Izuku left in a daze, appalled at the idea of someone harming their own friend in that way. It was wrong, of course, but he wasn't even thinking about that. He had only one friend, Magikarp, who was there for him no matter what. The pocket monster had done nothing wrong, not even admitting that he had to, other than to exist. Was he genuinely considering Bakugo's statement that his life might be better without the thing? No, Izuku gave himself a physical slap for even considering it. It's okay, Magikarp, Izuku said, patting the pocket where the creature typically slept waiting to be called forth. I know that together we'll prove them wrong. We'll be heroes. He wasn't really thinking about what he had said, they sounded hollow. Not even in his mind. To avoid thinking about heroes, heroism, or his own future in any way, he happened upon a talk show argument between two orcs about whether Lord of the Rings incited anti-goblin hatred as he passed a TV showing the most recent news. The news, of course, quickly shifted its focus from the debate to report that a criminal trainer with a muck had just managed to get out of All Might's clutches. It also reassured the public that he and Melodic were on the case and that they should not be alarmed. Before a mass of purple sludge swallowed him whole, he was pulled into another slump, the name All Might reminding him of his own shortcomings and fears. A shady-looking man dressed like a biker approached him and yelled, "Okay, muck, keep him just barely alive. No crushing or toxic fumes until we're in the clear, at which point I guess you can just kill him or something. I don't really care at that point. Sorry kid, All Might's after me. I need a hostage in case things go south." Before it was gravely threatened, Izuku was having the worst day of his life, and he truly did not want to pass away in this state of mind. Unfortunately, he was powerless to help. Izuku's rapidly deteriorating consciousness prevented him from recognizing the vaguely familiar voice that boomed out, "Twister." The living sludge that surrounded him was thrown up and swirled around like a slushy, which did the exact opposite of what was needed to clear his confused state. The odd feeling of a fish-like tail snagging him and preventing him from hitting the ground was his final conscious thought before fainting. Izuku awoke to the painful sound of a strong hand repeatedly slapping his face. "Are you alright, kid?" he asked, blinking, taking a moment to respond because, in his semi-conscious state, he believed he saw All Might standing in front of him wearing his trademark red and blue outfit, which highlighted his muscles and long, blonde hair. When he eventually regained consciousness enough to recognize the features of the person who had saved him, he had to force himself not to faint again when he realized that All Might was standing in front of him. He turned to see the man in charge of the muck who attempted to kidnap him ensnared in Melodic's tail. Her iridescent scales created a stunning pattern over her serpentine, nearly mermaid-like body, making her look as stunning up close as they did on television. "I'll ask once again. Are you alright?" Rather than respond, Izuku yelled, "Can I get your autograph?" All Might said, "Already taken care of," indicating the spot where Izuku's notebook had dropped. Indeed, the open page bore an adorable and witty message from the greatest hero in the world. All Might reportedly yelled, "Well, if you're okay then we'll just get going," in response to Melodic's animalistic scream, which sounded like some sort of warning, as Izuku was looking on in amazement at how he had managed to get his autograph without even trying. Just as Izuku awoke from his daze and realized he had a question to ask, he grabbed the criminal by the tail and threw him over his shoulders before jumping onto his companion's back, and they began to slither away in a way that was still enchantedly beautiful. He roared, "Wait, All Might," and leapt onto Melodic's tail fins as the monster rounded a bend. All Might yelled in a courteous but obviously frustrated voice, "Kid, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I really have business to take care of, so please, understand that I have to be elsewhere. Can I be a hero like you? I don't know you well enough, but with the right heart, a clever mind, and a loving connection with your pocket monster. Practically anyone can be a hero. Now please, let go. Even if I have a Magikarp. For some reason, All Might blanched at that, even catching him in a moment of nostalgia before shaking his head. If your pocket monster can't fight, then you have to rely on your own strength, and to be frank, that'll never catch up to the atavists and cybered-up metahumans. Nonetheless, the enemy pocket monsters attacking you directly. You can still be valuable, though, as a detective or support staff. They might not get the glory, but they're just as important to saving the day as any hero. Izuku was devastated. Even though he framed his remarks with the intention of being well-intentioned and rational, they only served to remind him of the years of unrelenting derision. Nobody believed he could pull it off. Not even All Might, the peace symbol and inspiration master, believed he could pull it off, so what was the point? I really need you to let go so Melodic and I can get on our way, All Might yelled. I know, as Melodic screamed, sounding more frantic than before, and then turned back to the child on his pocket monster's tail. Melodic began to glow as soon as he said this, resembling the appearance of evolution, as someone had called the changes that pocket monsters underwent as they grew stronger, but it shrank instead of expanded. When the lovely and fantastical Melodic was replaced by a base, a large brown base with eyes that resembled those of a human, and flopping around like it too, All Might and Izuku both collapsed to the ground without fanfare. It had no barbels at all. At the moment, Izuku's brain was not working correctly. I don't. How, what, where is? All Might let out a sigh. Can I please request that you keep this a secret? Izuku responded, I even don't know what this is. This is, Phoebase. About as useful in battle as Magikarp, and uglier too. If they were more common, they'd probably get more mockery than Magikarp trainers. Before you ask what happened to Melodic, well, this is Melodic. There is a highly secret and incredibly dangerous unnatural power out there that can alter pocket monsters. If your relationship is strong and true, then you get power. It creates new forms in some, fully evolves others, and makes others simply get stronger, for a limited time. If your relationship is sour or broken, well, the pocket monster will get stronger, but you'll lose complete control over it. It would probably kill you, and several civilians afterward, and yes, it could live without you for a while under this power. Naturally, we can't go around giving it to everyone, or even letting people know about it, what with how dangerous it can be. He was already furious about that fact and looked down at the Phoebase, who looked as pitiful as Magikarp at his worst. Do you mean to say that you became number one by cheating? He asked himself, reflecting on what All Might had just said and had to yell. You can be a hero using a Magikarp with this power. If your Magikarp doesn't kill you, replied All Might. Who knows what will happen if you try to strengthen it this way? While I can't imagine Magikarp taking on a particularly powerful second form, I also couldn't have imagined Phoebase becoming a thing of beauty, and I would never consider risking it on a complete stranger. But, kid, I have no doubt that you want to be a hero. I have no doubt that you're genuine. But be realistic. Find other ways to help. Seriously, detectives don't get the respect they deserve. Why didn't you settle for that, before you learned of this unnatural power? I get it, I really do, but, All Might sighed, yanked a zipper, and let the boy in front of him see part of his actual stomach. Izuku felt like throwing up at the sight of that shredded, scabbed-over mess. This happened to me because of a villain that the public doesn't know about, and I want to keep it that way. I can see that you're sick to your stomach already. Well, I wish I still had a stomach to get sick to. This happened to me while I could still use Melodic. What are you going to do to stop this with your Magikarp? Can you fight a pocket monster with your fists? If you snuck around to take out its trainer, then what would distract their monster while you did so? Would you just leave your Magikarp to get beaten and battered? Izuku didn't want to listen to the 50th lecture about how he had nothing to do as a hero, even from All Might, but when he heard about how his pocket monster companion would be repeatedly harmed without being able to defend himself, he did think that, in some ways, he was to blame for Bakugo's brutalization of Magikarp. Perhaps he ought to abandon his aspirations, not because they were unrealistic but rather because he needed to consider Magikarp's welfare. The criminal had slipped away during their conversation, even recalling Muck to his pocket in the process. It was extremely embarrassing for everyone involved. Damn it, with my injuries, I can't get Phoebase to change forms without hurting us both, shouted All Might. Kid, I would swear to you to secrecy about this, but just know that no one would believe you anyway and you don't want to deal with the consequences of trying to hold this knowledge over me. I have to see if the other heroes can handle this. All Might fled, leaving Izuku unable to stop thinking about everything. He couldn't even bring himself to get excited and try to take notes when he heard people screaming about a villain attack as he passed down the street, still in a daze from finally deciding to give up on his dreams of being a hero and find something more practical. Then a familiar smell hit him, and he blanched as he realized that this villain was the muck trainer from before. "I'm to blame for this. What should we do?" he asked, summoning Magikarp and looking into his lifelong companion's eyes. The question of how intelligent pocket monsters were and how much they understood when their trainers spoke to them was the subject of thousands of arguments and oceans of ink on scholarly papers. They all denied that Magikarp would know the answer to Izuku's question or even truly comprehend it, but like many trainers and even ordinary pet owners, he asked anyhow. There was a shout, "He's got a hostage!" Izuku, still waiting for a response from Magikarp, walked over to the spectators and noticed that none of the heroes were making any progress. Kamui and Shiftry were keeping the crowds back, while Backdraft and his Blastoise worked to extinguish a nearby fire. In the middle of the street, an Ox Atavist, big even by Ox Atavist standards, and an orc with cybered-up arms glared at the muck, but neither was making any progress. The muck's trainer brandished a knife, but it appeared to be a useless ornament as the pocket monster had the teenage boy sucked into its bulk, slowly strangling him. "I want safe passage to the coast, where you'll never have to see me again. Try to stop me from fleeing and the kid gets it." Death Arms yelled for the benefit of the crowd, "You'll never get away with this, fiend," before turning to face Kamui and Mount Lady. "Do either of you have a plan?" "It's a poison type, and one with a lot of raw power, as far as I can tell." "Shiftry's no good here," Kamui said quietly. "I'm a physical fighter, and I've heard that these things poison you if you touch them," Mount Lady said. "Yes, so am I," Death Arms concurred. "Are your arms not made of metal? Poison types aren't the best at dealing with that," Kamui inquired. "I'm still largely organic, chummer, and I haven't really cybered up. I don't want to see what it will do to me. I take it that Backdraft is still concentrating on the fire?" "Yeah, we might just have to write the kid off as unsalvageable and keep the criminal here until others can arrive." They weren't pleased about it, but they had to consider their safety and reputation, and the situation didn't lend itself to a quick fix. Izuku didn't hear any of that because he was too preoccupied with the face of the teenage boy that Muck was holding. It was Bakugo, his lifelong friend, tormentor, and former friend, and he was obviously going to be killed by a raging criminal, who was allowed to carry out his crimes because Izuku had diverted All Might's attention with pointless inquiries about an unattainable future. Izuku's previous question was not really answered by Magikarp, but he sensed it nonetheless, and before conscious thought could catch up, his legs were racing forward, past the barricade, past the talking heroes, disregarding their cries, and he threw Magikarp into the air while yelling a command he couldn't even recall where he had learned it. "Magikarp, flail!" However, focus on the eyes. Only shock prevented Izuku and his companion from being creamed right away. Magikarp landed on a startled Muck, causing its body to shake violently and quickly enough to cause pain. Otherwise, the damage would have been insignificant, but Izuku had managed to get his lifelong companion to strike the creature's vulnerable orbs, sending it reeling in pain. Izuku, still not thinking, ran forward and pulled with all his strength until the distracted creature was able to break free from Bakugo's gelatinous grip. "What are you doing, Magikarp? You are useless," Bakugo yelled. "I'm not sure," Izuku gave an honest response. After finishing its attack, Magikarp fell to the ground. "Kill them, Muck." Izuku began to consciously understand the situation as the Muck extended two slime arms and began to slam them down on the two boys, neither of whom had any means of self-defense. He wouldn't learn this until later, but Voltorb had knocked itself out in a failed explosion when the Muck first grabbed Bakugo, as the trainer yelled frantically as the massive purple sludge recovered from Magikarp's attack. He realized that he was going to die for the second time today, but was saved at the last second by a shout of "Twister!" As before, the creature's semi-liquid body made it especially susceptible to the spinning winds, and the swirling vortex of energy ensnared Muck in its embrace. All Might and Melodic were able to charge into the cheers of the crowd, with the human of the pair successfully punching the Muck's trainer when he attempted to lunge with his knife. The other heroes swiftly surrounded the trainer after Muck was rendered inoperable and told him to remember his pocket monster before they could use extreme tactics. Bakugo obeyed, and when the heroes turned to console him and explain that they were positive they had managed to save him, All Might simply whispered to Izuku, "Melodic has seconds, meet me at the beach," before he fled. Izuku received a brief reprimand for his carelessness, but he was too overcome by the fog of his adrenaline rush to notice it. Heroism had been what he had wanted, to use Magikarp to defeat the bad guys, demonstrating his resourcefulness and resolve, And, more importantly, to save lives, to let the people know they could rely on him to save the day. He really shouldn't have bothered coming here, but in his daze he found himself mindlessly following orders. A man, dressed completely differently from All Might and with an altered hairstyle, so different in so many subtle ways that Izuku wouldn't have recognized him if he weren't cradling Phoebes in his arms, grinned as he saw Izuku approaching. It was even more painful to know that it would never happen again, especially with whatever lecture All Might was about to give him on the beach over it. The hero told the boy, "I was wrong, right away." "What? Izuku, tell me what was going through your mind when you charged forward back there." "I wasn't," was his honest response. "That's how true heroes think," All Might smiled. "They see danger, they see people in need, and they often jump in without even giving it a second's thought. You couldn't be a hero with a Magikarp, as I previously stated. I said I couldn't trust you with it when I confessed to having the ability to alter that. I was mistaken in both cases. I had time if I was willing to take a chance, but like those heroes back there, I was about to do nothing because I was out of time. Only because I witnessed what you achieved was I able to do so. I'll give you the power I've found if you want to. I'll see if it can benefit Magikarp as much as it did Phoebes. You too can be a hero, young man." The pocket monsters appear and can be stored in any clothing device, pockets, purses while they are being worn, etc., in an unidentified hammer space, and the pocket itself is still usable, as previously mentioned. No Magikarp trainer has ever been able to evolve a Gyarados, so the universe is unaware of it. Due to my personal preferences, 99% of Pokémon will be from the first 3 generations. Pokémon's power levels won't always be game accurate, they'll be comparable with a few notable exceptions, but I won't always follow their stat blocks and will sometimes make them behave in ways that seem more sensible to me. There aren't many legendary Pokémon. 3 characters, all for one, Stars and Stripes, and Airy, are allowed to have one, but I haven't decided on any of them. Although it cannot be replicated by humans, Shadowrun technology is a skill that metahumans can acquire with a great deal of work and sacrifice of the chance to learn magic. Ironclaw's rules are followed by atavists, who all use atavism, referred to as physical focus here, or magic. However, it is unlikely that anyone reading this is familiar with Ironclaw. Bakugo was furious. He had everything under control, but now that worthless Magikarp might believe that he was the one who saved his life. He didn't really know how he was managing things, but he knew that he was the best of his age, that he was destined to be the best, and that he would have come up with a way to eliminate that muck, wouldn't he? As usual, Voltorb's eyes were narrowed in apparent anger, but Bakugo was well enough acquainted with his lifelong friend to pick up on the subtle cues of worry. "What's causing you anxiety? Since you are mine, you are the greatest thing in the world. If that explosion had been a little bit closer, it would have stopped that villain's monster, you'll see." But it wasn't even close. Bakugo decided to train now rather than allow doubt to creep in. "All right, so we just need to find another way to blow our opponents to pieces if you don't think explosion is safe enough to use except as a last resort and electricity can't defeat them all." That was the answer to his doubts. If he wasn't already the best, he just needed to improve. He used some information he had gathered on the Matrix from previous Voltorb users, most of it unreliable but the best he had, and gave it exercises centered on concentrating sound. This should result in a reliable attack for hurting ground types, as well as semi-liquids like that muck, and it would also fit his explosive personality. The explosive boy had no idea that that useless Magikarp was thinking nearly the same thing. All Might told Izuku about the building Melodic had destroyed the first time he had summoned her, and the people who nearly failed to make it. It became evident that sudden evolution, like what this power entailed, gave a pocket monster a lot of power but little control, so he had to get ready for it. The first was to establish his bond as tightly as possible. The second was to acclimate Magikarp to the possibility that it might have more power. It might drastically transform into a strange fish or become a slightly larger Magikarp. The changes brought about by this power were as diverse as evolution, and a history of trainers, legal and otherwise, who were able to evolve their pocket monsters reveals an incredible degree of change. In order to get stronger, Izuku would come to the beach every day and summon Magikarp, who would swim against the tides and escape on its own whenever a wave swept it against the shore. Izuku experimented with different foods to determine Magikarp's favorite foods, and when he wasn't with Magikarp, he would work out or practice basic martial arts. Although he was unlikely to become a professional fighter in the few months before UA's exams, he could demonstrate his seriousness. Not only was it dangerous to give the power to the wrong person, but All Might was reluctant to give it to the boy because In addition to the dangers of the superpowered but likely uncontrollable pocket monster itself, it also caused splitting headaches, sometimes to the point of near lethality. Before he was able to bring Melodic into being, he had nearly been hospitalized trying to use it. He continued to wait, and he continued to wait a little while longer, until he realized that the exam day was quickly approaching and that Izuku still had a Magikarp, which, despite all of the boy's training, was unable to handle itself against even a moderately strong pocket monster of almost any other type. It couldn't even face a fire or rock type with its own water typing. Eventually, realizing that it was now or never, he met the boy at their regular beach at their regular time, but stopped him before he could continue his regular training. "Izuku, it's time." A grin of excitement replaced the boy's determined expression. "Now, as I have previously stated, this power is hazardous. It could harm or even kill you if you are unable to control it. Giving up now is not a sign of weakness." Izuku didn't appear to even consider the possibility. All Might pulled up his sleeve and charged the symbol, half sighing at the boy's apparent lack of self-preservation and half impressed by his determination. A line, broken by a circle and encircled by multiple half-circles, began to glow on his upper arm, first bringing Melodic into being to make sure he was ready for any possible outbursts, then doing something he only understood in theory, recalling Nana Shumura's explanation, and concentrating the power in his fingers. "Now, hold out your upper arm and I'll carve this into your skin," All Might said solemnly as one developed into a claw. The young boy barely had time to process the pain before it was all over, but he did process the pain. Izuku dutifully held out his upper arm for a second before he actually processed the words, shouting out, "Wah!" before All Might sliced into his flesh and went about, carving, with shocking speed. The sound of ow, 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 Izuku, clutching his bleeding upper arm, screamed. "You ought to be able to use it after the discomfort goes away. Someone gave it the name Outsider's Growth a long time ago, but I'm not sure where that name originated. Be cautious, it's not always a good experience." After finally being given the opportunity to be a hero, Izuku was not about to sass All Might, so he gritted his teeth and refrained from saying that it was already an unpleasant experience. The pain did go away after a few minutes, but far sooner than it should have, and he experienced a buzzing feeling in the back of his head that was almost like radio static. "Now," All Might said after Izuku gave him a nod, "let's try it. I brought Melodic out to keep things in check. Try to give Magikarp more authority." Izuku summoned Magikarp. He stared at his companion, flopping about in a way that was so familiar, once so shameful to him, but he shouldn't feel that way. Regardless of what had happened in the past, All Might had given them this opportunity to show what Magikarp could really do. Izuku focused, feeling the energy growing in his upper arm and spreading from there, reaching out to Magikarp. The sound of radio static grew in the back of his head, getting louder and louder, giving him a flaring headache, creating an intense sensation of change and growth and power. An image popped into his head, vague and fuzzy, blue and serpentine, spinning about, no, gyrating. For some reason he felt that that was the best way to describe it. Gyrating, gyrate, gyra, gyara, gyara. The pain grew to be too much and Izuku passed out. All Might was looking over Izuku when he woke up on a makeshift bed, saying, "Don't worry, that almost happened to me the first time too." "Did it succeed?" Izuku inquired. "It didn't finish," replied All Might. "Magikarp started glowing like he was going to evolve, but it stopped when you passed out." Frustrated, Izuku punched the bed, saying, "You mean I'm too weak after all that work? People always thought that I couldn't become a hero with a Magikarp, but it turns out that I'm the one holding Magikarp back. Go figure," he said, tears welling up in his eyes. "Look at me, young Midoriya," All Might said, grabbing Izuku by the shoulders and making the boy look into his eyes. "As I mentioned earlier, the first time I attempted to convert Phoebase into Melodic, this nearly happened to me. Magikarp was radiant. It was effective. You simply need to give it another go." "I believe so, anyway. Have you gotten a name?" "The, what?" With a forehead slap, All Might said, "I didn't adequately prepare you for this, did I? I had pictures in my mind when I first got Phoebase to work. Many of the artworks were as beautiful as my pocket monster, with a particular emphasis on the Venus de Milo. Then I remembered the English word, exotic, which I did not understand before. For some reason, I thought it was appropriate to combine them. If it's working, you ought to have thought of a name for it beforehand, or at least started to," he said, pointing to the bed. Izuku furrowed his brow thoughtfully and said, "I also understood an English word all of a sudden. I doubt I was even aware of it until now. Gyrate. I kept thinking about it, as if I was trying to think of a new way to say it." All Might nodded and grinned, saying, "That's it. You should be able to correctly activate the power once you determine the name it is giving you. But as I've explained, that doesn't mean you can safely control it. We will now rehearse in a controlled environment away from people, beginning tomorrow, August 2nd. When they realized they had forgotten that the UA entrance exam was tomorrow, their eyes both widened. It was difficult to predict who would fail this, but Momo found the written exam to be almost insultingly easy. She knew that she was ahead of most of her peers on the topics tested, and that the recommendation exams in particular were more about ensuring that your wealthy sponsors weren't asking UA to risk its reputation on worthless students just because you were wealthy. Wow, that was really challenging. I appreciate UA's efforts to ensure we perform to the best of our abilities. In response to her query, one of her fellow recommendation candidates yelled at the top of his lungs. Her response, I suppose, was an attempt at civility. The boy in question shouted out to her, his smile so deep it was almost unsettling. You didn't find it difficult? He went on, wow, you must be a genius, at her clumsy nod. I am so appreciative of the chance to learn with amazing individuals like you. Expecting some degree of competitiveness or arrogance, she was surprised at the complete lack of sarcasm in his tone. I've never met an elf before. Do your ears help you pay attention to the teachers so you can learn better? The boy went on. She was from a wealthy and well-connected family, and elves never got it as badly as the other metahumans anyway, so she didn't have as much first-hand experience with racism as many of her kindred, but she was prepared to sneer or ignore such remarks if it weren't for his tone earlier. He was entirely sincere, though, and nothing in his tone, expression, or overall demeanor suggested that he would have even known how to pretend that he wasn't. He was genuinely interested in how her ears function and likely didn't even understand why his question could be interpreted as offensive. That confounded her. How was she to react to it? Should she chastise him for his lack of knowledge, calmly explain what he had done incorrectly, or simply let it go? Or perhaps just provide a sincere response to a sincere question? She prepared 2 drones, one flying, one with a taser wire and one wheeled with smoke grenades, but she didn't deploy them because it limited her movement to keep the drones actively engaged, which isn't the best condition for an obstacle course. Fortunately, the school staff's announcement that they had to run an obstacle course using their unnatural abilities saved her from confusion. She thought about how she would primarily be interacting with trainers going forward and that she would need to learn how to handle such remarks. Her aunts and uncles, who were admittedly somewhat biased as TIR Nog supporters with connections in Ireland, told Momo horror stories, but she hadn't even considered benign ignorance. The same condescension they had shown her for concentrating her elvish talents on cyber-engineered robotics, or rigging, as they called it informally, made her a little reluctant to listen to those voices, which left her feeling confused and anxious, which in turn caused her to start late to complete the obstacle course. The same boy who had earlier questioned her about her ears was charging forward, summoning a wind behind him with his pocket monster, and a second boy was right behind him, apparently using only his own strength. The second-place kid was also a trainer, but he was using his pocket monster to destroy obstacles, not to help him move. On her own, she was able to catch up to the others by physical feats alone, at least until some atavist wizard turned the ground to mud and trapped everyone except the 2 children in the front. Momo didn't panic and used both of her drones, one flying above where she could grab it and use it to help pull her out of the mud, and the other blasting the area with smoke to further hinder the others and prevent the wizard from seeing what she was doing. It wasn't strong enough for her to fly with it, but it kept her light enough to run ahead without sinking. As she feared, using up brain power to keep the drones working meant her legs weren't functioning at their best, but she still found her progress acceptable. The girl and her pocket monster, a purple monstrosity with hands floating in front of it and no arms connecting them to its body as far as she could see, which all of her biology studies, even the bizarre biology of pocket monsters, found inexplicable, stuck their tongues out together as they ran past her, at least until something licked her. The sensation left her feeling inexplicably paralyzed. She felt the effects of the monster's tongue wear off, so she ran past the girl and repressed the urge to stick her own tongue out. Momo was a lady, and such trivial things were beneath her. Unfortunately for them, even though her body was paralyzed, her drones and the cyberware in her brain that allowed her to control them were not, and that same girl ended up getting tasered for her efforts. They were unable to catch up to the 2 boys who had made such steady progress earlier because of their squabbling. The large black bird and the benignly ignorant boy from earlier were just about to cross the finish line when he looked back, directly into the other boy, who was physically strong and handsome, at least for a non-elf, she had to admit, with some monster that looked vaguely humanoid, and appeared to deflate. When they looked each other in the eye, the boy who was going to win simply gave up. Her pride was slightly damaged by getting a spot ahead because someone effectively gave up, but not enough to nullify the victory, so she figured it didn't really matter because she herself managed to finish third after the dog atavist that trapped them all, barely defeating the girl with the disembodied hand creature because he chose to stand there and let the other boy win first place. To be honest, my ears aren't all that superior to a trainer's. I did well in school because I paid attention in class. She briefly felt compelled to console him after noticing the troubled expression on his face as she walked by him, but in the end, all she could think of was a sincere response to his previous query. Whoa! That is really amazing. I'm happy to have participated in UA's selection exam and been around such a genius. If Momo hadn't had an interview to participate in, his expression would have been worrying, but then he looked at the same trainer from before and said, "It's nice that some of us belong here." Thus, Mr. Inasa has decided not to join our hero program despite doing more than well on the recommendation exam. And we don't know why. Unfortunately, it appears that his Swellow was an evolved pocket monster. It's rare to see those from a child who hasn't even begun formal training. Definitely not 2 in 1 year. He handed the list to Aizawa and Khan after crossing out Swellow trainer, and 2 other people who didn't quite make the cut despite their sponsors' claims about their skills. Aizawa would insist that his own exam would be good enough to weed out the bad ones, and Khan trusted in the school's judgment, and, though he'd never admitted, placed a little too much importance on category and what it said about the heroes who held them. He didn't like that they were looking at the officially registered categories instead of profiles on the children, especially since he was positive that neither teacher actually watched the exams. A wizard and an atavist? And an elementalist? Khan instantly brightened up. I think we both agree that I'd be the most suited for that one. Aizawa appeared to be only half listening. Yes, of course. To balance things out, I suppose I'll take the elf. Which trainer will we get since we'll both get one? It's impressive that Haunter has already evolved it rather than that it's particularly strong, but what exactly is a Sableye? Nedzu told them, apparently it's dark and ghost type, in a helpful manner. A few seconds before Khan came to the same realization, Aizawa's eyes opened as the implications suddenly dawned on him. No energy weaknesses, huh? I wonder if the boy's head has been affected. I can either show him his true potential or, if he believes he can rely on it, quickly knock him down. Give him to me. I won't mind having a girl in my class who could grow up in middle school, said Khan with a shrug. In any case, 1B will be the best this year. Unconcerned about such contests, Aizawa shrugged and said, so, it's settled then. These 4 have been resolved. The only thing left to do is determine which 38 people passed the general exam. Fantastic. Izuku gazed in wonder at the UA archways, which, with luck, held the key to his future. They were so amazing, so incredible, so full of synonyms for great, that he couldn't stop thinking about them until he stumbled and bumped into a girl, only to be saved from falling to the ground by grabbing a floating brown object that looked like a children's toy, but one that had been carved long ago, as if they might have played with it in Babylon or something, except that it was floating, glowing, and growling at him. He quickly straightened up and bowed, saying, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to fall on top of your pocket monster like that. It was a sincere error. I was simply anxious to see UA in all its splendor like this and... For the same reason, the girl tried to comfort him by saying, I brought out Baltoy to give me courage. Until she named her pocket monster and he looked at it, his mind racing with questions, he was too preoccupied with apologizing to pay attention. How is it floating? Is it a flying type that uses unnatural methods to create a downward wind of some kind? Psychic, she clarified, and even though it never touches the ground, it's actually a ground type. I'm hoping he'll help me pass the test. She laughed uneasily. He looks fantastic. He'll be of great assistance to you, I'm sure, Izuku reassured her, a little ashamed of his own performance if he failed to understand outsiders' growth. How about yours? She started to ask before an announcer called out that all prospective students needed to hurry to their seats. Well, see you later, she yelled as she left, and Izuku became a little agitated because he had just spoken to a girl before blending in with the throng. All right, folks, listen. A purple, nearly humanoid pocket monster with organ pipes growing from its back and an extended mouth stood on stage next to a man with slicked back hair and attire reminiscent of a radio personality or an actual radio. The mouth opened and let out a huge bellow that echoed throughout the hall and briefly deafened everyone when it saw that the students were not immediately sitting down and paying attention to its trainer. Izuku cheered inwardly. It's unbelievable to see and hear Mike and Exploud in person. Our goal is to determine whether you possess the skills necessary to rank among the best. We push you to your limits and beyond here at UA, not just to your limits, as we all like to say, plus ultra. Can I now get a yes? Izuku was about to respond, but the stifling atmosphere of indifference created by everyone else silenced him. Disappointed but eager to continue, Present Mike yelled that it was time for the written exams, which undoubtedly did nothing to boost their enthusiasm. He waited an awkward moment for the students to respond, but nobody did. Izuku was more than confident about his performance there. They weren't really more difficult than the tests at the end of the semester to graduate from middle school, but he was concerned about what would happen next. It's time for the renowned but covert practical exam. Everyone, can you let me go? Present Mike appeared somewhat disappointed that no one else was, but as usual, his nerves overcame him and he remained silent. Izuku sincerely hoped he could get over his nervousness and participate. Izuku vaguely remembered something about. Were they spirits? Present Mike continued to show a presentation of various creatures that the majority of the student body had never seen before, instead of responding to the lack of reaction from the student body. These are your test-taking rivals. Our very own heroes have called forth spirits here. Ah, dude, must we battle phony pocket monsters? Is it really that important to keep those furries' egos up? There was a shout. That triggered Izuku's memory of the mystery of spirits, which weren't really any more mysterious than pocket monsters, metahumans, and atavists themselves, but only made the world's attempt to classify these creatures more confusing. They could be called forth by magic, and they could even be trained and commanded like a pocket monster, but only temporarily. They appeared to disappear after their task was completed, or if the summoner lost control, and they also appeared to appear when called upon, but mountains of evidence indicated that this wasn't the case. There was plenty of reason to believe that spirits existed independently of their summoners, but where they were before and after they were called upon was a mystery that would make the man who figured out famous. It was unclear whether spirits could die, but pocket monsters remained with their trainer and appeared to exist in their clothes when not summoned, and they were known to die without their trainers. Some were based on the classical elements, while others were linked to their surroundings. Present Mike returned the obnoxious child's shouting with a smile. Well, I suppose you have confidence. We will observe your performance in the field. In any case, the spirits are here to be dismissed when necessary, so when you fight them, nobody has to be harmed on either side. They don't get killed, and these ones won't kill you, but nobody really knows where they come from or where they go when they're not needed. That doesn't mean they won't attack, which is bad for you. You will receive villain takedown points if you injure them sufficiently for them to follow your orders to leave. If a spirit is weak to the monster's typing, pocket monster trainers receive 1 point. If the spirit is neutral, they receive 3 points. If the spirit is strong against the monster, they receive 5 points. For every elemental spirit defeated, atavists and metahumans receive 3 points. Please consult your pamphlets for information on the relationship between spirits and typing. Before a boy wearing glasses got up, he stood back and let the potential students process the information. Some of them complained about the point difference between what trainers and non-trainers could earn, even though nobody could agree which was truly privileged. Pardon me, sir, but no details regarding this final kind of spirit have been provided. It is a pretty obvious mistake on the part of what should be a prestigious institution if that is indeed a mistake. As they talked, Izuku was reviewing the list, pointing out that the Undine acted as water types, the Salamander as fire types, the Sylph as flying types, the Gnome as rock and ground types, and the Shade as ghost types. Then he began to wonder if type-based attacks or the typing of the pocket monster mattered for point counting, and if the latter, how they handled dual types with contradictory strengths and weaknesses. Were they simply converted to neutral in the way they cancelled out when used as moves, or did having one type simply mean that? And you? The boy who was standing went on, please stop muttering, everyone around you is being distracted by it. Get out of here if you're not going to treat this with the gravity it requires. Unaware that he was speaking aloud, Izuku sagged in embarrassment as Present Mike responded to the initial question. The spirit of the city. Don't stress over it. No matter what category you are in, it is worth 0 points. I advise ignoring it. They all gazed in wonder at the phantom of a destroyed city that Ua had made for them, and their wonder grew as masses of water solidified into hazy pictures of horses. Flames appeared out of nowhere and shaped themselves into giant lizards. Rocks protruded from the ground in almost human-like shapes, and swirling winds brought together fragments of mist that refused to take on a consistent shape but remained as one. Many of them shuddered at the sight of black yet transparent masses that resembled the upper halves of people but had no distinguishing characteristics, and vanished out of nowhere. Present Mike yelled, "What are you guys waiting for? The test has already begun." His greatest obstacle when trying to go for hero work was his real doubts about his bravery, but the prospect of gaining the respect he always wanted and the women he always wanted propelled him forward. Now, as the strange distortions of reality appeared before creating monstrosities of water, stone, fire, mist, and whatever the hell the shades were supposed to be, his knees began to shake, and this was for a perfectly safe practice fight. In front of him, a gnome struck a girl whose electric type did nothing to it, knocking her back until she nearly fell on him. He saw how her breasts swayed slightly with her falling form and how the standardized athletic uniform they gave them all complemented her buttocks. He should turn around and find a perfectly safe career doing literally anything else. String shot. Ermpel. With his pocket monster binding the gnome's legs together, he shouted half-thinkingly before catching her with his outstretched hands. "Thanks," she exclaimed, oblivious to the fact that her butt cheek had landed squarely in one of his palms. Her face flushed as she did so, and she stood up as Mineta prepared to be slapped. Mineta smiled to himself. Heroes really do get the ladies. He was getting into UA now. A fire had been lit. Instead, she thought it was an accident, thanked him again, and left. She didn't recall offhand the connection between ground types and fire, but she assumed it was something like that, which is why she was avoiding the Undines, Shades, and Sylphs and forcing Baltoy to use the one psychic attack he occasionally could use on the gnomes. Uraraka was proud when another salamander was taken down by Baltoy's mud slap, even though she believed it was only 1 point. Psybeam. Uraraka ordered him to do it again, but Baltoy was unable to do so, bringing up the glow but failing to execute the move. She shouted as a sylph flew behind them and sent out a burst of wind. Baltoy's glowing lines sent out a burst of circular energy that struck at the sylph, its misty form dissipating and then pulling back together. He had always been this way, but now it was especially annoying because she had worked so hard to come here, risked the money to move her into an apartment, and was ready to work at a job that would help her parents out of their financial bind. Was her selfishness getting in the way of him? No, that was nonsense. She needed the money, and she was doing this for the money. With pragmatism in her mind, she had Baltoy float them to a nearby ledge where she could escape the sylph and find a more convenient target. A loud boom. Ua might as well have given him honors without even bothering to take the test. Bakugo laughed as he leapt over a struggling boy who was being beaten by an Undine without even lifting a finger and looked for the next gnome to blast apart. Bakugo gave orders with a manic grin, his Voltorb blowing apart another gnome, giving him 5 points for each ground type he destroyed. UA was for the best, and Bakugo was ready to prove to them that he was that. Most people would just stare at the enormous troll in his bear-patterned pseudo-tribal attire, but Koda was frightened. Shaking to calm himself, he prayed to Bear and tried to picture what Bear wanted from him. Bears may appear violent and stupid to the uninformed, but their spirits knew great healing, and Koda imagined himself to be no different. When a salamander burned a trainer's arm, Koda called upon his essence and used a spell to heal the boy, even though he knew it was probably a waste of his essence because he couldn't really afford the drain at the moment, but he saw it and wanted to help, which is why he wanted to become a hero in the first place. At that moment, Jiru realized she had made a tactical mistake. Whismer's order to go into an uproar had been a great idea for eliminating one Undine, but now her pocket monster wouldn't stop, and the noise had drawn gnomes, who wouldn't be nearly as hurt by it. She had not intended to waste the courage she had shown in telling her parents that she had no intention of carrying on the family business of selling instruments going on the path of the hero, but what was she to do here? When they began beating her pink lil friend, Jiru angrily punched one, hitting it exactly where a human's neck would be, and caused far more damage than she had anticipated when its head lolled forward and the next burst of Whismer's outrage sent it flying right off and caused the beast to disappear. They did this while ignoring the tiny bits of dirt and sound that the sound waves she was unleashing chipped away. We make a good duet, she thought, rockin'. She had doubts, but after seeing what present Mike's pocket monster might be and learning about its pre-evolutionary appearance, it appeared that she might succeed. Considering how strong they all appeared, Izuku had no idea what the people around him were thinking. They were likely confidently acing the test and wondering how close they would be to first place, since if Izuku's current progress continued, no one else would be in last place. Izuku had tried to have Magikarp flail against the eyes like he did with Muck, but it turned out that spirits had no eyes, so he tried fighting alone, but when he punched a shade, his fist flew right through it and sent him sailing toward a salamander, which roasted his hand when his fist rammed into it. Magikarp had flopped from side to side when summoned, as usual. The fact that he was unable to defeat a salamander and receive a single point with his water type was perhaps especially disheartening. Seeing that this was not going to help, he sought out a location where the spirits were not observing and focused his energies on outsiders' growth. Magikarp flopped faster and faster, his head feeling like the loudest radio static in the world was slapping straight into his ear. The pain flared up, diverting his attention from the outside world and making it impossible for him to focus on anything, not even the word that was forming in his head. Gyrate. Gyration. Gyradian. Gyraden. Gyra. Garad, he cried, unable to bear the pain any longer, just as a sylph blew him over, sending Magikarp flying. He hurried to tend to his pocket monster, putting aside his attempt to make Outsider's growth function for the time being. With differing degrees of interest, the staff watched. More rescue points for that troll, one of them said. That poor Magikarp trainer, someone else said. I know that a hero could come from anywhere, but he really needs to learn that that doesn't mean a hero could be anyone. Another person said, we'll see, adding, I'm a little worried about that Voltorb trainer myself. He has not even unintentionally received a rescue point consideration, despite receiving an absurd number of villain points. He is talented. We are able to impart virtue. To be honest, I think the opposite is true. That's why we have rescue points, isn't it? The school's resident shaman grinned when someone asked if it was time to send in the city spirit before the discussion could get any more heated. Everyone saw the abrupt change in the air, a few saw the shifting rubble, and more saw the debris, both from fallen buildings and litter, swirling in one area. Once more, everyone saw that the debris twisted and gathered, forming into a huge humanoid figure that was about 25 feet tall and wider than the fattest troll. It didn't make a sound as it moved forward, at least not until one of its arms stretched forward unnaturally quickly and knocked some poor kid's pocket monster out cold. Everyone saw how quickly it had done so, and remembered from their pamphlets that this was the creature worth 0 points, so they either calmly retreated or ran screaming. Uraraka had been scouting from above when a piece of stone floated away beneath her to join the newly formed monstrosity. She wanted to flee, just like everyone else, and hoped that the points she had already earned would be more than enough. Unfortunately, she tripped and fell into a nearby piece of rubble, twisting her ankle at an awkward angle because the ground beneath her feet was floating away. That wasn't good. Baltoy tried to float in front of her and protect her, but there was laughably little it could do. It tried a mud slap. The city spirit got a little dirty. It tried Psybeam, but it failed miserably. She tried to stand, but the flaring pain in her leg proved too much, and she only managed to attract the attention of the enormous spirit. What was she doing? She wanted to be a hero, didn't she? Get up! Get up! Get up! Get up! Uraraka screamed at herself. The spirit's car horn sounded, and a sound wave struck Baltoy directly, shattering it into pieces. Uraraka suspected that it would have died without the trainer bond. Tears welled in her eyes at the situation. She couldn't even bear a little pain to get herself up when Baltoy was going through hell to keep her safe, and from a monstrosity that probably had orders not to kill her the way it was him. There was nothing he or Magikarp could do in their current state, but when he saw the spirit threatening the girl, he knew that he had to take care of this. How? It didn't matter, he wasn't operating on conscious thought at this point. Izuku heard her screams and, thinking they were a cry for help, turned back toward the gigantic culmination of everything dangerous about a city. It was exactly like Bakugo, really. He saw the threat, he saw the person he had to save, he saw the body of the spirit gyrating, gyrating, Gyro, Gyra. Garad, the flaring pain of the radio signal meant nothing to him anymore, and he pushed through it, as if he couldn't before, hyper-focusing on the need to save someone, the act of gyrating, and whatever word was associated with it, and he felt the power growing. Garad, Garad, Gyarados. Without comprehending what he had just said, he let out a loud cry. All Might was right. Outsider's growth could get weird, because there was no way that that was connected to a Magikarp's natural form. The glow of evolution surrounded Magikarp, then exploded, or at least that's how it appeared as the fish's mass increased tenfold before shaping itself, becoming serpentine in appearance. As the glow vanished, what was once an orange carp had become a sea monster. That was the closest Izuku could think of in a single phrase to describe what he saw before him, the 20-foot-long serpentine monstrosity with the head of an Eastern-style dragon and a fish's tail, its fins, now enormous, and barbels, now trailing from its face in long wisps. He was also correct about its innate aggression. Gyarados, as he surmised its name was, charged forward without command, constructing a kind of green fire in its mouth before tearing into the city spirit and biting it. Had Gyarados's tail not also been flailing about, hitting him and sending him flying, Izuku might have allowed his jaw to drop in admiration. In fact, he was dangerously high until a girl yelled, "Baltoy!" Try to save him, not catching him, but delaying his fall enough that he could roll into his landing and... oh, that might have been a broken arm. A collapsing pocket monster floated up and just managed to give him enough space to grab onto its handles. The staff at UA was in disbelief. Did that child suddenly change at the end of the test? It could be a unique talent. Is it possible for his pocket monster to pass for a Magikarp? Well, our school should definitely work to develop that power. Are you kidding? His own pocket monster attacked him. A beast that unmanageable, training to increase his strength is the last thing he needs. A person cannot be a hero if they are unable to control their monster. As the Gyarados continued its battle with the city spirit, it destroyed a number of buildings, some of them apparently on purpose. That thing looks like it will hurt more than it helps, another person said, agreeing that he would be a liability. All of you were concentrating on his pocket monster rather than the boy. He fought that thing to save that girl even though he believed it would be worth 0 points. That, in my opinion, demonstrates that he possesses the qualities necessary to be a hero on his own. Avoid being ridiculous. The majority of people wish to assist others. If they can't or don't know how, it doesn't matter and will only make matters worse. But he did help. Before it was decided that Izuku Midoriya would receive just enough rescue points to drop to the bottom of the top 38, the argument would go on for a long time. Sorting the children who passed the general exam into their respective classes was Aizawa and Khan's favorite activity, and since there were 38 of them and not enough time to check out more than their category listing, things never went smoothly. You mean a Whismer trainer? I think I know what she'll need better than you, having worked with Present Mike for all these years, Aizawa wrote. I'll take the Scyther trainer, Khan said, acknowledging the logic. I believe that I am capable of handling those blades safely. You just think it looks cool, Aizawa said. Before Khan could reply, it's mostly trainers. I think we should settle the atavists and metahumans first. You'll want every atavist wizard, I suppose? Even though he disliked sticking to one's specialties like this, Aizawa understood the logic because he was a boar atavist with a focus on water elementalism. Khan wrote, there's only 2 this year, while attempting to conceal his dismay at the news. Then I'll take the physical focus atavists. You can have both of them, and even the Metatite and Mr. Mime trainers. Aizawa replied, handing him the only psychic-type trainers he saw passing on first glance to make a point, not that it seemed to. Monkey, Rhino, or Otter? To keep us somewhat even, perhaps you could take the Porcupine. Khan replied, the Bear, too, adding that it will be logical for me to have more of them. A Troll and an Orc are the only metahumans present. The Elf is already with you. How about you take them both? Continue the theme. While some media outlets may assert segregation, what do they know? Aizawa sighed and then rummaged through the unsorted trainers, accepting that fact to keep the conversation going. I want the Wurmple, he said, making Khan's eyes narrow. Some of the most sought-after pocket monsters for hero work were Wurmple, Caterpie, and Weedle. They could easily learn String Shot, one of the most practical moves available, which allowed them to capture and immobilize villains, provide a grapple for climbing, a makeshift bandage, and other items that made hero work easier. Later, they could use Harden and learn to fly. So much potential, but so rarely realized for whatever reason. The main reason was that, as 2 other students on the list observed, they occasionally evolved on their own without trainer assistance, which is uncommon among pocket monsters, and lost some of their earliest abilities without care. If Khan hadn't narrowed his eyes at another entry, he would have fought for it. Then I get the Spinarak. It wasn't as great, but it still had String Shot. Flip for which one gets the early Metapod and which for the early Kakuna. Aizawa thought that was fair. From what little I know of Butterfree, it fits your style better than mine, Khan replied. Ready to put an end to that and go on, Aizawa shrugged. The Voltorb has a note. No rescue points at all, but the highest number of villain points of anyone? He doesn't have the proper mindset, according to someone on the admissions board. Well, that's obviously my forte. Khan, you're too lenient with troublesome students, let's face it. I am also well versed in combat. I can help him reach his full potential, Khan contended. He appears to have potential already. The threat of repercussions is what he needs. With the information provided, you were unaware of that, but it's okay. Oh no, a Pichu has returned. Does this one know how not to electrocute himself? Moaned Aizawa. What are your thoughts? You know, having such a talented Voltorb trainer in your class, I believe it would be best to mentor his potential if, Khan said with a smile. You got revenge for that one pretty quickly, didn't you? But okay. As long as you take the Magnemite trainer, I don't need any more electric types, and I get the ball toy, Aizawa said, folding his arms across his chest. Although he would never acknowledge it to his colleague, it would have been good to have at least one psychic type in his class. I had never heard of that before, but it's listed as a ground type, so that might help. Do you have strong feelings for anyone else? These two. Does Smeargle mean that a real monster name is still registered even though it can pass for a Magikarp? I don't know what this note is about or what the former is. I am aware of Smeargle. It seems to have a strange move that only it can learn. Regarding that, I think it's pretty obvious. He can't control his pocket monster. It's strange that he brought up that issue. Because the entrance exam is nonsense, Aizawa explained for the umpteenth time. Someone needs to really test that kid, see if he deserves to be here. Is that someone you are? Excellent. I like a good mystery, so I'll take the Smeargle. But what about the others? Each of them appears to be a solid pocket monster and an above-average untrained trainer. After examining them for a while, Aizawa said, I really want the Kecleon. That kind of stealth is what I do best. Then, he made a quick calculation of how many seats he still needed to fill and made a somewhat random selection from the rest of the list. Ponyta, Slugma, Bellsprout, Sunkern, and Murkrow. The rest is yours. Machop, Dunsparce, Misdreavus, Paris, Shuppet, Khan affirmed. That's taken care of if Nedzu has no objections. Faster than the previous time. Honestly, I think we've just learned to stop overthinking each one and toss them where they'd land. He was still thinking about that unnamed pocket monster that had posed as a Magikarp, even though the thought did divert his attention. Khan was correct when he said that someone who couldn't prevent their pocket monster from attacking themselves or others had no business working as a hero. Although, fairness was too unimportant to life in general and hero work in particular to be a serious consideration for everything he did with his students, Aizawa wasn't entirely ruthless. He simply seriously doubted that such a kid could surprise him. To be perfectly honest, he had insisted on bringing the boy into his class primarily so he could expel the child, but he'd be given a chance like everyone else. World notes. In the universe, Ironclaw spirits and Shadowrun spirits are not considered to be separate, and Undines, Gnomes, Salamanders, Sylphs, and Shades loosely adhered to Ironclaw's spirit lore while City Spirit did the same. Though it's not always a good one, I have a reason for assigning each character a certain category. Yes, exclaimed Kaminari upon receiving his letter of acceptance. I'm sorry, we did well on the practical exams, but I was so certain I had bombed the written test. Pichu rubbed its head against his knees. I knew I did well on the practical exams, he said, interrupted by an almost indignant sounding HMMPH. Yeah, just because I'm an idiot doesn't mean that I don't have what it takes, especially with you by my side. Many pocket monster intelligence experts would argue that Pichu was merely seeking comfort without context and didn't fully comprehend most of what he was saying. Kaminari was merely projecting his own emotions onto his companion when he assumed that the HMMPH was an insult or that pressing his head against his trainer was intended to be consoling. That was not clear to Kaminari. If he had, he most likely would have argued against it. He and Pichu were already going to be heroes. As always, it would hurt, but it would hurt because he was giving it his all. After all, wasn't that all he had to say? When Kirishima got his response from UA, he pretended not to be concerned. By his own admission, his pocket monster was not very impressive. Metapod remained motionless. Even though he didn't acquire the abilities he could have acquired as a Caterpie prior to evolving, he was still a man, and men didn't give up over minor setbacks. He hoped that a truly determined man could achieve something with Metapod's ability to harden his shell to ridiculous degrees. What others could do, he couldn't. He was a little jealous of the boy who was slowly using his own companion as a club during the practicals. The boy had a red and white orb and was blasting apart gnomes like there was no tomorrow. Furthermore, he thought that boy's actions demonstrated genuine manliness, and he was prepared to model and work with that. He gave a manly cheer when his projector told him he had gotten in. He had persevered through both of them. It didn't count the last time, but that wasn't a big deal at the moment. Shoji's happiness was restrained. Naturally, he was happy, and he made no effort to hide it, but he felt it was best to maintain his composure. Remain concentrated. He had come this far because of it. When All Might, the announcer, mentioned that he was the only orc to pass and congratulated him on it, it did irritate him a little. Like he was an accomplished orc, not an accomplished person, and that was something special that had to be mentioned. He was supposed to be a hero, even though the fact that no other orcs passed didn't reflect anything about society as a whole. Being at his best and becoming a hero that others could aspire to was more significant than any words, taunts, or frightened looks he had received since his goblin features developed. Instead of giving in to resentment, concentrate on bettering yourself. As he meditated, he repeated that mantra to himself and pointed out that All Might had not meant any harm in his words. In fact, this school may be different. Shoto Todoroki was feeling forgiving. For a day when he had to spend time with his father, that was probably the best he could say. Before he left for school, it was to be their final private training session. His acceptance did not surprise either of them. All Endeavor had said was that it was the natural outcome of him being himself. As previously stated, Shoto was content enough that he was understanding of his elderly father rather than irritated by him. A dummy appeared before him. Endeavor exclaimed, "He's summoned a psychic-type pocket monster." At Endeavor's frown, Todoroki smirked and commanded, "Nightshade." Neither spoke until another appeared behind the boy as the dummy was destroyed by the ghostly energy. "Normal type," yelled Endeavor. "Rock smash," Todoroki replied, pointing absently behind him. Sableye was aware of what to do. However, he wasn't finished destroying it when another, psychic type, appeared next to the boy. Shoto punched it in the hopes of dazing it long enough for Sableye to summon another Nightshade. It was psychic and normal and psychic, but every now and then a grass type appeared as the dummies emerged faster and faster. Today, Endeavor wasn't even attempting to be subtle. "Normal psychic dual type," Endeavor finally exclaimed. "Has that ever existed?" Shoto asked, wasting valuable seconds. Endeavor responded, "Who knows what pocket monsters will appear in the future? And I've heard rumors of some sort of two-headed giraffe that fits the bill. Now fight." He considered his options, fully aware of what his father was attempting to make him do. Rock Smash would have little effect on its psychic resilience, and Nightshade would have no effect at all. "Confuse Ray," said Shoto. The dummy swayed in both directions. "Very well, it's confused, but it's not out, it's still attacking, Shoto." To make it look like the dummy was attacking them, Houndoom leapt out of Endeavor's pocket and hit Sableye. Shoto clenched his jaw and remained silent. They trained in this manner. He had to constantly keep in mind that he was facing the dummy rather than Houndoom. Rock Smash. It would hurt it, but it wouldn't accomplish much, again and again. A growl was being stifled by Endeavor, and Houndoom released what its master had repressed. You could win so much faster, and with so much less risk. Going about this way is giving your opponent an opportunity to turn things around. It's a psychic type, Shoto, act accordingly. "I'm acting in the way I choose to," replied Shoto Todoroki. Endeavor made the blatantly spiteful decision, "You do too little damage, the villain escapes." "Alright, here, too." Todoroki was driven by resentment. Tenya Iida gazed proudly at the UA Academy's entrances. He didn't question his ability to get in, but he still gave himself a little credit for actually pulling it off. His arrogance wasn't. He truly possessed the ability to enroll in such a prominent university and carry on his brother's legacy. Gazing at it in all its splendor, he paused, not always an Iida characteristic, and moved forward, taking in the floor and roof details. He pondered for a moment why the doorways were so wide, thinking it might be an ostentatious show of wealth, but then a troll entered and he understood it had to do with inclusivity. He finally arrived at room 1A, where he would spend the next few months studying. He entered the room and looked around to see how his classmates were acting on this auspicious occasion. He was happy to see that some students had arrived even earlier than he had, and one of them had his feet up on the desk. Iida felt it was his responsibility to let the boy know that this unattractive behavior would not be tolerated by a UA student. Izuku had lamented the fact that he had received 0 points on the entrance exam for a whole week. Knowing that he had been given such power and had wasted it only made him more disappointed after he finally managed to make outsiders' growth work and realized how strong Gyarados truly was. Deep down, he felt that he had failed both Magikarp and All Might equally, and until the disc came to tell him that he had actually been accepted into UA, he had no idea what to do with himself. It seems that UA's employees were doing more than just racking up villain points. After all, a real hero did more than just battle evildoers. They also assisted in saving others. He demonstrated that he had the heart of a hero by putting his life in danger against the city spirit to save that girl, even though it would not have benefited him in any way. In addition to the startling news that he was reportedly hired to work as a teacher in UA, All Might himself sent a recording to share that fact. He therefore had a unique message for Izuku. Don't think you cheated, or didn't earn this, or aren't doing enough with your gifts. It was you that got you into UA, no one and nothing else. As he walked through the halls of UA, Izuku recalled that declaration. The elaborate doorways, which were obviously constructed to impress with the most opulent and elite in mind, did not frighten him. He was not intimidated by the idea of having to win over teachers, some of whom would rank among the greatest heroes in existence today. He had no intention of allowing any of his classmates to intimidate him, but then he considered the likelihood that Bakugo, with his skills, gained admission in the fact that the boy who confronted him so violently in the exam room also had a striking appearance. Maybe they wouldn't be in his class, but whatever. He had just been considering an argument between the two boys when he opened the door to the classroom. Bakugo was shouting and sneering because Bakugo is Bakugo. That other boy, displaying a lot of the same attitude as before, was attempting to correct the former, but his efforts were not much more successful than those of anyone who tried to give Bakugo instructions. The tall boy apparently objected to Bakugo's sitting position, but the argument broke down when Izuku's childhood friend found out that the taller boy had gone to a private middle school for the affluent and elite. Bakugo then took all criticism of him as coming from a rich kid who looked down on a commoner, and he used it as an opportunity to make fun of him and prove that he was better than everyone. Clearly wanting to continue their argument, the taller boy caught Izuku out of the corner of his eye and moved on to another argument. Before the tall boy bowed, Izuku shuddered inward, unconsciously attempting to shrink as much as possible. "Hello, my name is Tenya Iida, and I owe you an apology. Wow. I was unnecessarily harsh in the exam room. I mistook the noise you were making for a lack of sincerity, but your performance in the exam itself shows me that you were ready to put your best foot forward, and even act where I chose to flee. I clearly misjudged you, and, since a harsh rebuke is only justified if backed by proper judgment, I have wronged you." Izuku found it unsettlingly perplexing that someone would acknowledge their wrongdoing and make an effort to make amends. He didn't know how to react. That fact told us a lot about his life, but fortunately he didn't have time to think about it before someone else spoke to him. Izuku looked back and was pleasantly surprised to see the girl he had spoken to and then saved right behind him. "Hey, you're that boy from the exam. I'm so glad to see that you made it too," he said. "I don't remember if I introduced myself properly. I'm Ochako Uraraka. Wow, this looks incredible. I bet that we'll have so much fun here. If you're here to have fun, I would recommend dropping out now and saving everyone's time," a man with untidy, oily hair said. Even though he seemed to be saying a straightforward fact, his voice reverberated throughout the room. He was clearly heard by all. Bakugo even sat up straight and removed his legs from his desk. "I'm your homeroom teacher, Shoto Aizawa. You may refer to me as Aizawa-sensei. Now that that's out of the way, welcome to your first day at UA. Normally, this would be when we had orientation, making you listen to a bunch of speeches that you don't actually care about and going over school rules and policies that, if you don't understand already, means that you really shouldn't be here. I, for one, think that we should be using our time much more valuably." No one spoke, but everyone appeared uneasy. Our entrance exam tests whether you can fight and understand type advantages. The first is a tiny fraction of being a hero. The other is, once again, something that you should have already familiarized yourself with if you had any hopes of this profession. In short, it's not enough. Every year, I see new students who shouldn't be here, and every year it behooves me to use UA's free-floating curriculum to weed them out. So, without further ado, he motioned for everyone to sit. He snapped his fingers when they were finished, and a number of employees entered with trays. Each student had 6 flowers on a tray that was set out on their desk. "You've been called into an emergency situation. While the initial threat has been handled, the local populace is starving, and thanks to the crisis it's going to be a while before emergency services can provide food. Luckily for the populace, there is plenty to eat in the nearby woods. Unluckily, not all of it is safe. As a hero, it's your job to get them what they need until the government can help. As the one feeding them, you're also liable if they consume any poisons." He scowled and then gave them a glare. "Here's how your first day at our illustrious academy is going to work. I'm giving you several scenarios, and you'll gain or lose points based on how you handle them. Anyone who ends the day with a positive amount of points continues on as a UA student with all the privileges that implies. Anyone who ends with 0 points will be on probation. You'll go to class as normal, but you'll have to work to get access to some our bonuses, like the rec rooms and all that nonsense." Students began to converse with one another, a girl in the back remarking that it looked like fun. "If you end the day with negative points, you'll be expelled." There was silence in the classroom. They gritted their teeth, glanced at each other, then at their teacher, and then prayed anxiously that it wouldn't be too hard to receive at least 1 point or avoid the negatives. "Now, getting back to the scenario I laid out, you're going to present the flowers that are safe for the people to eat. If you eliminate all of the dangerous ones, you get 20 points. If you eliminate a safe one, you lose 2 points. If you aren't absolutely certain, you can always seek the advice of an expert. In this case, that just means asking me, and you'll get 0 points overall for this one." The math was done by all. It didn't appear to be too bad. If you present a dangerous one to be eaten, You deal with the consequences. Now, go ahead. Oh, and since we want you to learn how to use your abilities to their fullest, you are free to use any unnatural talents you think will help, so long as it doesn't involve physically harming another student. Izuku made an effort to recall the rhymes they learned on their one elementary school camping trip that taught them to distinguish between safe and toxic plants, but he was unable to do so. His hands began to shake. How would he perform on the remaining tests if he was already this poor on the first one? Would he allow All Might to fail so soon? Mineta nearly went into a panic. He knew absolutely nothing about plant species. Then he remembered that the majority of poisons did not harm his pocket monster. He called forth Wurmple and instructed his companion to sample each plant. Let me know if they're safe for humans, okay buddy? Nod for poisonous, shake for none. He merely hoped that the creature would pass the test. He had no idea how many pocket monster researchers would have been watching him to see if it understood such a complicated instruction. Momo was tapping her finger with her medical drone to see if she could get its blood analysis lab to assist her. With more time and a proper laboratory, she was sure she could. But in this case, she was cursing its crude design. She tried anyway, taking a sample of each plant and passing it through the apparatus that would have measured blood contaminants, and it did help her with one of them. After all, it was only meant to help keep her or an ally alive until appropriate help could arrive. This was before the advent of a better chemistry lab. She moved the one that her machine indicated was unquestionably poisonous to the side, but the others were not conclusive. She had doubts about their safety. That was unsettling. Because the desks and trays were set up to keep them somewhat hidden, Hagakure was unable to observe which plants were being rejected and accepted by her peers. However, she did get an idea when she saw one. Mineta, boy, call forth his pocket monster and have it sample plants for him. For a moment, she contemplated calling forth Kecleon to nibble the plants and see if any of them transformed him into a poison type, but decided to go with the safer route and have him blend in with his surroundings while observing what the others were doing so he could report back. In a panic, Kaminari realized he would need to seek assistance because he had no idea which plant was which. He really wanted to look good in front of the girls, but sadly, nobody else had yet. He would respectfully follow in their footsteps, ideally without drawing attention to himself, once someone, anyone, turned to their teacher for support. Hopefully, the second or third guy would be forgotten, but the first guy would be remembered by all. So please, someone, let him finish second or third. Pichu sat on his desk and reassuringly pressed his head against Kaminari's jacket, but when that didn't work, the little mouse became bored and began to nibble on one of the plants on his tray. Loud enough for everyone in the room to hear, he yelled, "No, wait, I don't know if that's poisoned or not." While everyone else was primarily preoccupied with their own tests, Aizawa-sensei gazed at him expectantly. He observed that most of them had heard his outburst and resigned himself to embarrassment before grudgingly requesting expert assistance. Unlike Izuku, Bakugo had vivid memories of the school field trips because he participated in numerous competitions where he was able to show off his skills and win praise for outperforming the other extras. As a result, he had no trouble remembering the rhyme and was as certain of his selection of plants as he was of his chances of winning the title of hero. Aizawa called after a few minutes to let them know that time was running out and to find out who else needed professional help. After much hesitation, Izuku and 3 others held up their hands. He approached each student individually before introducing himself to the class and asking if they were prepared to give their final responses. He asked the employees to come in and remove all of the plants they marked as dangerous, after no one else objected, leaving the safe plants on their desk. According to you, everything you left on your tray is safe to eat. This is what you plan to present to the people you've been entrusted to save. Their lives are in your hands. Now, obviously a hero wouldn't make civilians suffer to satisfy their own ego. So show me that you were careful. Eat them. Only half of the students understood as they stared at him. Uraraka questioned, weren't there poisonous plants here? Poisonous plants that you were going to feed to the civilians, he replied. Surely you're not telling me that you'd make them risk something that you wouldn't risk for yourself? Someone yelled, but this is just a simulation. Which is why there was nothing that would actually kill you, just get you sick, replied Aizawa, and more importantly, we're here to go plus ultra and prepare you for a serious hero career. Everything should be treated as if it were serious if you want to succeed. Bakugo grabbed all of his and shoved them in his mouth, stopping more protest. Another boy, identified by the nameplate on his desk as Shoto Todoroki, hesitated only a little more before doing it himself. Yaoyorozu took a gulp before swallowing, but she did so anyway, showing that she was nervous. Following their lead, an increasing number of them began forcing the plants into their mouths, which proved to be a terrible mistake for a number of them. Mineta screamed that he couldn't do it after witnessing the boy in front of him throw up. When the girl beside him began to moan in agony, Mineta decided to take the plant after he hesitated for a full minute. Aizawa told him that not eating it would be considered as if he had thrown out all the safe ones. When she saw him falter, Hagakure, who had cheated on him, accepted the same offer. After receiving confirmation that they couldn't take it back, he informed them both that they had done well and that, had they been more self-assured, they would have received full marks. Then he signaled for the next test to begin. No, there was no prelude to those who poisoned themselves. The fact that Midoriya had received negative points and had no reason to believe he could receive any more on the next tests dampened his relief at not becoming ill during the first test. That worry turned out to be mostly correct. Repairing defective wiring before it exploded or damaged the surrounding area electrically was the next test. Even though it wouldn't explode, doing it incorrectly would cause pain, which is why over half of the class chose to receive 0 points in order to receive Aizawa's help. Kaminari realized that he could do the same thing, essentially, as Bakugo, who had Voltorb send controlled sparks through the circuitry to determine what was wrong. Yaoyorozu simply happened to have the appropriate civilian knowledge to get through it with ease, while Uraraka had Baltoy take advantage of its ground typing to absorb the damage as she went in for it. In an attempt to mimic Uraraka, Kirishima discovered that Metapod lacked the same immunity. As a result, not only did his pocket monster get zapped, but he also chose to follow it and absorb the same damage he had just demanded from his monster as a sign of manliness. Although Aizawa secretly respected the latter choice, she still docked him points for the first mistake. After that, they held a race outside with the unusual rule that anything, under the contestant's control, that crossed the finish line earned points, albeit not as many as the contestant who did. However, they would receive a portion of the points they would receive for finishing earlier added to the points for their actual time if a pocket monster or something else that met the requirements. Aizawa made sure to look at the atavists and metahumans as he emphasized that finished before them. Yaoyorozu decided that was sufficient and launched her lone flying drone. Since they had no means of taking advantage of the special rules, Tsuyu, Ojiro, and Sato simply ran as quickly as they could. That was really quick, thanks to their atavist improvements. Iida swiftly gained control of the pack after calling forth Ponyta. Instead of sending it ahead to take advantage of the special rules, he decided to ride it and received a great score on both of their occasions. As Wurmple frantically attempted to catch up to the rest of the class on his own 2 feet, Mineta had Wurmple use string shot on a tree that overlooked the finish line and pull itself across. He was told to do the same with his vines by Zero, who called forth Bellsprout. Bakugo thought about rolling Voltorb ahead and running for it with his own not inconsiderable physical prowess, but he also considered the possibility of using a hardened surface and having Voltorb explode beneath him. He was smiling maniacally to hide his fear. It would draw attention, it would be daring, and most importantly, it would put him where he belonged, at the front of the line. Even though he was and should be the best, he thought that he might have to leave Voltorb behind, which could result in a lower score. Satisfied with the rotating landing of the spherical creature, he threw Voltorb as far as he could and fled, complaining to himself in frustration. Izuku wasn't last in the race, quite the opposite, thanks to all of that intense physical training with All Might and the fact that some other students who had no way of influencing the test in their favor were resisting the urge to throw up. He still wanted to do well on this test because he had received 0 points on the last 2 and was afraid of receiving a negative score on the next one. In addition, he couldn't help but question his own deservingness of being here at UA, the place for the best of the best. Those doubts should be quenched if he really did something useful with his pocket monster, but what? In fact, if Gyarados were allowed to run free, he would have no trouble finishing near the top of the race, if not first. However, could Izuku risk him attacking his classmates, and himself, for that matter? In this situation, if an unchecked pocket monster didn't get him expelled on its own, how many points would he lose? No, it wasn't yet worth it. There was a golf course, of all things, after that race. It had hills, sand pits, a broad lake in the center, and a number of flags to indicate holes, or at least that's how it appeared. As Aizawa clarified that they were actually playing golf without clubs, the students watched in perplexity and Yaoyorozu with a hint of nostalgia. With the exception of having their pocket monster run forward and put it in, they could do anything they wanted to get the ball into one of the holes as long as they remained motionless from the tee. Before the swing, the pocket monster could stand anywhere on the course, take the swing for the trainer, or move it in any manner other than carrying it. Following a single swing, they would receive a reasonable number of points for hitting the hole that was the furthest away, A little fewer for holes that were closer, and only 5 points for getting close enough to 1. If they landed too far, even outside the field, they would lose points. He didn't say too far in any particular sense. Izuku simply swallowed. Bakugo took his turn, smiling. Tossing a ball? It was his area of expertise. Die! He cried at the top of his lungs as he threw the ball into the air and reached back to throw Voltorb after it. After comprehending the instructions, his pocket monster detonated an explosion that caused the ball to shoot downward at a straight diagonal angle, aiming for the inch of green next to the hole that was the furthest away. Aizawa pointed out that Bakugo was receiving a lot of points for that performance, but Bakugo clenched his teeth at the setback. He would later prove himself if any of these extras were able to outperform him. He would quickly rise to the top if he wasn't already the best. Nevertheless, the thought that he wasn't at his best at the moment made a big part of him shudder. Immediately following his own toss, his ego was shattered twice. After confirming with Aizawa that that wasn't carrying it, Uraraka had Baltoy use its psychic powers to lift the ball right into the farthest hole. Yaoyorozu loaded the ball into one of her drone's guns and determined the precise angle of fire required to shoot it right in. The strange kid with the mismatched hair then threw his golf ball forward, where his purple diamond-eyed goblin thing caught it and threw it farther, coming as close as his own. Even when that short whiny boy with the purple caterpillar made a mistake despite String Shot giving him the ideal way to control exactly where the ball landed. Especially since the boy managed to get it into one of the closer holes anyway. It didn't help his frustration that the next few students made mistakes with their throws in different ways or performed worse than him by basically copying half-and-half strategy. His anger returned when the Bellsprout boy used its vines to accomplish what the purple boy was unable to, and it persisted when the troll persuaded a squirrel to carry it to the farthest hole. The goblin sheepishly pointed out that it wasn't a pocket monster, it was Izuku's turn at last, and Bakugo managed to swallow his pride long enough to smile. Watching the useless Magikarp fail should be entertaining enough. On his own, Izuku was unable to get the ball anywhere where it could score points. To the best of his knowledge, Magikarp was unable to assist him in its current state. Given his results on the other tests, he was left with no choice but to take the chance of calling forth Gyarados. It would take a clarification of the rules, but that giant might be big enough to just drop the ball into the hole without leaving the tee, which wasn't carrying it, was it? It could do a lot of things, like launch the ball with its draconic breath or spike it with its tail eye, if it had the control. He would have to go for the launch, so there was no point in taking the chance. Izuku called forth Magikarp, prepared the ball, and said to his companion, "Okay, when I activate Outsider's Mark, use Dragon Rage to send it flying into that hole. We can do this," in the hopes that Gyarados would heed his advice rather than go on a violent rampage this time. The transformation and power display were ready as one hand prepared the throw while the other focused on the energy, producing the radio static from earlier and bringing forth that litany of sounds he knew meant Gyarados. Aizawa exclaimed, "Disable," as the Magikarp that his documents told him wasn't one began to change. The nearly man-sized yellow imp that had appeared directly beside him had gone unnoticed, but it did as its trainer said. To the boy's bewilderment, the transformation did indeed sputter and stop when his ball fell a pathetic distance into the green. That wouldn't be considered his throw until Aizawa clarified his position. Iida gazed at Izuku and remarked, "It's amazing how much that boy's pocket monster resembles an ordinary Magikarp. But what is our teacher doing?" Bakugo responded to him, "It is an ordinary Magikarp, with a mix of confusion and amusement. Still have no idea how the loser got in here." Iida scowled. "But in the entrance exam, I saw." Whatever he was about to say was cut short when one of his classmates yelled that their teacher was the relatively unknown Eraserhead and that the pocket monster was the notorious Hypno. Izuku gazed in disbelief at his own failure. "What happened?" "Hypno stopped you from being a danger to yourself and others, that's what happened," replied Aizawa. "But you're a liability. I read about the results of your entrance exam. If you can't control that much destructive power, then you'll end up doing more damage than the villains. For as dangerous as hero work is, I can't sit here in good conscience and encourage someone who's only going to make it more dangerous for his comrades." Izuku attempted to counter, but Aizawa went on. "Can you control that monster's power? Can you control it? Well, if you continue to perform as you have in the past tests, then you'll be expelled on your score. If you bring out that thing, and it hurts you, another student, myself, or causes significantly more damage to school property than any of your classmates, then you'll be expelled regardless of your score. Do you understand?" Izuku swallowed. "Disable will wear off in a few minutes. You can make your attempt again. Don't disappoint me." Izuku was going crazy. The boy had experienced that before, but this time it was getting in the way of his advancement in the school he and All Might had worked so hard to get him into. How could he? Since he hadn't dared since his last triumph and the creature had nearly killed him by accident, he didn't know what Magikarp would do when it turned into Gyarados. He was the only one who knew it was an uncontrollable monstrosity. However, he was unable to use it. How should I proceed? How should I proceed? It would be disastrous to try to force Gyarados to do anything, so why would you do it? It was probably long enough to just drop it, Izuku thought, recalling his earlier thoughts. However, since pocket monsters couldn't carry it, why would they? Izuku instructed Magikarp to disregard his previous directives after Aizawa verified that disable had worn off. Rather, simply extend as far as possible in the direction of the holes. In its mouth, he inserted the ball. The same evolutionary light formed when Outsider's growth was triggered, and Magikarp's own evolved into the terrifying serpent he was familiar with. When he finished, the creature's head was exactly over the closest hole, and its now enlarged mouth dropped the ball, just as he had predicted. It nearly missed the hole it was aiming for due to its imprecise technique, and it wasn't even the farthest hole that many of his classmates had entered or were close to. However, there were some good aspects. At the very least, it ought to be sufficient to keep him on probation. Gyarados let out a low roar, and Izuku instantly transformed it back into Magikarp. Well, Aizawa-sensei. No one got hurt. Bakugo's body twitched. What the hell was that? He had spent almost his entire life with Magikarp and Midoriya. Bakugo would have seen it earlier if he had a pocket monster similar to whatever it was. It didn't make sense given how consumed the boy had been with attempting to be a hero despite his useless pocket monster, how much he had been ridiculed and harassed for it, and how much of his life he could have avoided by simply revealing such a strong creature. Why wouldn't he? Bakugo conveniently ignored the fact that he was partially to blame for the suffering that could have been avoided, focusing only on the things he could rationalize as placing a loser in his proper place. Perhaps his subsequent ludicrous conclusion was the result of that compartmentalization. Perhaps it was the ridiculousness of the whole thing, the way it completely destroyed his perception of the world from just a few seconds before. Perhaps he snapped because he was still upset about not being the best in the class and was aggravated by the fact that Izuku, of all people, wasn't the worst. At any rate, he lost it. Bakugo charged forward, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Have you been mocking me this whole time, you worthless Magikarp?" With the telltale electrical signs of a spark rising from its sides, Voltorb, barely recovered from the earlier explosion but sensing its master's rage, rolled after him. Izuku held up his hands in a desperate attempt to refute whatever the hell Bakugo was accusing him of as he looked at him in horror. However, Voltorb's sparks disappeared when Aizawa yelled, "Disable," once more. "The next student who gives me a reason to use Hypno is expelled." "You, Bakugo, is it? You've got detention as it is." The remaining tests were remarkably simple after the first 4. They were merely a series of strength tests and exercises. If Aizawa hadn't told them that their personal records from middle school, of which he assured them he had copies, were the absolute minimum to receive 0 points, they would have been easy, at least. He let them try, of course, after reminding them that their middle school physical scores were based on their natural human bodies without any unnatural talent enhancements, which was obviously not the case here. Izuku performed mediocrely. In fact, he performed exceptionally well by the standards of a typical physical because of his training with All Might. Unfortunately, the standards of a normal physical meant almost nothing because of the troll's ability to channel strength into itself, the orc's similar behavior, the atavist's ability to use all of their animal enhancements for once, and those who were able to use their pocket monsters to increase their scores in any way that Aizawa would permit. As the final scores were being counted, he was perspiring, and not just from physical effort. Well, congratulations, class. You all managed the bare minimum, at least. No one's going home this semester. Those who gave the weaker performances exhaled with relief. Out loud, Yaoyorozu questioned whether the expulsion threat had ever existed. Instead of responding to her, he enumerated the names of those placed on probation. Rhino atavist Sato swore that he would have survived without getting sick from those fucking plants. As Mineta's name was called, he also reflected on that initial test and what could have occurred if he had been more self-assured. The news that he had passed as a full student surprised Izuku. His teacher must have been more impressed than he realized by that single effective use of Gyarados. Regarding 1A pupils, I believe that Bakugo Voltorb, Mineta Wurmple, and Hagakure Kecleon are self-explanatory. Asui Otter Atavist, Ojiro Monkey Atavist, and Sato Rhino Atavist, Poliwag and Mankey were given careful consideration for the first 2, but I thought that a significant aspect of them was how their peculiarities changed their physical forms. Otter, because Ironclaw is limited to mammals, excluding Jadeclaw. The remainder appears to be self-explanatory. I haven't given Sato enough thought because she's not a significant enough character. Zero Bellsprout. I picked Bellsprout essentially at random because I wanted to get him something with either Vine Whip or String Shot. I might or might not talk about the others later. Nedzu mentioned, so, I see you gave a child outsider's growth, while seated opposite All Might. The tone of the former could not be read by the latter. Was he inquisitive, disapproving, or thrilled? As usual, the mouse atavist kept his motivations a secret, and their discussion of his recently selected protege was more annoying than usual. All Might's only possible reaction was to sigh and give an explanation of his thinking. The boy has the heart of a hero, and the mind of a strategist. He had everything going for him both mentally and emotionally to be one of the greats, to do some good for this world. But a twist of fate robbed him of his potential. It's the only way to use outsiders' growth without making it a tool for gaining power and, I guess, cheating at strength, to give those with no physical or unnatural potential what they need to succeed. The mouse drank some tea and replied, I guess you recognize yourself in the boy. That can be dangerous, choosing someone similar to you. It can blind you to his faults. That's the thing. He's not similar to me, except that he also wanted to help even when he couldn't. He has a way of analyzing things, of taking in information. I have no doubt that he'll surpass me, to do what I couldn't. Nedzu set down his tea. Well, you've certainly put more thought into this than I expected of you. Very well, I will trust you for now. I have high hopes for this boy, and higher expectations. Aizawa already sees potential, and that's a man who is easily disappointed, so I can't say we haven't already seen results. The students engaged in small talk and made an effort to get to know one another as they changed together in their gender-specific locker rooms. While some quickly settled into a rhythm, others found it awkward and challenging. The latter group, which included Mineta, Kaminari, and Zero, was primarily brought together by their appreciation of the female form and a private setting in which to discuss it. Damn, this class has got it going on. The girl with the lava slug was very well proportioned, I must say. Mineta interrupted, though not as much as that Yaoyorozu chick, because he was so taken by her that he had taken the trouble to commit her name to memory. Zero scowled in response. I don't know, I've never been into meta girls. Out loud, Kaminari questioned, even elves? Believe it or not, they're actually the worst, because they look so human that the parts that are different are just too different, you know. It's like the uncanny valley thing. I guess, but the ears are kind of cool for me, and they certainly don't stop me from noticing the other assets, replied Kaminari. Hell no, Mineta replied. I'm not ignoring great boobs and a fine ass just because her ears are a little pointy or her cheekbones are set a bit too high. Or because she's covered in fur for that matter. The otter girl, for example. I'm not a furry chaser, but I could see how one would be into her. Shoji scoffed in disgust while changing his clothes next to them, but he remained silent. The classmates' remark about metas and the fact that Shoji was obviously an orc made Zero wonder, hey, man, I don't mean anything about meta people. I just don't find them appealing on a sexual level. They weren't entirely sure what had offended their classmate. Fair enough, Shoji said simply, I don't find you appealing either. Presuming everything was fine, Zero laughed and continued talking to the other two. Izuku tried not to listen in, red-faced. He didn't typically have this kind of conversation and somehow felt that it wasn't right. He was also a heterosexual adolescent boy who, although he hadn't been nearly as inclined to think so deeply about it, had noticed many of the same things his classmates had. He was a modern man who respected women, even when it came to that Uraraka girl and her. More importantly, he had learned in middle school that no girl would ever be interested in him, and that to think otherwise was repulsive and pointless wishful thinking, even though he didn't like to think of it that way. He was a Magikarp and was garbage, but wasn't that the case before? Given his newfound status, how should he respond to women? His new status was not yet established, but it was obvious that he could do better. Did that imply that he was deserving of other people's attention since he was not destined to be worthless forever? Was it still repulsive that he was joining and speaking like those three? The silent glares from Iida and Shoji seemed to indicate the latter. What did he deserve, though, and when? Now that I think about it, what sort of friendship was he due? His social opportunities would undoubtedly change if he were to truly succeed at heroism, which meant he would need to learn how to interact with people. Why was it all so difficult? Izuku was shocked to see Iida walking beside him as he finally left the school. I must say, Midoriya, that you put on a fine performance today. I've never seen a pocket monster act quite like yours. The other boy went on, I really am afraid that we may have gotten off on the wrong foot, and was wondering if a fresh start might be possible. I would even be opening to you considering me a friend. Izuku began to panic, wondering if Iida had discovered his secret. A companion? Would Izuku be making his first friend soon? Was it really that simple? So why wasn't it that simple earlier? Because you had a Magikarp before. You now possess a Gyarados. That observation disturbed him in some way, but he pushed it aside in order to continue with the first person to approach him. That attractive Uraraka girl, about whom he had most certainly not been harboring inappropriate thoughts during the earlier conversation between the boys, came running up as he was doing this. She exclaimed, "Hey, I don't think I ever got your name, other than that one boy shouting, Magikarp. Is that your name? It sounds like a pocket monster." And Izuku was heartbroken. It is, or was, my pocket monster. It looks like a Magikarp, so everyone thought it was one, and, well, it's kind of an insult. Oh, I'm so sorry. Uraraka spat in shame and covered her mouth with her hands. In order to spare her more embarrassment, Iida scowled at the behavior of Izuku's old schoolmates. Insulting you over a pocket monster, now that is most unbecoming. Even if it was a normal Magikarp, such behavior wouldn't have been warranted. Izuku was genuinely shocked by that. He started to say that they would have approved of a I don't know anything about Magikarp, but Uraraka cut him off. Aren't they a water type? As someone whose pocket monster is weak to that, it sounds dangerous enough to me. Ponyta is also vulnerable to water types, Iida said, but I understand that Magikarp doesn't have a large pool of moves to use, at least not that have been discovered. I commend you, Midoriya, for not giving up and finding out your monster's true potential. I suspect that most would have made another choice. Izuku sincerely hoped that neither of them would notice the tears that were starting to well up at the corners of his eyes. He's being praised by people his own age. What was this feeling? What made it so uncommon? He did not wish for them to witness his tears. He didn't want them to witness his true pitiful nature. He was looking forward to an exciting and adventurous new school life. To cultivate strange powers and learn what they could do, he was going to enroll in classes at UA, the top school for unnatural talents. The curriculum must have been equally heroic, since it was a school for heroes. Though it didn't feel like it, he assumed it was. If his first morning lessons were any indication, heroes needed math, English, and history just as much as everyone else. At least that's what UA's teaching staff believed. He came here for something different, but they weren't bad in and of themselves or even particularly dull. At least, that's what he thought, though some of his classmates obviously didn't. He came to be amazed. Said wowing would have to wait until their first combat lesson at the end of the week. Even though some of the more realistic students pointed out that it was probably just going over basic exercises and reviewing the fundamentals, the students were still thrilled to be doing something that was exclusive to hero work at last. Many began muttering excitedly as All Might walked in, shouting in the most dramatic tone possible that he was entering through the door like a normal person. They believed the number one hero would be assisting the older children, the special children, and the elites, even though they knew from their acceptance videos that he had been hired as a teacher. As anonymous first years, were they truly going to be taught by the greatest of the best? Every one of you has gotten into UA. That means that you already have some foundation. Mages and wizards already know some spells. Atavists already know how to hit. Trainers already know how to get their pocket monsters to use moves, and hopefully know a little bit about staying alive in a fight themselves. Rather than start out with some simple spars or exercises, I think that we should learn through hands-on experience. I'm going to create a scenario where some children will act as heroes and others will act as villains. You're going to fight over an objective that I choose, using what you already know, and then we'll see what you have to work on. I know it sounds like a lot to start with, but learning comes from experience. So let's get you experienced. The sight of the place where they would presumably be tested astounded the students as much as the sight of All Might. There was a real city all around them, a destroyed one, but a city nonetheless. Even the one from their entrance exam wasn't it. The abundance of resources available at this school was amazing. A plain box caught All Might's attention. You'll be drawing from this to determine your teams. Tenya questioned, is that really the best way to do this? Someone said, on the field, heroes frequently encounter unexpected team-ups. Sweating a little, All Might regained control in a flash. Absolutely. Life can be unpredictable, and you don't always have time to prepare or choose who to work with when villains attack. This will show us how well you think on your feet, how you deal with the unexpected. Once again, we're just seeing where you already are. After hearing the explanation, Each student went up individually and selected a number. Izuku swallowed when All Might showed them a board that explained which student was paired with which based on which number they drew. Uraraka was with him. Well, that was a good thing. Even though he had different opinions about her, they could still collaborate because she was, in a sense, his friend. He really didn't want to deal with them right now. But that wasn't the main reason for his apprehensive swallow. No, his opponents received that honor, and one Katsuki Bakugo in particular. Stopping a villain from putting up a bomb was their scenario. The opposing team, Bakugo and Iida, had 10 minutes to conceal a bomb in a building close by. Izuku and Uraraka would then enter the building, and they would have 15 minutes to either disarm the bomb before it went off, or capture the villains by subduing them to All Might's standards. Bakugo and Iida would win if they were able to keep the heroes away from the bomb for the entire duration, or if they were able to subdue the heroes. They acknowledged that it would be the same here because hero work was never fair in real life, even if it favored the villain team. The fact that his fellow villain was so obstinately unwilling to cooperate was much more difficult for Iida to accept. Bakugo simply snorted when he mentioned his plan, claiming that he was targeting the useless Magikarp, and that Glasses could do anything he desired. Bakugo didn't seem to care that Glasses was upset about being fired so quickly, especially since he was positive that their opponents would be cooperating and that their group would be at a disadvantage due to their lack of coordination. In general, the boy hardly seemed to care about the exercise. He seemed overly preoccupied with Izuku, and even though Iida couldn't possibly guess what it was, it appeared that it would interfere with his own performance. The bomb was set down in a random room, and Iida turned to give a lecture to his temporary teammate until All Might's voice came over a nearby intercom to tell them that the heroes could now enter the building. Bakugo smiled, finally, then called forth Voltorb and hurried away, disregarding Iida's persistent objections. The only villain who grasped the idea of cooperation, sighing, called forth Ponyta and, recalling what he could about the pocket monsters of both of his rivals, proceeded to arrange the room to his benefit. Uraraka respectfully said, "So, do you have a plan? You know Bakugo better than I do," as they surveyed the structure. "Though, I do understand that he has an electric type, and I have a ground type, so many I should handle him?" "Bakugo's got plans for ground types," Izuku said, shaking his head without comment. "Normally I'd still agree with you that you'd be better for taking him down, but if I know him properly he's going to go on the attack as soon as he can. Our best bet is for one of us to lure him out while the other goes for the bomb, which I'm sure Iida will be guarding dutifully. It's a little awkward, but I think that, with our history, he'd be more likely to go after me than you, so I'll be the distraction and you go for the bomb." He wanted to confront Kacchan as well, but he kept that from her. He needed to explain it to her, but he wasn't sure how. He didn't know what he needed to do, but he knew that Kacchan was involved in his childhood of failure and despair, and the boy had been a mainstay of that. It was palpable in his bones. They had to battle. He had to be beaten by Izuku. Bakugo wasn't tactically incompetent despite his aggression and utter lack of communication skills. He remembered the partner and her ground type despite his unwavering attention to the useless Magikarp, or what he believed to be one until last week. That's why he didn't make a big announcement right away and why he didn't start his ambush of the two by electrocuting them. Instead, before either could truly react, Voltorb began by yelling, "Sonic Boom!" at the top of his lungs as it launched itself across the hallway. Or, more deliberately, they nearly ducked out of the way, which only slightly injured them. That was okay, he could have done much more harm to them. Unusable took cover, while Round Face ran for it. He went for his old childhood friend, leaving the girl for Glasses to look after. The extra was probably capable enough. The one who had spent years deceiving him about his pocket monster. The one who had to foot the bill. Every time Voltorb approached, Izuku sprinted from one piece of debris to another. Bakugo said, "Thunderwave," without much concern, prepared to stop that at once. Unfortunately, Useless was smart enough to avoid the attack by leaping up onto a non-conductive piece of stone. Luckily, that put him in a precarious position and achieved a scaled-down version of what he had been attempting to do all along: restrict the boy's movements. Bakugo lifted Voltorb and threw him, smiling maniacally as he said, "Spark," instead of trying to avoid it correctly and attempting the nearly impossible feat of keeping his balance on the uneven stonework. Izuku simply let himself fall rather than take the sphere encircled by arcing lightning straight to his torso. He was sprawled on the ground after the fall, which allowed Voltorb to leap on top of him. The spark didn't miss this time. He was grateful for Kacchan's predictability despite the excruciating volts that were coursing through his body. Due to the aggressive nature of his childhood companion, He only used non-damaging attacks when necessary. If he had used another Thunder Wave and paralyzed Izuku while he had the opportunity, the match most likely would have ended immediately. Rather, Kachan continued to attempt paralysis only when his opponent was in motion and proceeded directly to inflict pain once his opponent was on the ground. Izuku was able to focus his trembling muscles and punch the spherical pocket monster straight off of him because of this. He could duck under cover again. Bakugo yelled, "Where's that pocket monster of yours, Magikarp?" as his adversary fled and hid once more. "The one you've been hiding from me all this time? The one you've been using to mock me? Show it to me, Magikarp. Show me that monster, so Voltorb can destroy it with me. Show it to me so I can remind you that I'm still the best." Bakugo had not anticipated the kick that struck his head directly or the punch that followed, but one did not genuinely train to be the greatest hero in history by allowing oneself to be hit by every surprise attack. The spiky-haired boy rolled with the kick to reduce the damage, went for the punch, grabbed Izuku's arm as it attempted to bury itself in his torso, and dragged Useless toward him in an attempt to grapple him so Voltorb could kill him, at least until All Might yelled that he was taken. Useless yelled, "Flail!" as the fucking Magikarp smacked its tail exactly where Bakugo's head had been before he leapt to escape the assault. It was almost like this. After all, the nerd was using his pocket monster, which Bakugo would have been thrilled to see if it had been the real one. That huge monstrosity he had witnessed during Aizawa's tests. Useless truly didn't deserve to be here if he believed that a mere, unimpressive Magikarp would be of any assistance to someone like him. No, such memories were a waste of time, and he didn't deserve to look down on Bakugo the way he had been since that day at the pond. Making eye contact with Voltorb, he hurried toward Useless's most recent attempt to cover, trusting his lifelong companion to know what to do. Running through the deserted corridors, Uraraka felt uncomfortable, hearing the sounds of fighting below but completely powerless to stop it. When she heard what sounded like a B-movie actor playing the villain in a movie made in less than 3 days, she realized that she couldn't see Iida or the bomb, which was beginning to worry her. Was Iida attempting to act more like a character? Well, that might work for her. She summoned Baltoy and followed the voice of her friend who had turned villain, until she actually came upon a room with a big fake bomb in the center and Iida yelling one-liners fit for a Bond villain. She couldn't resist listening in, even though she was ready to sneak in and attack from what counted as shadows, and chuckle. He found the statement to be quite frightening. As I, the dastardly Dr. Destruction, do dare to determine this domicile's dazzling diminishment destructively. He thought. In his well-informed view, alliteration was always helpful with dramatics, and wasn't drama the foundation of intimidation? He was too preoccupied with handling the apparent threat to be turned against that line of thought, even though it turned out that his secret audience was revealed by suppressed laughter rather than gasps of terror. "Ah," a laughing lass loquaciously elucidates her location, sprung up Ponyta, neighing loudly enough for his role to be effective. Iida gave her approval. Fire spin. Furiously flambéed this flustering frustration. Uraraka summoned Baltoy after narrowly avoiding it. She yelled frantically, "Psybeam," as Ponyta twitched its mane in preparation for another blow and Baltoy sputtered in defeat. The spectacle in front of them enthralled the students in the observation room. Zero observed, "It seems they went for the worst matchups. The fire type is facing the ground type, while the electric type is facing the water type. They should have stuck together to avoid this exact situation. While type advantage isn't everything, it is weird that they don't seem to have a strategy for overcoming it. Especially when it looks like Midoriya chose to be the one to face Bakugo on his own. Sending the ground type after the electric type and the water type after the fire type seems like the more than obvious move, if they had to split up. And the villain team should have prevented a split up for that very reason." Someone slapped him. Yeah, Mineta concurred, and why would Midoriya want to split up with that Uraraka girl and that ass of hers? All Might gave them both a half-hearted reprimand, focusing on the altercation between Bakugo and Midoriya. Young Jiru, violence is not the solution to inappropriate comments. Young Mineta, that was inappropriate, he said. Something told All Might that this fight was significant to the Bakugo boy, whom his protege knew. This was more than a test. These two needed to find a solution. Specifically, Midoriya had a claim to make. Izuku had looked up to Bakugo for a significant amount of his early years. It was not surprising. Many of his contemporaries had followed suit. Bakugo was outstanding. Izuku believed it because his teachers and classmates said that Bakugo himself wasn't above saying it. Izuku had always considered him to be a role model rather than a rival. Never to contend with. Even he wasn't that naive when he was genuinely attempting to be a pro-hero with just a Magikarp. At one point, he wanted Kacchan to realize that there was no conflict between them. They were not rivals. Izuku's presence doesn't have to make him feel threatened. Izuku had a long-standing suspicion that the boy had singled him out for threats, even though Kacchan would never have acknowledged it. The boy had reacted badly to his desire to be a hero, even when it was impossible, since it was the closest Bakugo had ever encountered to competition at their previous school. Izuku realized that he should, from a certain perspective. Bakugo was in competition with him. Bakugo was a target to surpass rather than an ideal to aspire to. Kacchan's skill alone made him one of the greatest heroes in the world. Izuku needed to improve, and he was going to prove he could today. Izuku would ignore the fish until it became an annoyance because he was aware that Bakugo had absolutely no regard for Magikarp. Thus, Midoriya only needed to ensure that it didn't become an annoyance until the ideal moment. Izuku just needed to get them to the right place. Voltorb tried another spark, and Izuku kicked the sphere toward Bakugo, gritting his teeth as more electricity surged through and sent his muscles flaring in pain. That was a bit of a problem because both Bakugo and Voltorb were aiming for him, and one of them could blow up his cover and electrocute him at will. Without any problems, Kacchan leapt out of the way, but this put him in the air and prevented him from avoiding Magikarp's subsequent flail. Bakugo spat out, "Damn it, useless," as he leapt back, his face bruised from the attack of the fish monster. "It's time to show you what I can really do. If you won't use your pocket monster to its fullest, then I don't have to worry about losing mine." As the boy ducked around it, Voltorb rolled back until it was beneath Izuku's feet. Voltorb, explosion. When the small, round pocket monster began to glow, the people in the observation room were startled. However, after a few forceful outbursts, the creature simply exploded. Kaminari yelled, "What the hell, is he trying to kill Midoriya?" Todoroki said, "It doesn't look good for his pocket monster either," with far more composure. At that moment, All Might was tempted to break up the fight. "Izuku Midoriya, are you alright?" he yelled instead. Izuku pressed himself behind the closest human-shaped piece of debris he could find as soon as he saw the Voltorb glow, hoping for the best. He was simply dazed and vibrating as a result, possibly due to a dislocated shoulder. All right, that last bit was awful, but he could go on. He still intended to demonstrate to Kacchan that he was going to catch up to his former rival and that he was no longer running. His words, "I'm fine," were barely audible. Kacchan was then chastised by the same intercom that had posed the query. "Bakugo, taking out your own base and pocket monster is not good strategy for a villain. No using that move again." Voltorb was barely conscious, so it was unlikely that he could in any case, but Bakugo just spat and yelled, "Fine," before putting Voltorb back in his pocket and slamming his fists at Izuku. Uraraka kept yelling, "Mud slap, mud slap, mud slap," as Ponyta ducked under every splatter of mud her monster produced. While Uraraka was preoccupied with the pocket monster battle, Iida dropped the villainous persona to stand by the bomb and ensure that he didn't run for it. "Go for a quick attack after dodging the next one," Iida yelled. Ponyta moved flawlessly. If it weren't for the building's sudden shaking, the little horse with the burning mane would have easily avoided all of her attacks and managed to get a good hit on Baltoy. The unnaturally thrown mud splattered directly into Ponyta's footing as she lost her footing due to whatever was going on below with Bakugo and Izuku's fight. The mud not only hurt her but also caked around her legs, decreasing the significant speed that had previously given Ponyta the advantage. This was worse for her opponent but better for her. Iida rushed forward and tackled her just as she was about to gain the upper hand. Bakugo yelled, "Why do you keep looking down on me, huh? Why would you hide your power? Was I not good enough?" Surprisingly, he was not shouting this in an unplanned outburst. Rather, the boy was focusing on Izuku's weak points and evading or breaching his guards. He slammed his fists into Midoriya as he did so. Izuku had to finally wrestle Bakugo's elbows prior to being able to respond. "Kacchan, I can't handle my pocket monster. It's too strong for me, too disobedient. I've always looked up to you, but that's why I have to surpass you. You're right to think I'm trying to steal your thunder. You're right to see me as the obstacle to you being the best. Because I'm going to be a hero, and I'm going to be the greatest hero of all time. That's why I have to fight you, why I have to beat you, because you're amazing." In the vain hope that Gyarados would follow its previous command and not go on a rampage, Izuku yelled for Magikarp to jump upwards. If he lost control, All Might wouldn't allow this to go on. He only had one chance to salvage the situation. As anticipated, Kacchan snatched Magikarp's tail and flung it skyward, eliminating it from the battle. However, Izuku then used Outsider's Growth, forcing through the radio static and blazing headache to create Gyarados directly above them, where it could tear through the ceiling and charge directly for the bomb. Even with Ponyta incapacitated, Uraraka was pretty sure she would have lost if Izuku and Bakugo hadn't intervened further following the intense shaking. Iida was on the verge of tying her up, but his grapple was too powerful and well-trained. Until Gyarados' roar shook the room again and the head of the barbaric beast split open the floor beneath them before rushing back downward, she had no idea how to use Baltoy in this situation. Iida, Ponyta, and Uraraka all started to panic, and to be honest, Uraraka was also starting to panic, but she yelled, "Baltoy!" And the little clay doll used the confusion to float in the direction of the bomb and deactivated it because none of the villains were prepared to stop him. "The bomb has been turned off. The heroes triumph," the voice of All Might yelled over the intercom. Bakugo heard the words, understood them, but was unable to process them because he had lost to Useless. His self-image was destroyed, and everything he knew about the world was shattered by the pathetic little boy and his pathetic little Magikarp beating him. His breathing became more rapid because he was about to have a panic attack from trying to process Useless's victory over him, and he was not going to accept that, not in front of all of these extras. Ojiro and Hagakure were the antagonists, and Shoji and Todoroki were the heroes. From a distance, many of the other students suspected that the villains were in the stronger position. Ojiro had obviously been making the most of his atavist abilities, and Hagakure's pocket monster had the ability to become invisible. Their physical strength and stealth were advantages. Nobody really knew what the two heroes could do, so that was the only wild card. The orc questioned the trainer, "Do we have a plan?" Even though the trainer in question treated him with contempt, he felt that this time it wasn't because he was an orc. The boy just seemed to brush everyone off. "You're a hermetic mage, correct?" "Yes," Shoji said uneasily, feeling a little impressed that a trainer was sufficiently knowledgeable to pose such a question. Even more amazing was the question, "Can you access the astral plane? Find out where they are, and then I can handle them." The first part of the plan was sound enough, but that dismissal was a little annoying. Until his essence left his physical body, Shoji had little trouble channeling it. The boy used his tail to cling to the ceiling. The girl stood back and allowed her pocket monster to blend into the colors of its surroundings, making it invisible to the average eye, and his spirit moved through the building, checking wall after wall until he came across their enemies, while his form sagged over in a meditative position. They would have been well hidden with anyone else. The girl's ability to conceal herself perfectly complemented her monster's strengths, and the ambush was skillfully planned. Unfortunately, they were not shielded from astral sight. Shoji had no remorse. These unfortunate setbacks were a necessary part of being a hero. The trainer nodded when he was back in his body, telling Todoroki where they were exactly and how their ambush was prepared. Then, without another word, he dashed forward. Todoroki whispered, "Sableye, Nightshade," and gestured toward the spot that Shoji had indicated. It turned out to be a bipedal chameleon with a zigzag pattern across its stomach. The zigzag began to glow gray before becoming transparent. The Kecleon naturally transformed into a ghost type, as was to be expected. With most types, this is a perfectly acceptable strategy, but not with this one. He whispered, "Shadow Punch," allowing the now incredibly powerful move to strike the target that believed it had the upper hand. Not even bothering to tell Sableye to avoid the monkey's kick, he did it. To the boy's surprise, Ojiro went straight through his pocket monster, and Hagakure yelled that it was a ghost type. She yelled, "Psybeam," and Todoroki experienced his first genuine emotional outburst during the battle. It was an advantage acquired from Sableye's dark type, not because his victory had been called into doubt. They discovered to their dismay that it was no more effective than a physical attack. What he got from that guy. When Ojiro decided that they could still go for the trainer if they couldn't do anything to the pocket monster, Hagakure allowed the situation to depress her and did nothing. Unfortunately, that meant overcoming the pocket monster without his partner's actual assistance. He was able to block its attacks, at least as well as a non-atavist, he supposed, but he was unable to see a way around it without lowering his own defenses. Furthermore, based on the boy's body and his so far implied work ethic, he assumed that Todoroki was not exactly a slouch when it came to physical matters in his own right. The words proved to be prophetic as Todoroki grabbed Ojiro's arms as he was evading one of Sableye's attacks, demanding that he yield. He was probably no match for an atavist, but he wasn't an opponent to be easily taken down alone. Ojiro complied with Todoroki's demands after Sableye's subsequent blow left his back scarred before he could flee. Hagakure also raised her hands in surrender after realizing that her partner was down and that her best plans had failed. The All Might remarked, Well, that second match took up a lot less time than the first. A glance revealed that he had failed in his attempt to diffuse the obvious tension in the room. For a group of freshmen in what amounted to a show-off session, the first fight of the day had proven to be far more intense and full of twists and turns than he had expected. In contrast to the first, the second was so lopsided that it was somewhat embarrassing for the losing team. While the second group displayed far less than he had anticipated, the first group left both sides much rougher than they ought to have been. So, now that 4 of your classmates have shown their mettle, what do you think they did right and wrong? Or, before we get to such a broad and detailed question, who were the MVPs of both fights? Bakugo continued to stare in shock, while Hagakure, Ojiro, and even Shoji did not appear pleased by that compliment, nor did Iida for that matter. Many students began to mutter. Although none felt comfortable enough to speak aloud, he heard Midoriya and Todoroki appear quite frequently, which made him stifle a smile with what he expected to be a surprise. At least until Yaoyorozu raised his voice. Tenya Iida in the first one. He was the only one who consistently stuck to the objective. While Bakugo and Midoriya used the time to settle a personal grudge, Uraraka went along with Midoriya's plan, a plan that only worked because of the conditions of the exercise. With an actual bomb, disarming it the way they did would be foolhardy and ineffective. How would Baltoy disable it? And that monstrosity would have made an actual bomb explode earlier with its actions. Iida focused on defending the bomb the entire time, quickly assessed his opponent's weaknesses and held his own easily even with a type advantage, and tried his best to adapt to an unexpected situation. For the second one, while Todoroki seems like the obvious choice, it could be argued that Shoji had the best teamwork, putting his skills toward the objective as a whole and negating the opposing team's advantages when his teammate chose to work by himself in a team exercise, even when it was less than optimal. All Might covered his grimace with a nod. She essentially said everything he had intended to say, depriving him of his first chance to impress the kids with his knowledge. He made quick changes. I also want to give credit to Ojiro for adapting his strategy rather than giving up when the situation turned against him. Hagakure sagged in embarrassment as he recognized the reprimand concealed in the compliment. This was not the place for him to single her out. We should talk about that later. In the subsequent bout, Yaoyorozu herself became a villain and fought alongside Mineta. He was primarily staring at her ass while she leaned over to guide her drones in setting up traps around the entranceways. So, fighting wasn't quite the right word to describe it. Even though no one would have been duped, he would merely respond, if questioned, that he trusted his obviously capable partner. The only thing that would fool said partner herself would be the fact that she was studiously avoiding his looks. Wurmple couldn't pass up the chance to get up close and personal with that body, but he had to fight the urge to jump on her and hide when one of her drones began firing rubber bullets. This was despite the fact that there were plenty of other things he could have done. Trap laying was probably one of the monster's specialties. Juru and Kaminari gazed at the structure they were supposed to breach. Luckily, the location they needed to get to was fairly clear. The cyberpunk drones weren't exactly covert about what they were protecting. Juru, regrettably, had no immediate strategy for overcoming them, nor for dodging the barrage of bullets that are presently hitting them. Kaminari said clumsily, I have to say, they'd probably be easy enough for me to fry. Juru pondered, sure, but what do we do afterward, utterly oblivious to the worry he had for his own proposal. We need some intelligence on what they're doing up there. Or I guess we'll just have to go in, guns blazing. Juru was much more prepared to pursue that option than her partner, given the amount of time that had passed. Wismer yelled something next to her, so, you ready to start this show? But Kaminari just looked at Pichu in shame. Well, you see, come on, it's time, fry those robots before they can take us out. Something happened to him when such a pretty girl gave him an order. It forced him to put aside his hesitancy, keep his objective in mind, and yell, Pichu, Thundershock, as loudly as he could. In contrast to the later version of the story, the hero team in this round did not destroy itself in a single attack, while the villains sat there doing absolutely nothing. Several of Yaoyorozu's drones were actually destroyed by Pichu's electrical explosion before the tiny mouse lost control and threw the same overcharged wave of energy at itself, Wismer, and both human trainers. It actually took Mineta taking advantage of the situation to have Wurmple throw a string shot at them before they were formally down, but 3 of them were still somewhat upright, albeit with some effort. However, it was impossible to accurately depict the events as they happened and have Kaminari emerge victorious. Only on a technicality did Juru emerge victorious. As All Might subsequently noted, she had the opportunity to ascertain her partner's possible vulnerabilities prior to issuing commands, even though he was more responsible for failing to do so. There was some disagreement regarding the MVP role. Some argued that Mineta actually captured the villains and Yoyorozu's defenses were completely destroyed, while others said that he merely mopped up and that she did the majority of the crucial work and would have likely accomplished much more in any other matchup. Before calling out the next group, All Might himself took the side of young Yaoyorozu and reprimanded young Mineta for not helping his partner more. When All Might began these battle trials, the subsequent battle was much more in line with his expectations. Asui and Tokiyami selected different attacking angles, Kirishima held a hardened Metapod like a club, and Zero's Bellsprout positioned itself to attack anything from a distance as part of their sword of defense. Tokiyami had Murkrow divert Bellsprout's attention while he tried to avoid Kirishima and Asui's struggle to approach the bomb, while Asui used her inhuman agility to cling to the walls and move silently, hitting Kirishima when his back was turned. Zero attempted to stop his rival trainer, which led to a standoff that continued until Bellsprout passed out from a terrible blow from Murkrow and Tokiyami's pocket monster was available to help. All four acknowledged that there were many close calls during the fights and that nobody was prepared to claim to be the MVP. Nevertheless, All Might awarded the title to Tokiyami. All Might was a little disappointed that the final fight was between two trainers and the last non-trainers. UA's unofficial goal was to promote racial harmony rather than further polarize the races. However, he recalled that he had chosen this random approach and merely hoped that no one learned any moral lessons from it. In order to avoid the humanoid rhino in front of her, Mina had to engage in a variety of acrobatic skills. Fortunately, she was skilled in those exact moves, especially since her partner wasn't doing much to counter the equally large goblin that was launching energy bursts at him. His pocket monster continued to yell with excitement but did little as he continued to try to strike a pose and flash his sparkles. Additionally, her pocket monster was doing nothing, but that was because it was waiting for the ideal opportunity, there. With his horn protruding like a real rhino, the atavist charged forward as he summoned his physical gifts to increase his strength even more. The lummox slipped over its pseudo-lava, and Slugma had the ideal opportunity to maneuver its semi-liquid body into his path. It was hot enough to make Sato scream in agony, but not nearly as hot as actual molten rock. She yelled, "Ember!" as she attempted a jumping kick herself. Her opponent screamed in agony as her pocket monster delivered a vicious attack. She only sprained her ankle in her own attack. Ow, ow, ow. Sato reacted to his pain by wildly flailing his arms around as she clutched herself in agony and tried to concentrate. She was struck. She did, of course. Koda felt a little relieved that his opponent wasn't coming at him directly. He entered this field in the hopes of assisting others because he detested violence. Even more, he detested being injured. Unfortunately, he realized that he couldn't avoid conflict under all conditions, so he had to advance and launch more power darts, which Aoyama still managed to barely avoid. The drain was going to give him a serious beating at this rate. He changed his strategy, concentrating on his opponent. Decrease quickness, he whispered to himself, summoning the strength of Bear, the very idea of Bear, and slamming the enemy's body down like an impertinent but too fast prey animal. His opponent was indeed slowing down and having trouble moving. The pocket monster, the strange cat-sized sunflower seed with a face, sent two razor-sharp leaves at Koda when he charged its master. Koda was confident that he could get inside and just barely overpower the slowed-down shiny boy, capturing him and winning. However, it was causing more drain than he had anticipated. It was the creature's first action during the entire battle. Instead of using force, surprise allowed it to slit Koda's shoulder and extract blood. It was more painful than he had anticipated. Before some ingrate prodded and wouldn't let go until the bear showed him why it was a bad idea, he felt like a cornered bear, passive and cuddling, just wanting to be left alone. Now that two of the students seemed to be going on mindless rants, All Might was tempted to break up the fight. Even so, it was never what he wanted for his battle trials and was always a bad thing. Unfortunately, he had no justification for ending this fight after allowing the first one to get out of control because he had indulged Izuku's mental state earlier. If someone, he didn't know who, spoke up about the animal and the monster going wild, and the same worries he had mentioned at the beginning of the fight resurfaced, he might have given a possible excuse more thought. Young Ojiro was looking incredulously at the group, while young Asui and young Shoji were looking angry. Yaoyorozu, the young one, spoke up. Nothing they're doing is worse than what that trainer with the Voltorb did earlier. Well, yeah, but that was one trainer, not all the trainers on a team, Zero said, drawing a number of glares from him. The question of whether it would be better to continue the fight because it would be remembered by everyone as the battle where the troll and the rhino atavist went crazy and had to be put down by their teacher, or to stop it now because the non-trainers were going on the rampage and ending the bad optics, paralyzed All Might as he thought about the best way to approach this topic. Fortunately for their teacher, Sato calmed down when he saw Mina being thrown into the air. He then charged, pointing out that one of his opponents had been struck severely and the other had been unnaturally slowed down by a spell his partner had managed. Neither trainer was able to focus quickly enough to halt his subsequent assaults. When the winner of that match was finally announced, Sato was named MVP by All Might for rescuing himself from a dangerous situation. He pointed out that all four of them needed to improve, especially Aoyama, who appeared almost unaccustomed to the concept of owning a pocket monster. The pro hero recalled the previous exchange from the last fight and brought up something he hoped they understood before letting them go to think about what they had witnessed that day. "I want you children to remember to work on and improve your unnatural talents. You all have potential and weaknesses, and all of you have something to contribute to our society." He emphasized the word, all, a lot in the hopes that they would realize he was referring to all three of the categories gathered here. They gave a nod of agreement. He didn't think it had much of an effect based on their facial expressions, but that was a problem to work out later. Whatever message All Might believed he was trying to convey with that all nonsense, Bakugo could not care less. He was too preoccupied with his defeat and how it contrasted with the wins the other teams were able to achieve. The previous two bouts had been fairly evenly matched, and the middle stage humiliation only revealed to him that the losers were genuinely extras, but in that second bout, Toduki had outperformed him, easily defeating both opponents by himself, as Bakugo believed he could, and hardly receiving a blow in return. Did he receive a blow? Bakugo was as frustrated by his inability to recall as he was by his defeat by Midoriya. He was the greatest. He had been all along. He never realized how small of a sample size he was actually working with before. No, he wasn't going to cry or lose it. He was the first to leave the classroom when the bell rang to announce that classes were over for the day. He most certainly wasn't doing it to keep his feelings from others. That would be absurd. Why was he interested in those extras? Apparently attempting to discuss something with him, Midoriya ran up to him. Did he come to boast? No, as it happened, that would have been better. After the boy said, "I'm sorry Kachan, but you have to understand," Bakugo was too preoccupied with his own thoughts to hear what else he had to say. Apologies? Apologies? Did Useless just feel sorry for him? It was exactly like their childhood. Even though Bakugo was obviously far superior to him, Midoriya didn't believe he could save himself after he fell into that pond. In the same way that he had denigrated Bakugo for years while concealing the true power of his pocket monster. And now that the Todoroki child was objectively superior to him, he was unable to ignore it. "Can it, Useless?" he yelled. "I'll just get better. If I'm not actually the best now, if I'm not better than any of you extras, then I'll become the best. It's a better origin story anyways." The two had nothing more to say to each other than that. Bakugo, at least, had no interest in carrying on the conversation and left as Useless began to ramble on about Magikarp having been given new power. Whatever the meaning of that was. The impending conversation was much harder for Momo Yaoyorozu than she had anticipated. Although she had never personally dealt with a great deal of racism, she had many mental images of what confronting racism would look like because she had only ever known it as an abstract force that tormented and oppressed others. She had already heard remarks from that one strange boy from the recommendation exams that were the result of sincere ignorance, and now she had comments from her classmates that she was unsure of how to react to. Even if destroy only meant standing up to her own satisfaction, she had assumed that hate would be simple to identify and eliminate. However, now it was uncomfortable. Besides, it wasn't exactly hate, but it wasn't earnest either. Zero had pointed out a weakness in both atavists and trolls, or at least bear-devoted shamans, that were based on a precise analysis of what the two were doing at the time. However, Zero's rudeness was too much for her pride as an elf to overlook. However, she also didn't want to upset anyone by bringing it up. She had always laughed at this attitude when reading about hate crimes, but now she realized how nerve-wracking it could be to initiate such conversations. She braced herself and went up to Zero as he was leaving the school, courteously, but in a confrontational manner. "Listen, I wanted to talk to you about your comments earlier." Zero raised his hands in apology and rolled his eyes. "Listen, I'll admit that the word monster was a bit offensive, and I shouldn't have worded it that way. But if they know that's a weakness, then they need to work on it if they want to be pro-heroes. You can't say it isn't true." Momo sighed, attempting to think of a tactful way to handle this. "But you didn't just criticize their lack of control, you explicitly tied it to their race. You didn't say anything about Bakugo or Midoriya, in spite of both of them showing similar issues with rampaging, and I also didn't hear anything about Kaminari and his clear control issues. Instead of responding to her question, Zero chose to sidestep and appeared uneasy. Hey, I'm no trainer supremacist or anything. I've got no problem with metas or atavists, and anyone who wants metas or atavists killed or kicked out of schools or anything like that can take a long walk off a short pier. Or better yet, put all of the humanis and other types like that with all the TIR nog guys, and let them kill each other off so us normal people can get along without them. She didn't have an answer for that. She recognized that he had at least an abstract understanding that looking down on non-trainers was wrong, whether he knew enough to apply it or not, but she was also familiar enough with rhetoric to notice that he had shifted from discussing the issue at hand to a different but related one, likely without realizing it based on his demonstrated intelligence. Had he not gone on to classify TIR Nog, an organization committed to advancing the cause of metahumans, using, admittedly, some extreme methods, to organizations dedicated to allowing trainer supremacists to spread their hate, she might have been content with that. Shoji wrote, "I can agree to that," before she could respond. We'd all be better off without those hate groups. Still, Yaoyorozu here is right. If you're going to criticize someone, criticize what they're doing wrong, not what they're doing as a member of their race. You can keep that in mind, right? Momo felt that things hadn't been properly settled, even though they were all amenable, which should have been a good thing. Well, whatever. They already would have been resolved if the problems among the three groups could have been resolved in a single discussion. Not for the first time, Shigaraki found himself envious of metahumans and their capacity to create and employ technologies that would otherwise be considered fantastical. It was unfair that they received it while he did not, as it was akin to the ultimate video game. He repressed the urge to lash out at that regrettable reality as he observed the reporters gathered there, all those media insects eager to learn something new about All Might, the overhyped loser and his girly fish, and may have felt nauseous if they didn't fit with his current agenda. So helpful. Normally, one wouldn't say that about the media, but he smiled because he felt it applied now. Although he did have a rather distinctive appearance, he had been a little hesitant to approach his enemy's school because no one was interested in a homeless-looking furry when the kids who were taught by All Might himself were making their way to class. Excellent. It would have been even more ideal if he had been a decker or had a smart one ready, but he reminded himself that even a man who was ready to do whatever he wanted couldn't alter his classification. Rather, he was content with his subsequent action. Izuku was unprepared for this level of attention after a lifetime of alternating between being bullied and ignored. Walking to school, which he had been doing every day for the past week, should have been quick and easy, but instead it became a nightmare as every boomstick, camera, and microphone were thrust in front of him along with requests for statements and answers to far more questions than he could possibly comprehend, let alone provide an accurate response to. As they surrounded Uraraka so much that she was unable to move on her own, it was clear from her cries for assistance that she was in even worse shape. Iida tried his best to ignore the people around him as he reached out to assist his friend, but by actually pausing to try and respond to the reporters, he indirectly saved both of them. He gave all the safe, respectable answers, but instead of delivering them quickly, he took an eternity to deliver them and instead went into a lengthy spiel about how honorable and hardworking their class was. A cunning man could have used it as a brilliant ploy to get them to retreat. It was sincere to him. To be honest, he didn't understand how awkward it was for those attempting to interview him or how boring he was being. In any case, his hero-class friends were far more grateful for his efforts. The distraction allowed them to enter without any problems. Aizawa-sensei had Hypno distribute notes on their performance in the battle exercises earlier after everyone had taken their seats properly. Izuku couldn't really get any more determined about this than he already was because he already understood what he had said. Another reminder that he needed to get Gyarados under control if he wanted to succeed as a hero. When Aizawa-sensei told them that they were going to hear something significant that would impact their class's future and possibly their own careers as heroes, he was alert and prepared to move on to the next subject. He revealed that they needed to vote for a class representative after giving them a chance to appropriately react to his dramatics. He was going to catch up on his sleep while they did that because it had a greater impact on the student body than the teacher. Naturally, that left them with the significant issue that nobody knew who the proper class representative was. After all, they hardly knew each other. Fortunately, they were professionals in training, developing adults prepared to face the world and getting ready for a career requiring professional judgment. That is to say, as soon as everyone recognized the advantages the position offered them personally, the discussion turned into a shouting match. Some attempted to propose laws and events they would fight for, such as Minetta's suggestion of co-ed mud wrestling to improve their fighting skills and Kirishima's proposal of a set workout time. Others, or Bakugo at least, argued that since they were the best, they ought to have it. Iida suggested putting it to a vote in an attempt to calm everyone down, but Asui pointed out the issue that was initially making this so challenging. They couldn't hold an informed election because they didn't know one another. Momo went on to say that since practically everyone was obviously interested in the job, they would probably try to vote for themselves. Iida noted that this was the ideal solution simply because of that. When all the odds were against a particular choice, the person who was able to win the vote was obviously deserving. The ballots were distributed and counted, and the final, obvious choice was a tie between Izuku Midoriya and Momo Yaoyorozu. This was done in accordance with his justification, which was as much to advance the cause as it was out of sincere agreement. Izuku was more shocked than any other student in the class because he was one of the few who didn't vote for himself, based on the number of students who only received one vote. Izuku had voted for Iida because of All Might's compliments during the exercise, the way the boy had captured the class's attention just now, and his personal friendship. Apparently the only one to do so. Iida hadn't even cast his own ballot. Bakugo came very close to second place in terms of how shocked he was by this outcome. Who the hell voted for useless? He glared at everyone in the classroom in an attempt to get an answer, but it was soon becoming clear that pro-hero candidates were more difficult to intimidate than the losers in his middle school. He was so furious about this that he failed to even realize that Uraraka and Todoroki had both received 0 votes, indicating that at least one of them had selected the Magikarp. Both Momo and Izuku got up and stood in front of the class, intending to argue why they should be elected class president instead of each other. Or at least that's what Momo and the rest of the class expected. In fact, Izuku was trembling so much that he wasn't sure he could persuade a moth to approach an electric light. The way the crowd stared at him and judged him brought back too many memories of his life. He knew he didn't deserve the job, didn't even want it, and was about to resign and give the position to Yaoyorozu without a fight when Shoji, of all people, raised his hand. "We're allowed to ask questions of the candidates, right?" "Of course," Iida replied, "that's the whole point of this. To let the candidates make their pitch before the class holds its final vote. I guess we should decide right now whether they should make their speeches and then allow for Q&A, or just let the class ask questions right now." Yaoyorozu said, "If he wants to question me, then I'll gladly accept it," while Izuku muttered something through his teeth that even he couldn't be certain was agree or disagree. Since Shoji was asking Yaoyorozu a question, it made no difference. "I feel that I recognize your surname. Is your family the one that owns that company making technology and products catering to elves and dwarves?" "Yes, we build products for everyone, with an emphasis on the metahuman population. Not that we discriminate, it's just that it's an underserved market compared to what trainers can get anywhere." Shoji's gaze grew strained. "I hear that your family also work to support government work against terrorist groups, but only certain kinds of terrorists. Such as, the kind that help out orcs, trolls, and furries." Even though it left Yaoyorozu speechless, the class mumbled a lot. "We do not support the actions of Mordor or Iron Fang. Just as we do not support Humanis, or the Pocket Master Alliance, or," she said, trying to figure out which of her family's scandals he was referring to. "Tir na nog?" Shoji asked, interrupting her. Momo twitched her pointed ears. Tir na nog is a movement dedicated to ensuring a homeland and providing support for all metahumans in the face of trainer suppression. There was a commotion in the classroom. "Iron Fang claims the same thing for atavists, yet you dismissed them as terrorists," Asui stated. "Rightfully, but why the difference?" Zero yelled, "You support those violent psychos? They hardly fight for all metahumans," Shoji said, highlighting his orcish features. Many of them had disgusted or angry expressions. Though she didn't know why, Aoyama looked to Yaoyorozu more than anyone else with disappointment. Momo was troubled by this, in part because she didn't share her uncle's and aunt's complete support for Tir na nog and wasn't as committed to defending the group, but also because she thought their descriptions were wholly inaccurate. Although there were some problematic branches within the organization, which had a good cause overall, she didn't feel that this negatively affected the organization as a whole. By chopping his arms and speaking in a loud but controlled voice, Iida finally silenced them all. Momo Yaoyorozu's personal politics do not matter in terms of her ability to lead the class. Now, she is tied with Izuku for the last vote, so she is still an eligible candidate. If you think this matter disqualifies her, then vote for Midoriya. Now, let's move on. Momo's speech about comprehending the responsibilities and privileges of the position was excellent but generic. Izuku stammered through the most embarrassing 3 minutes in the history of the class. Momo would have won by a landslide in any other election, but it seems that the majority of the class didn't pay much attention to the controversy she sparked with her weak defense of the meta-human homeland movement. In the end, she only received 3 votes. One from herself, one from Bakugo, who made it apparent that he detested Midoriya and was unconcerned about pointless political arguments, and a third from an unidentified voter. As Iida declared Momo Yaoyorozu deputy representative and Izuku Midoriya class representative, the former panicked and the latter quietly sulked at being in a class with a large number of trainers. He refused to speak clearly and succinctly because his mouth betrayed him, and many students in the class wondered if it was too late to change their minds. Iida had to remind him to pick up the papers Aizawa had prepared with all the announcements he had to make to the class. When the bell blew to let the class out for lunch, Izuku was usually as appreciative as any teenager in school, but today he saw it as a gift from the gods that he would never be able to pay back. That is, until he attempted to depart and Yaoyorozu reminded him that it was his responsibility to ensure that the class departed in a civilized way. He slammed his head against the table and exhaled in relief when he was finally seated at the cafeteria with Uraraka and Iida. It was a nice experience to be with people who wanted to sit with him. "I'll never get anything done," he grumbled. "I'll be dead by the end of the semester." Iida chastised, "Midoriya, don't take that attitude. The only way to extinguish the fires of determination is to douse your own doubts, as my brother likes to say." The statement, "Your brother has the same motto as Ingenium," though I think that's a pun on his friendship with his Rapidash, took Izuku a moment to realize. "Wow, Iida. That's amazing. You're the younger brother of Ingenium?" "Yes, that is the reason I aspired to be a hero. I get my inspiration from him." Izuku and Uraraka gazed at him in awe, and the boy in question played it down by saying, "But I'm sure that both of you have reasons that are just as noble. One day, I hope to be just like him." Izuku concurred, saying, "All Might has always inspired me. I want to put the same expressions on people's faces when I see how he saves them. When he stops inspiring so much fear, though, I guess," he said sheepishly, rubbing the back of his neck. "I hope Gyarados can inspire just as much hope as Melodic one day." Iida turned to Uraraka and nodded, saying, "How about you? Who gave you the idea?" Both boys took a moment to gather themselves at her directness, even though they knew rationally that there was nothing particularly wrong with it. "No one in particular, I'm doing this for the money. You have to understand, my family's financial situation isn't the best right now, and I just want to help them out a bit," she clarified after uttering that statement, realizing instantly how it sounded in contrast to the other motivations. "That's all right." With Izuku's assistance, Iida tried to reassure her that there was nothing wrong with wanting to look after oneself. Before they could reconcile their feelings for one another and their various emotional problems, an alarm went off, and as is often the case when alarms go off, everyone in the room got up and started to head for the exit. Instead of using that time to get used to the situation, most of the people in the room panicked and followed the closest person who appeared to be heading in a certain direction, which resulted in a single cafeteria exit being overrun by an unruly mob, with everyone pushing and shoving one another with little regard for anyone's safety or the fact that their actions were only impeding their own departure. How were these people supposed to handle mob situations and natural disasters that caused panic if the only disaster that was happening right now was actually them? There was an empty exit on the other side of the cafeteria, for heaven's sake. Iida was not one of those people who panicked, having mentally prepared himself to deal with such situations long before applying for UA, and he looked upon the students who obviously hadn't with a fair amount of contempt. If it weren't for the fact that a terrified boy's elbow knocked Midoriya to the side and dragged him into the crowd against his will, he might have just left the poor students to their fate and left that exit. If the media outside had given any clues as to what was causing the alarms, it would have been overeager journalists, not a villain attack, but how could he save his friend and calm the crowd? Iida yelled that it was only journalists, but nobody paid attention because he couldn't expect them to. He then attempted to call Ponyta and stand on her back to yell it out once more, but only a few people in the back paid attention. Luckily, Uraraka and Jiro were two of them. "Jiro, Uraraka, can you assist me? Find a place where Whismer can be heard by all. This crowd needs to pay attention." At Jiro's command, the pink creature unleashed an uproar, sending out bursts of sound that shocked and awed the crowd until their panic became less frazzled and focused on the monster. Fortunately, slowly floating a tiny little puffball like Whismer to a nearby ledge was, almost in its power, at least once Iida gently tossed it to give it a boost. Baltoy could hardly use its psychic powers to lift small objects, and it was definitely not at the point to be useful in battle. "Everyone," Iida yelled again, "journalists have broken through the school's boundaries. There is no danger to anyone. Is this how the next generation of pro-heroes responds to crises, even if you were?" When they later examined the students, they found several bruises and one nearly broken bone. Getting smashed against windows and walls had its consequences, but Iida saved the students from more serious injuries. Except for Izuku, who had an agenda to set, everyone was happy when they gathered in the classroom that afternoon. "Everyone, can I have your attention?" he asked, and then he gulped in horror when everyone complied. Normally, his nervousness would have ruined it, but for the moment, it only served to confirm that what he was about to do was the right thing to do. "For my first act as class representative, I would like to step down and offer the position to Tenya Iida." Back there, when there was a crisis, Iida kept his head when most of us were panicking, he added, bracing himself in front of everyone's shocked murmurs. More significantly, he took the initiative as a leader, settling the conflict and letting everyone know where they were supposed to be. I believe he should be a class representative because he fulfilled the duties expected of him. Momo watched from her position as deputy representative with a great deal of envy, while Iida graciously and humbly accepted Izuku's decision. On the one hand, she felt that if the representative was stepping down, it should have gone to her by default because of her current position. On the other hand, she realized that she was being stepped over by a trainer once more. She was still a little upset that she had been excluded from the position in the first place due to an unrelated political issue. If not her race, but she didn't want to blame her classmates just yet. Even though she was annoyed, she had to admit that Izuku was correct about how he handled the panic in the cafeteria. She could have handled it herself if she had taken charge, so why didn't she? She hadn't been panicking at all at the time, but she just saved herself. So, she figured she could accept the loss and move on, at least for the time being. Just this morning, Aizawa, Kan, and Nedzu gazed at the rusted fragments of ruined metal that made up the doorway that had once shielded Ua from unwanted access. "I have a hazy feeling that magic was employed here. I can't tell more with my talents," Kan explained, "but it's the kind that atavists like us use. You are better suited to deal directly with magical energy." Instead of using words to respond to the boar atavist, the mouse atavist used a spell of some kind that the other two were unable to comprehend. A spell was cast, Nedzu finally acknowledged, and it was atavist magic, not meta-human magic. Given how it affected the metal, I assumed it might be earth elementalism. I then tried thaumaturgy, but I'm not aware of any spell in my field that can do this. Looking through this has given me the impression that it must be black magic. I can't tell us the details of the spell, though, because that has never been thoroughly researched. He shrugged, adding, not that it's difficult to tell what it did. So unless one of those journalists was a necromancer, they were just a distraction, Aizawa said, adding that it's not shocking because they wouldn't damage property in this way. They are merely bare-faced opportunists, not vandals. And who was in need of giving them a chance? Kan inquired. That is an excellent question, Nedzu said. They were a little let down by the return to regular schoolwork and the subsequent focus on fundamental exercises and combat techniques after the thrill and vigor of their first heroics class. Although they were able to do much more training outside of UA and were divided into various groups to spar according to their demonstrated abilities, it wasn't the life or death battle simulation that All Might had previously prepared. Nevertheless, it was still helpful knowledge. Everyone was therefore thrilled when it was announced that they would be participating in a simulated rescue training. Even those who were uninterested in saving lives. Would they be scaling perilous mountain ranges? Dodging flaming structures? Using their unnatural skills and pocket monsters to guide them through unreliable rubble? Although Aizawa-sensei was hesitant to respond to these inquiries, it appeared that he implied that the answer was in the affirmative. As Iida tried his best to get everyone on the bus in a civilized manner, people were practically vibrating. He made sure they lined up and walked in a way that would prevent them from getting in each other's way when they sat down. No one made any more remarks as they sat down, despite his mild embarrassment at the wide-open seating arrangement on UA's buses, which made that worry much less significant than on a typical bus. Out of habit, Izuku sat where he could be alone and not disturb anyone. That was the plan, anyway, until an otter's nose was aimed straight at his face. "Hey, Midoriya, I was just wondering, because I've never heard of a Gyarados before. It kind of looks like melodic." This caused a slight panic in the boy. He was failing miserably to keep the outsider's growth secret, at least in his own mind, and his social graces prevented him from saving himself before another boy, whom he was fairly certain was Kirishima, unintentionally saved him. He seemed to pause to consider what he had just said before correcting himself, saying, "No way, they're just kind of sea serpent shaped. Melodic's more like a fireworks display, as pretty as it is dangerous, while Gyarados is just a straight-up beast. Man, I wish I had a flashy monster like that. Not that there's anything wrong with you, Metapod. You're my lifelong pal, and I wouldn't trade you for the world. The atavist thought it was a bit ridiculous because his pocket monster couldn't hear him because it was in his pocket, or wherever the creatures went when they weren't called. Izuku understood him perfectly, as did any nearby trainers. It's fine, we've all had those days. You've seen how Gyarados can be, and as ashamed of it as I am, there were days when I wished I had another monster. To be fair, I think everyone does at some point, except maybe Bakugo. The boy who had just been named said, "What did you say about me, useless?" Asui honestly questioned, why wouldn't he be concerned? He's good, sure, but his monster just looked average in power to me. If so many trainers think like this, why wouldn't he? Into the conversation, Kaminari interrupted, have you seen his attitude? Of course he'd think he was the best, no matter what he had. That's because I am the best, Sparkplug, and so is Voltorb. I'll kill for suggesting that he's just average. When Asui said, now that doesn't sound very heroic. Kaminari chuckled and said, yeah, that's the attitude I was talking about. Bakugo yelled, shut up, extras, but it just made people laugh more. Izuku gazed bewildered. They weren't scared even though Bakugo was boasting and threatening people? Or falling in love with him? Compared to his middle school years, this school had already proven to be peculiar, but this was something else entirely. Though it would take some time to get used to it, he felt that it made sense in retrospect and likely revealed much more about the people he used to know than those he interacted with here. UA showed them another striking structure. They may have grown accustomed to the destroyed cities they trained in, but the unforeseen simulation joint was something else entirely. Teenagers were awestruck and in awe of the great fires, the crumbling mountain, the entire cruise ship sinking in a pool, and more. Welcome, students, said a woman in a spacesuit, to the USJ. A few of them simply noticed that the building shared an acronym with a large theme park, diverting their attention long enough for few to notice the moon with eyes begin to float beside her. Uraraka exclaimed with delight, it's 13, the moon hero. Izuku recognized the pro hero with the spacesuit and the lunatone. She's one of the best rescue heroes out there, and her pocket monster is almost the same type as mine. You're ground psychic, but she's rock psychic, right? Izuku pondered, mildly confused. Yeah, but ground and rock are almost the same type, we might as well be twins. He chose to listen to the pro hero's talk about how important it is to understand how dangerous one's pocket monster could actually be, rather than ruining his friend's good mood with a dispute over elemental technicalities. 13 ordered, cosmic power, which made Lunatone glow and gave it the appearance of stars and galaxies. She commanded, now use psychic on that rock right there, indicating a boulder that was likely positioned there specifically for this demonstration. Lunatone's effortless reduction of the stone to pebbles impressed the kids politely. It was a great demonstration of strength, but they already knew that pro heroes were capable of doing it. Imagine that was a human skull, 13 insisted, drawing their focus back to her right away. Imagine a human being, a fragile human being, nowhere near as tough as that rock that Lunatone so effortlessly pulverized, being confronted with that power. Imagine that, and then remember that that's the power level your own monsters and unnatural talents will develop and you train with us. Imagine that, and understand why we restrict such training to those who actually use it. Imagine that, and understand why we try to take down the monster and force trainers to surrender when they turn to villainy rather than going directly for them. Imagine that, and understand why holding back is just as important as going all out when civilians can get caught in the crossfire. The quiet was overwhelming. She waited a few minutes for them to absorb what she had said, then went on. Each of you has a wonderful gift, giving you the power to save and protect, and we'll be teaching you how to harness it here at UA. But you also have a weapon, and never forget how dangerous it can be. After clearing that up and a brief exchange between Aizawa and 13, during which none of them heard anything other than Aizawa muttering about a overhyped idiot, they proceeded into the actual building to practice learning how to save other people. That was the plan, anyway, until a burst of white light appeared on the other side of the building, quickly took the shape of humanoid silhouettes, and was replaced by a small army of stern-looking men. Before concentrating on the two most noticeable of the guests, a weasel atavist and a trainer wearing black clothing that covered his face and hair, one would not be remiss in wondering what was going on. The Alakazam would be seen looking irate and staring straight at its spoons. As everyone else began to panic, Kaminari yelled, "Is this another exercise?" "Get back," yelled Aizawa. "We'll protect you while you evacuate the area and contact the authorities." That was sufficient response. They were up against actual bad guys. Shigaraki tapped his feet impatiently and glanced around. He had prepared a whole evil monologue to scare All Might, but the overrated idiot was nowhere to be found. It was cruel of the developer to conceal the main objective in this way. Oh well, if the children were in danger, perhaps he would come out. Kurogiri, make sure they don't escape. Everyone else, attack. Aizawa called forth Hypno before engaging in combat. When his own martial arts abilities were more than sufficient to avoid the pocket monsters and defeat their largely inexperienced and inadequately trained trainers, many of the kids were relieved that they didn't need to worry about their teacher. Before consuming something from their minds and unleashing a wave of psychic energy on another group, Hypno himself was able to put a dozen to sleep. Before 13 persuaded them to get out of their reverie and head for the exits, some of the students watched in wonder as their teacher destroyed the group of villains. She yelled as they fled, "Someone's blocking our communications, so we'll need to alert you ourselves." Before the Alakazam and its disguised trainer appeared directly in front of them, at least, running was the original plan. He sighed slightly as he said, "We are the League of Villains," as though he were ashamed of what he was saying. "And we are here to kill All Might. I am afraid that I can allow any potential witnesses to our glorious deeds get away." "Stand back, kids," yelled 13. "There's no way I'm standing down from this 2-bit loser, hell yeah." Ignoring 13 entirely, Bakugo and Kirishima rushed forward, the former using Metapod as a club and the latter commanding Voltorb to release a spark. 13 yelled in exasperation, "Use Psychic while I deal with these two," which is likely why she was silent when Kurogiri yelled, "Mirror Coat." Lunatone's Psychic Blast and Voltorb's Spark both returned to their trainers after bouncing off the fox-like humanoid. It wasn't until the Power Surge tore open Kirishima's suit and tore her back that 13 realized he was attempting to grab her before he could get any closer to the dangerous villain. Bakugo was able to shrug off the electrical burst, or at least what he couldn't dodge, because his pocket monster's attack was much weaker than 13's, though he's never acknowledged that, but not fast enough to evade the villain's next move. Telekinesis. After being lifted into the air, the majority of Class 1A was thrown around. They were dispersed throughout the arenas of the USJ, cut off from their peers and unable to flee. They did not include Tenya Iida. His training with his brother kicked in when he saw 13 fall, and he immediately jumped onto Ponyta's back after calling her and ran for it. He understood that he was not prepared for a villain of that apparent level, unlike his noisy peers, and that the best course of action would be to go for backup. He took advantage of his monster's speed to do just that, avoiding the Alakazam as it battered his peers, gritting his teeth as his desire to assist them and his desire to adhere to protocol clashed. "You are doing more for them than you would if you stayed back," he told himself. Some of the more intelligent ones were attempting to plan, while Aizawa continued to perform well against the sizable horde of villains. Despite the fact that they had managed to breach Ua and their numbers, they were all fairly weak individually. "I know this guy, he's a racerhead. His monster can stop monster moves and spells, but he can't do anything against physical atavism or cyber tech. It's a psychic type. Where are the dark and bug types at?" Luckily for him, a chaotic environment and the obvious lack of experience these goons had in cooperating prevented them from succeeding. Even though it was ridiculed, the Hollywood cliché of the villains battling the hero one-on-one rather than using their numbers to their advantage was more realistic than you might imagine. It was difficult to fight next to someone you didn't know. They were actually doing most of the work for him, even though many naive onlookers would be shocked by his display and how carelessly he was eliminating so many villains in such a short period of time. That was the case, at least, until a guerrilla atavist trampled right through his allies and, using some kind of atavist trick, roared like a savage ape as he hammered his fists in the area where Aizawa stood. The pro-hero had to convince Hypno to accompany him after this forced him to return. Whatever effect the creature's own abilities had on its mind, Hypno's hypnosis was unable to accomplish anything at all, and the atavist's raw strength was too great for his own martial arts to do more than dodge. He could be in a lot of trouble. Before the strange energy surrounding him disappeared and he was immediately flung from several meters in the air to a large mass of water that, to be honest, looked no more appetizing than simply splatting onto the ground. A screaming Mineta flew through the air at, what he thought, unreasonable speeds. He yelled, "Wurmple, save me," without the foresight to issue any more precise orders. Luckily, it hit Asui with string shot. She was able to grasp onto the webbing and draw trainer and pocket monster toward her because she had escaped her own fall by clinging to the side of a partially sunk ship. Mineta hardly comprehended that any of this had occurred. All he knew was that he was falling to his doom one moment and then he was tumbling onto something soft and pleasant. This heaven. Oh so pleasant. Before Asui pushed him away from her and threw him to the ground. He didn't really have an excuse, so he had to guess awkwardly what he might have been touching and alternate between feeling the need to apologize, if only to protect his own reputation, and being annoyed that he hadn't been in the right frame of mind to fully appreciate it. Not that one was obvious before Midoriya, who had clung desperately to the ship's crow's nest, began yelling for their attention. "I can take care of him," Mineta yelled rapidly, directing Wurmple to throw a string shot and assisting in the boys' gradual descent. Asui remarked, "It's funny," as they all gathered on the boat. "This was actually the place I was looking forward to most when I saw where we'd be training. I'm usually pretty good in the water." Midoriya remarked, "You are, aren't you? So would they send you here, with a water type like me?" he asked aloud as he peered out. Before Midoriya himself satisfactorily answered the question, neither Asui nor Mineta had a response. "They must not know what you can do. This attack didn't account for the students and their strengths. We weren't part of the enemy's intelligence gathering. They have no idea what we can do." Mineta demanded more in order to contain his own growing panic than to offer a critical analysis. "Well, great, how does that help us?" he asked. Izuku responded, "It means that we might be able to fight our way out of here," turning to face the thug-controlled pocket monsters that waited for them in the water around them. Aizawa used tactics because raw power was ineffective against the terrifying gorilla he was up against. He chose to dodge and weave in a way that put his allies in danger and made the gorilla himself a target, demonstrating his lack of concern for them and the fact that he had already accidentally taken several out. Shigaraki laughed as he observed this. "I thought Eraserhead was awesome. It was entertaining to watch and observe, but frustrating. What might this experience teach him?" He began his first interference in the battle with a simple spell after hearing the Afterlife's whispers, whatever they were, echo in the back of his mind. When Eraserhead rolled over in agony, he merely grinned and said, "Rack," in a language that even he did not understand when he was not using magic. The gorilla atavist should have been able to kill him with that alone, but the fool can go ahead and aggro his own side's mobs. The gorilla was attacked by some of his own goons, who seemed to be afraid of him. Not worth it. None of them had shown themselves as much as he had. He was so irritated by this that he cast another spell, another simple one from the apprentice list, to carry them over to the other side of that final section, looking to those whose bodies had been crushed and who were hardly alive. Those on the verge of death fell when he whispered, again in that unintelligible language. In a range, it wasn't killing minions. No, he didn't have to spend his time handling these corpses here, it was a matter of conserving resources. "Okay," Izuku said, nodding to his peers, "I think I have a plan." Mineta asked gravely, "Why? Shouldn't we just wait here until the adults come and save us? We're not pros yet, we shouldn't have to fight." "The villains won't care if they decide to kill us before the pros have time to show up," Asui stated bluntly. Izuku, a bit more worried about his friend's mental out that, "She's right, we don't know how long we'll have to wait, or how long it will be until the villains surrounding us decide to attack. While we might not be pros, we are training to be, and we have to be ready for dangerous situations. Besides, we're not taking them down to arrest them, just to get past them so we can escape." Mineta did what little he could to calm himself and did his best to listen as Midoriya explained his plan because he thought it sounded good to escape. He heard someone shouting from a distance that they had waited long enough for the brats to do something and yelled as Carvana to launch the attack. He prayed that he had the courage and that all three of them had the good fortune to succeed, even though his heart sank as he realized how completely crazy this plan was going to turn out to be. Despite the fact that there was no visible harm, Aizawa felt as though something inside of him was being torn apart. They were hurting something basic. Fortunately, he had time to consider it because some thugs had become irritated by the gorilla atavists running over them and had resorted to friendly fire. Magic in black. Even though that particular form of atavist magic was uncommon, he had stalked the underground long enough to encounter it previously. It was especially annoying to Hypno because it was an attack of both the dark and ghost types when used against a pocket monster. His familiarity also allowed him to identify the one atavist who appeared to be skilled and focused enough to perform such magic. This was the weasel who was at the front when the villains first attacked, but who had since kept to himself, merely watching the battlefield. He apparently made the decision to join the battle. Fortunately for Hypno, that meant he could execute Eraserhead's signature move. He yelled, "Disable!" and gestured to the weasel. The pain that tormented Aizawa disappeared as a flash of yellow erupted from Hypno's fingers, and the weasel began to curse in exasperation. Without even using the privilege spells that most wizards were taught, cutting off a spell like that. Eraserhead was just too awesome. It was annoying. Oh well, another spell would have to be used if that one was nerfed. In any case, he had intended to use it. Then, with the trainer's attention, he leapt to the side to avoid being disabled again, or exposed to any attacks. He chanted under his breath, twisted the barrier between life and death, warped the forces that kept the dead motionless and the living alive, and sent forth the black energy into the corpses he had previously created. With its allies now weakened and bloodied, Izawa had little time to concentrate on the leader before the aggravating gorilla from earlier came to attack him again. If it weren't for the groaning, he could have handled it with Hypno at his side. Someone who had been down with a broken leg lurched up, standing up straight and utterly ignoring his broken bones. The gorilla's struggle crushed another's hip, but he had no trouble shambling and jumping. Zombies? However, I haven't been murdering people. He was being as cautious as he could be under the circumstances, even though he could intellectually accept that some people had died as a result of his actions. There was no way that this many casualties had been caused by the Black Wizard quietly killing his own minions. What was the lowest a villain wouldn't go to? Instead, he ducked out of the way of a hand that was swiping at him like it had claws and avoiding someone who was trying to bite him, dismissing the pointless thought. He was well aware of how terrible villains could be. At the moment, an impersonation of a wrecked boat was the only thing protecting Izuku, Asui, and Mineta from a veritable army of weak but vicious water-type pocket monsters. Destroying it would be the most improbable strategy they could think of course. Asui surprised a number of villains who assumed they would all be easy picking by jumping much farther than even her amazing muscles would allow her to do in order to escape the boat and enter the water. She was both amused and frightened as she swam around below the surface, her otter half allowing her to swim circles around even the aquatic monsters. This couldn't go on forever on its own. Even if it weren't true, she would grow weary of constantly avoiding the villains in this manner, and they would kill her out of sheer numbers. Luckily for her, she only needed to stay out of the blast zone long enough to escape, which was relatively simple given their skill levels. Izuku gripped Mineta with one hand as she held Wurmple, a string shot that connected them to the ceiling. At the moment, the smaller boy was regretting cheating at the gym. Less worried about that, instead concentrating on the boat below, Midoriya turned on Outsider's growth and let Gyarados do his thing. As expected, the enormous draconic serpent tore through the partially submerged ship, scattering debris all over the place and generating a vacuum in the center of the pool that captured most of their adversaries' pocket monsters. They could see that Asui was the only one strong enough to withstand the sudden vortex. Ideally, she would still have two boys to carry because Wurmple's current strength would not allow Mineta to swing them all the way to the edge of the enormous pull. Being Midoriya lost control of Gyarados almost instantly, but when its tail struck them and sent them hurtling in the direction of Asui, it proved to be a boon. Perhaps he was more powerful than he realized. Although Asui was proud of her strength and swimming prowess, she was also forthright enough to acknowledge that she most likely wouldn't have survived without using her strongest muscles, and even then only because the vacuum didn't surprise her. She sensed the animal assuming control. Mineta and Midoriya might have been in trouble when they grabbed onto her tail and used her physical gifts to bring them to shore, but it was fortunate that otters weren't that hostile. She would later claim that the only reason they didn't die then and there was because their opponents were a group of trainers without their monsters, after she had passed out on the pool's edge. Mineta, who was surprisingly the only one of the three in the best state to immediately resume fighting, gave Wurmple the order to launch Poison Sting after Poison Sting into the throng of villains. As it was, Smoke was screaming in frustration when their beasts were caught up in the whirlpool. Others were panicking at the size and appearance of Midoriya's monster, and the rest were screaming in pain. One villain yelled, "What do we do? I can't see shelter anywhere." Before anyone could respond, Midoriya cried out, "Gyarados, attack!" Izuku was not sure if Gyarados was loyal to him today because he was going to attack the large group of villains anyhow, or if his monster simply chose to roar as loudly as it could. But that roar was more than enough to make the villains in the shipwreck zone flee. Melodic was completely worn out. Although it was entirely All Might's fault, there was a reasonable explanation for why it was All Might's fault. He was the most qualified person to handle the city's numerous issues, including minor villain attacks, accidents involving people, and other crises. Ignoring it, even if it went against his new job and his obligation to young Midoriya, would be an insult to his ideals. In any case, Aizawa and 13 would likely perform better as rescue teachers. When Nedzu asked him to explain why he had clocked in so late, he was prepared to use those arguments, but the principal's manner completely silenced him. Although the mouse atavist wasn't being particularly intimidating, the way he casually drank his tea and asked All Might what he had been up to this morning and if he could actually afford it made the #1 pro hero feel like a kid getting reprimanded for stealing a cookie. The entrance was almost a relief when young Iida rushed in. Unfortunately, any good vibes his interruption might have created were ruined by what Iida had to say to them. All Might allowed all the excuses for his previous behavior to perish inside. He hated to use melodic again, but it was necessary. He would simply have to deal with whether her fatigue allowed her to function at a high enough level. Reluctantly, All Might's troubled monster raced with him as he charged toward the USJ while Nezu went off to gather the rest of UA's staff. All of his prayers focused on young Midoriya and whether his error would result in him arriving unprepared and too late. Jiru was in a panic. Since she was still a student and wasn't yet supposed to be dealing with actual villains, she wasn't embarrassed to acknowledge that. Therefore, even though they primarily carried Rattata and Zubats, the thugs that surrounded her were frightening. Bring a lawsuit against her. Fortunately, Kaminari was there to remind her that she wasn't the most foolish person there, and Yaoyorozu was there to serve as a ray of reason. Maybe we could charge them, Kaminari exclaimed, his growing panic being blatantly concealed by his bravado. There are too many, he was told by Yaoyorozu. We need to get to the high ground and attack from a position of strength. Wismer asked the logical question, will they let us? They kind of control the field at the moment. As Jiru had her beat away a Zubat that was attempting to bite her. The elf glared around in exasperation and gritted her teeth before shouting, hey, do you remember our training battle? To the trainers? Yeah, and this is not exactly the time to bring it up. Both observed that she did not dispute the notion that their performance was subpar. I don't mean how poorly you two did, she said, adding, I mean the power that Kaminari displayed. Jiru insisted, you mean the same power that fried me? Yeah, Kaminari said clumsily. Pichu has the raw strength to take these guys out, but he'll probably hit us too. I have an idea, just be prepared to release every bit of your pocket monster's power when I say so. These kids ain't shit, yelled a street gangster. Come on, guys, these pocket monsters are wimps and the knife ear should be easy pickings. Let's go for it. Dozens of gruff-looking men and dozens of pocket monsters hurried forward, so desperate for their swift and easy triumph that they failed to see the elf take a new drone from her bag and place it on the ground, nor did they wonder why the two girls seized it before they were even close. Only when they were nearly on top of the trio did one of them yell, now, that they started to worry that something might not be right. Once again, Pichu showed too much eagerness and sent just as much force into itself and its trainer as it did into the enemy, and while both stood there, dumbly, unable to appreciate Jiru and Yaoyorozu cheering from their rubber platform, one villain stepped forward unperturbed. The raw electrical power that ran through all of them was quite the lesson in situational awareness. Several of them convulsed and panicked, while others were tossed to the ground, their pocket monsters fried beside them. Beside him, a greenish dog-like creature barked, Electrike, bite the kid. You know, I really hate to do this to a fellow electric type, but orders are orders. Sufficient to cause his death by bleeding. Naturally, Jiru and Yaoyorozu were not going to sit back and let this happen. Outburst, whimper. Yaoyorozu turned off the rubber drone, and her father had doubted its usefulness. What did he know? And launched a medical drone and one that was loaded with smoke bombs as the pink fluff ball leapt forward and burst into a wave of sound. Keep his attention on you, and I'll cover for Kaminari. The other girl agreed with Yaoyorozu's shout at Jiru, but since it was a shout, the enemy could also hear. Wave of thunder. Now, two pretty girls like you, it would be a waste to just kill you, so let's do this the easy way, he screamed, and sure enough, a burst of electrical energy, much weaker but more focused than Pichu's, issued forth, short-circuiting the elf's drones and freezing Wismer in place as the electrical shock locked her muscles. Wismer momentarily overcame the paralysis, charging forward with all of its strength and yelling as it fought to the death to follow its master's final command. I'm too busy to deal with you. Roar, Electrike, the thug yelled. Electrike dutifully obeyed. The booming, monstrous sound echoed through the landslide zone, filling everyone who heard it with fear. Even a trained pocket monster should have struggled to resist the urge to flee. Jiru simply smiled. Wismer was a master of sound, and when the man turned around without even checking the effectiveness of his attack, the unaffected pink puffball leapt between the trainer and his pocket monster and released more waves of sound, losing all control as it worked to inflict more and more damage. It continued to do so even when both of its enemies were rolling on the ground in agony, in a state not much better than those villains Kaminari had sacrificed himself to defeat. Upon achieving self-control, Wismer viewed its achievement with pride, much more than it had ever felt before, because all of its life's training and power had paid off when it mattered most. It accumulated strength and skill, did the right thing, felt the connection between monster and trainer, and it grew. The power inside it increased, and even though its own awareness hadn't yet developed, its senses were enhanced, even though everything appeared to be smaller. Jiru hardly had time to comprehend the evolution of her pocket monster because she was so relieved that the immediate threat had been eliminated. His entire experience since landing had been one nightshade, one down pocket monster, or the occasional atavist. He pointed out that it should have been frightening to be surrounded by villains who were all on the attack, but it just wasn't. All of the training his father had given him came flooding back, and he saw all of their flaws and mistakes, as well as everything he could do to defeat them. Rock Smash, he ordered as a Rattata charged them, its fangs glowing, only to be defeated as quickly as the others. Hagakure clumsily wrote, "I can help," next to him. Kecleon was there and prepared to fight, but like herself, she was mostly unable to move and watched as the incredibly powerful Shoto Todoroki destroyed their assailants. He didn't appear the least bit afraid, rather, he appeared bored, which startled her because she was trembling in her boots no matter how hard she tried to control it. But she was happy to sit back and unwind after realizing how coolly he handled everything. Gotcha. She was seized from behind by a thug. Though, to be honest, it looked strange even by pocket monster standards. Kecleon hurried to her side and was struck by the hooves of the thug's pocket monster, a giraffe with a black head growing from where its tail should be. Todoroki. Hagakure's decision to scream at her classmate instead of her monster revealed a lot about her current state of mind, and the boy responded. Nightshade. He called out, no more interested in spite of her predicament, which an emotional part of her brain was a little miffed by, she had to admit, which blasted giraffe thing with ghostly energy that passed right through it. A normal type, Todoroki noted, unfazed. Rock Smash. As the larger monster made a valiant attempt to avoid it, Sableye charged forward to do just that, and although it hit, it lacked the oomph that the fighting type move typically possessed against normal types. Bewilderment. The thug shouted back at him, which caused Todoroki to barely smirk as it did nothing to his dark type. Recognizing that, the criminal switched tack. Crunch. The giraffe egg flipped around, its second head on its backside opening to reveal a row of razor-sharp fangs that glowed black before biting into Sableye. It was lucky that its dark typing protected him, as loath as Todoroki was to admit it. Endeavor had been talking about the giraffe-like pocket monster with a normal psychic dual type back when they were training, and it was saving him here, and it could save him some more. The dark half had come from his father, but it was saving him here, and it could save him some more. Its normal typing would render ghost attacks useless, and the fighting type moves he had trained specifically to deal with normal types weren't strong enough to overcome the psychic typing's resistance. He was not his father, that's for sure. Rock Smash, he called once more. Crunch. The other man answered. The two monsters fought, with Girafarig enabling its jaws to bite as forcefully as it could and Sableye striking at the right angle to break a stone. Girafarig prevailed, though Sableye was flung back, much worse for wear. The villain put a knife to Hagakure's ear and scoffed, looks like your classmate won't be able to save you. Desperately, she yelled, Kecleon, feint attack. Kecleon disappeared, appearing to strike from the left due to slight movements in the dirt below. However, he appeared on the right, his claws speeding up with black energy as he struck Girafarig's torso. The villain replied, confusion. Kecleon was indeed hit by a surge of mental energy, but his injuries were severe, and he also became a psychic type, something the villain had not anticipated when he ordered another confusion. He most likely would have prevailed there if he had gone for a crunch. It seems that Hagakure had the resources and a dark type move up her sleeve. Taking advantage of the distraction and damage she had caused, he suppressed his problems with the type overall and gave Sableye the order to return, unleashing Rock Smash after Rock Smash. Shigaraki was confident that his undead minions had just enough control over the situation to allow him to relax and count the number of small brats that his hired help had killed. If this attack accomplished nothing else, it should at least annoy the heroes who made society so unbearable. If the rabble wasn't even more useless than he had thought, it would. All of them are losing to kids. He clenched his fist and fought the impulse to lash out. The dignified master of evil he was trying to develop would not be seen waving his arms and yelling about how unfair life was. Society had to be destroyed for someone like him to flourish, and it wasn't going to be scared of someone acting like a. Well, he didn't want to think of it as childish, but he knew what the NPCs would say. That's how unoriginal their scripting was. He checked to see if there were any nearby instead, and if the summons didn't work, he sent the PC in himself. From the standpoint of balance, it made sense and was based on simple logic. Did you not want the main characters to be overshadowed by the henchman's power? The absence of the villains pleased Mineta. He, Asui, and Midoriya simply had to flee to safety while their teachers took care of everything, so the scary part was essentially over. Midoriya wasn't doing that, and that was the only issue. His distant gaze, which Mineta somehow understood despite her lack of experience, was fixed on Aizawa-sensei as he struggled with the villains. Midoriya, we're students. We'd only get in the way. Aizawa-sensei can handle himself. Let's get to safety. Mineta is right, Asui stated. Proper protocol would be to find somewhere safe until the crisis is over. Izuku began to argue, we're hero students, but Asui interrupted. Students, Midoriya, students, not heroes yet. But we're capable, we just beat all of those villains, and we have power. It was Gyarados, not his peers, who put an end to this argument. For no apparent reason other than to release pent-up aggression, it slammed against a nearby wall, causing some roof tiles to fall on the group. Asui wrote, you can't even control your monster. I'm exhausted, and Mineta's scared, after they managed to avoid them. Can we just look? Pleaded Izuku. If you really think there's nothing we can do, then we'll move on, I swear. When he stressed that they were hero students, Asui understood what he meant, but Mineta was utterly unimpressed by this exchange. It also didn't sit well with her to simply leave Aizawa-sensei to face that enormous horde. Mineta groaned in dismay, but she ignored it and said, just a look, as Midoriya transformed his monstrosity back into a Magikarp. Then we run for it. Shigaraki didn't have to look far before he saw enemy mooks getting closer to the range of his weapon. It seemed that 3 foolish young brats were watching out for their sensei. How adorable. He found it repulsive. Wondering which spell would be most effective in tearing apart the dark energies that existed at the boundaries of death, he called upon them. Just before one of the zombies sunk a claw into Eraserhead's shoulder, Hypno was able to break its bones. Even though it could no longer walk, the poor thing kept swinging and clawing at him without thinking. Not that he hadn't already been aware of the terrible nature of the situation beforehand, but the sight was so pitiful that it actually helped him understand why necromancy was essentially prohibited. Since he couldn't afford to waste time thinking and this battle of attrition wasn't going his way, he ran back and did his best to avoid as many blows and return as much damage as he could. That is, until he saw the weasel atavist pursuing his students. That was unacceptable. As the main antagonist blasted Asui with a burst of black energy, he yelled, Hypno, ignore me, disable him. Hypno was unable to concentrate on the forces around him since he was preoccupied with the distant attack. Following his master's orders, he let himself be devoured by multiple skeletal fingers, which kept him motionless until the gorilla atavist arrived to deliver the blow. When the gorilla's fist went directly for Hypno's face, he had no more means to avoid it because the spectral and sinister energy that kept these creatures alive was destroying the psychic energy that kept Hypno alive. If his master hadn't decided to be a fool, it would have been cruel. The weasel atavist, who appeared to be in charge of everything, saw Asui, Midoriya, and Mineta and sent a burst of black energy in their direction, but they were still only interested in getting a look. They were so concerned about Aizawa-sensei appearing to struggle more and more that they failed to notice it until it nearly hit Asui's head. Fortunately, it was only just about because it stumbled out of existence there. Unfortunately, this occurred because Aizawa had neglected his own fight in favor of tending to theirs, which led to the capture of his pocket monster and his brutalization for attempting to block a punch with his human body that he really shouldn't have. All 3 of them were paralyzed with fear as they watched their teacher collapse to the ground, and the villain began, of all things, to lash out at the fact that no children had died until he saw Aizawa's condition. That nearly satisfied him until the USJ's entrance exploded in a stunning, gleaming portmanteau of a sea serpent and a mermaid appeared through the door, instantly recognizable to everyone with even the smallest awareness of society as a whole. In contrast to his usual tone, a familiar voice yelled, "Have no fear, for I am here," with more anger than assurance. Instead of being afraid, Shigaraki exclaimed, "It's time for the boss level," with excitement. All Might despised his charges, the intelligent young people he was meant to be mentoring and guarding. Specifically, he ought to have been present. There wouldn't have been time to concentrate on that at this point if he hadn't expended so much of Melodic's power preventing small-time robberies. He needed to be prepared for battle. Thank God, none of the kids appeared to have been killed yet, so he had time to fix his error. He began by choosing an Aizawa who looked ruined and gaunt. With a roar, Melodic tore through the zombie swarm. Unleashing a draconic flame burst at the gorilla, which screamed in agony as it had to release Hypno. The zombies weren't afraid, but the atavist was. They released Aizawa, unable to feel such feelings, and rushed All Might. As Shigaraki reveled in All Might's troubles, Kurogiri and Alakazam appeared side by side. "Sir, the children are pushing back on our hired help, and the pros are closing in. It might be time to go." "Not yet," whimpered Shigaraki. I need to wreak some havoc first. All Might has to suffer. There was no pain for All Might. Melodic didn't even need a single move to win. She used her tail and boy to slay zombie after zombie with ease. As far as everyone watching could tell, the number one hero would win this one too easily. But Izuku reflected on Aizawa's remark about the overhyped idiot from when they first arrived, and then on the possibility that All Might ought to have been in this class from the beginning. Was Melodic running on empty? Phoebase had been seen by Izuku. If the advantages of Outsider's growth were no longer available to All Might's pocket monster. We should run for it, Mineta said. All Might can handle it from here. I agree. It was a nice sentiment, Midoriya, but there's really nothing we can contribute now that All Might is here, Asui said. Izuku saw Melodic's scales strain and warp slightly just as he was about to bow to their reasonable demands. It was subtle, not visible to those who weren't paying attention, but it supported his suspicions. The growth of Outsider was slowing down. All Might was short on time. Taking note of this, his friends could not force him to move. Shigaraki watched the battleground, waiting for his chance to defeat All Might. Shigaraki ignored the man's exasperated sigh and turned to Alakazam. We can still hurt him, Kurogiri. There's no need to restart the game just yet. I need your pocket monster in order to try something. We need him to get away, sir, don't worry, I'll keep him safe. I'm good at escort missions. Shigaraki used the magics he was familiar with to speak again in that indescribable language, Instrument of Vengeance, before Kurogiri could waste any more time objecting. Steel Strength. Though the first spell did target Alakazam's spoons, that was not the point of this little experiment. Rather, he wanted to see if he could give power to a pocket monster's moveset. Instrument of Vengeance allowed a weapon to cast a black spell, and moves were technically a type of weapon, weren't they? He hadn't heard of this on the limited black magic meta, but it was, well, limited, usually being used by Iron Fang wackos who wouldn't work with pocket monsters or loners who were enthralled with their own power. Despite the hypocrisy of judging the latter group based on his own preferences, he was pleased when he felt the spell. At least it served his inner compass. Let's see what it could do to Eraserhead and All Might. Alakazam, Psywave, Kurogiri grudgingly commanded. It was wrong. Melodic didn't feel like it was any stronger than it should be, but she definitely felt the sense of wrongness, and she felt her body weakening, much faster than it should have. Both Hypno and Melodic were thrashed by a sudden burst of energy, and Hypno believed it was a psychic-type attack, meaning he should have resisted it, but it was hitting him worse than a normal attack. Hypno and Eraserhead both jumped to the Mammoth Man's back, trying to stop him, but the atavist only took a few seconds to punt them both into the ground, and Aizawa was not going to be getting back up again. Several bones were broken. When the gorilla atavist turned around for another blow, she was knocked back, again, and again, and again. With everyone watching and the villains still present and ready to kill, Izuku noticed that Melodic was beginning to release some of her pent-up energy as she turned back to Phoebase. He couldn't allow this to happen. Gyarados. Izuku was too busy hurrying toward the two villains who were causing his mentor and his teacher so much pain and suffering to notice that Magikarp's transformation was much faster and smoother than it had been in the previous few times. He cried out. Shigaraki remarked, Sensei was right, All Might is really getting weaker. The number one hero's pocket monster must have dealt with apprentice and journeyman level black magic before. As rare as it was, many villains had made mistakes in figuring it out. This didn't stop the man, though, as he was well aware that All Might and his girly mermaid thing were struggling. He fought the urge to giggle and cracked a smile to divert his attention from the enormous blue sea dragon that was slamming into his location until it was almost too late. He only managed to avoid it because Kurogiri had the sense to teleport them a short distance to the side. That thing is what the devil. I had no idea that this boss level had several stages. Instead of responding to his remarks, one of the hero brats gave the enormous monster the order to use Dragon Rage. Shigaraki, aware of how well that move worked, used his weasel-like legs to jump to the side and avoided most of the green pseudo-flame. You heroes are all the same, use violence authorized by the government to oppress the rest of us. The brat ignored him once more, this time going for a thrash instead of repeating Dragon Rage, which was a good move because the thing could control where its tail went more than it could direct the burst of flame, making it much harder for Shigaraki to dodge. Instead, he screamed, "Rack," in the strange language, which did nothing to stop him from being smacked across the floor, with multiple bruises and possibly a broken bone to show for it, but it meant the trainer was down for the count, flaring in pain and crumpling to the ground in a fruitless attempt to resist it. Without the trainer, the pocket monster suddenly became useless, roaring and thrashing about at anything and everything it could, and Shigaraki thought for a moment that it might actually manage to do more damage than his henchman. The best course of action would be to seize Eraserhead, leave with the kids, and hope reinforcements came in time to stop the villains from escaping, but Melodic was already at her breaking point, and All Might was nearly forced to acknowledge that he had to give up. Something went wrong with Outsider's growth. He knew full well that there would be consequences for it later, but he didn't care. Melodic, Surf, he would have done the same, too, if it weren't for young Midoriya's stupid heroic instinct. He watched the boy jump in, managed to control Gyarados in a way he hadn't before, and then be crumpled like a ragdoll by some spell the weasel atavist cast. Melodic called to her as the water from the nearby pools swelled up, and a huge wave, much bigger than anything another water type using Surf could make, grew beneath it before crashing onto the battlefield, taking the gorilla and the zombies, flowing around Aizawa and Hypno, slamming straight into the weasel and the Alakazam trainer, barely bothering Gyarados, and again avoiding Izuku thanks to Melodic's strange control. Shigaraki could scream at him for disobeying orders later, but Kurogiri didn't even think twice before using his psychic link with Alakazam to get them out of there right away as he was thrashed and thrown about by the crushing waters. Snipe's cyber enhancements allowed his dwarf body to operate a gun with inhuman efficiency, while Hound Dog unleashed all of his atavist strength. The staff members who arrived on the scene swiftly eliminated the few villains that hadn't already been eliminated by the students. Exploud demonstrated that he could do more than just shout loudly to help Present Might get others' attention, while Midnight's Bellaroom sprayed spores all across the field, putting several of the thugs to sleep. Recovery Girl was quick to get to All Might and Aizawa as quickly as she could. Even with the students in danger, it was obvious to her where the most serious injuries lied, just as it was obvious to her that the bumbling lummox had overdone it. Again, she was going to give him a scolding like never before when he woke up. She swore that it would do any good. This wasn't just hero work to them, not today. This had been an attack on Ua itself, and these bastards had to pay. Even though Izuku didn't feel particularly hurt, he had to be watched because apparently black magic could have long-term effects, and they wanted to make sure. He understood, but he didn't like sitting in a hospital bed wondering what was going to happen to him. It gave him time to think. What did All Might do, just to save him? Would going too far with Outsider's growth like that hurt him too much? Was it his fault? Furthermore, had Gyarados progressed, the pocket monster was obeying him when they attacked Shigaraki together. There was no command before going on the rampage, or a situation where Izuku wanted him to go on the rampage, but rather trainer and pocket monster working together as they should have, and he suddenly realized what every other trainer must always feel. What changed, then? He wanted to work on this realization, to do better, so he could be better, so that others wouldn't have to be hurt by him in the future, but he was frustrated that he wasn't getting any answers while he waited for Recovery Girl to examine him. They were given a set period of time before they had to go back to school, which makes sense. A few days off to reassure everyone that the kids would have time to process everything that happened and that the danger had passed. There was quite a bit to take in. Some children were frightened of a sudden villain attack and jumped at every loud noise for the next few days, while others were simply perplexed by the peculiar behavior of their pocket monsters. Particularly Kaminari's Pichu and Minetta's Wurmple had suddenly become extremely agitated, as though they were getting ready for something. Both of their creatures were on the brink of evolution, according to an expert, but neither of them had the foresight to seek advice, so here they were. After a few days of respite for the students, the teachers were asked to explain what had happened and how it had been permitted. Teleportation, even with an incredibly powerful psychic type, requires knowledge of the location one is teleporting to. Nedzu told them all. So where did these villains get this knowledge? The one with the Alakazam was wearing a black hood the whole time, 13 observed. He could have been a former student, or someone who's been here before. I would assume so, if the weasel atavist hadn't also specifically noted that All Might was supposed to be there, Nedzu responded. That indicates that they had access to our staff's schedule. A breach in security almost as embarrassing as their ability to teleport in. Since Aizawa is still recovering in the hospital, I will have to ask All Might and 13 for their insights on the villains, since you two fought them the most out of everyone here. Almost all of the villains were garden variety thugs. In fact, our students were able to take down quite a few effortlessly, from what I understand, 13 observed, with the exception of the weasel atavist and the Alakazam trainer. The former was very powerful in black magic, seeming to have what counted for training in that poorly understood art, while the latter not only had a powerful pocket monster but knew how to use it, quickly reacting to the scenario and acting exactly how I would have expected a graduate of our institution to act. It's why I suspected that they might have been here before. The man seemed to have some sort of hero training. The necromancer was giving orders, said All Might, but his mentality was strange for a leader. He didn't really care about his subordinates at all, which I guess might be expected of a villain, but his talents were out of proportion to his, I guess, maturity is the word I'm looking for. There was something childish about the way he spoke and reacted to things. When they talked to each other, the Alakazam trainer seemed like he was trying to guide the atavist, 13 observed. I would almost call it parental, but the weasel clearly held authority. I guess if I had to compare it to something, I'd compare it to a nanny or butler. It seemed like the trainer was a subservient caregiver to the weasel. A dynamic that really only makes sense if neither of them is the top dog, said Hound Dog. Someone else is pulling this necromancer's strings. In response, Nedzu said, my thoughts and fears, exactly. The atavist in question was reflecting on his failure at the USJ while Shigaraki was being discussed by UA's staff. As he threw multiple tantrums, thinking over meant going over everything that went wrong. All Might was supposed to be there from the start, and even though Eraserhead wasn't really expected, he shouldn't have been a problem. The guy's more of a single target takedown type instead of a crowd control guy. And really, not a single kid died. What did I pay those idiots for? Sure, I wasn't really expecting anyone to be able to take on All Might besides the gorilla bolstered by myself, but everyone got their asses kicked? By 15-year-olds? Frustrated, he threw an empty glass at the wall. He was not much calmed by his master or his obnoxious doctor, who watched him from television screens. The latter was exacerbating the situation. Look on the bright side, kid. At least you did it under that stupid League of Villains name. Now this embarrassment can be traced back to something silly like that instead of our much more serious operations. He gestured to his silent master, trying to ignore the man and his contempt for Shigaraki's superb naming sense. He lacked the self-awareness to recognize that he currently sounded like a little child and would have simply attacked anyone who attempted to call it out. I thought that All Might was a weakling at this point. He was supposed to be someone I could take down. You said. From what I saw of that fight, he is getting weaker. Probably extending his power without the outsider's permission, acting on his own. Tell me about this great blue dragon pocket monster. It sounds familiar, like something from the Dawn, and the boy who commands it intrigues me. Shigaraki didn't know why the obnoxious little brat was important to his master. Even though the pocket monster was kind of cool, he hadn't appeared all that much more dangerous than the other snot-nosed kids aside from being foolish and careless enough to attack someone like him. Now that he thought about it, it appeared to be a less girly melodic. Was there anything about this child that reminded All Might? Maybe a relative? Or simply the same monster in a different form? There had been instances of pocket monsters that were strikingly similar to one another, with only minor differences in their abilities. Dragonite, Salamence, and those spiky rabbit things, Nidoran or whatever, were well known for it. Perhaps that was the reason his master was so interested. Shigaraki recalled all he could recall of their fight, smiling at his own genius for having worked it out. Gyarados, said Master. A familiar name, though one I haven't heard in a long time. I'll have to check some records. Get ready for your next plot, Shigaraki. I look forward to seeing what you come up with. They had a limited amount of time before they had to go back to school. Whether it was a tragedy or not, time passed and people had to keep up with it. For one, Izuku was happy. More than any break could possibly do, he would benefit from returning to his regular routine, which was the only place that accepted him and allowed him to develop. Thus, he entered the classroom for the first time without fear, sat down among the chatting students, and, like many of them, wondered who would be teaching them while Aizawa-sensei was in the hospital. Everyone was relieved that no one had placed a wager when the doors eventually opened. Aizawa-sensei, who was in a wheelchair with both of his arms in casts, was the last person anyone would have predicted. Hypno was lucky to have hands because his pocket monster was pushing him forward and tilting him toward the class. Alright, everyone, I'm going to need someone to write on the board for me. Naturally, Iida was the first to offer her services. Their battered instructor assumed a menacing tone once he was in place. Something incredibly important is coming up. Something that will affect all of us, and you need to be ready. This announcement appalled them after what they had just witnessed. What was happening? Did anyone know that there would be another villain attack soon? I am, of course, referring to the sports festival. The class's subsequent sensation of overwhelming excitement was postponed by the relief that pervaded the room. UA's sports festival is one of the biggest events of the year. We'll be showing off our unnatural abilities to everyone. We'll be on TV, Mina yelled. We're still in class, Aizawa said, giving her a fierce look. He went on, UA's festival is a massive event watched by thousands, both in the stadium and on television. as Miss Ashido was so kind to tell us, after she sheepishly stopped talking. In embarrassment, Mina Ashido sagged in her chair. Besides being an excellent opportunity to show what you can do to the general public, it also gives you a great opportunity to catch the attention of currently operating pros. You might gain internship offers and potential mentors from how you perform, so now is not the time to slack off. Got it? Following that, there were the customary announcements about their class schedule and school events, but nobody could really listen. Thoughts of the sports festival were on their minds even as they attended their regular classes, with the more diligent students trying to stay up to date on their history, English, and math. All Might had to remind them of how beneficial this would be as practice for the sports festival in order to properly motivate them for their first heroics class back, where he chose a much simpler lesson of one-on-one sparring, using their performance in the previous exercise to determine who would be facing whom. Izuku was muttering to himself about how he could try to do better when All Might asked him to speak to him in a nearby corner. Izuku had just lost to Ida for the third time in a row, mainly because he could not realistically bring out Gyarados in a controlled scenario, while Ponyta and Tenya were both giving it their all. Young Midoriya, I wanted to let you know that Outsider's growth is weakening for me. I can only do it for a third of the time I could before. Izuku became alarmed. Is it my fault? It's my fault, isn't it? All Might let out a sigh. It was my fault for engaging in unnecessary heroics when I knew that I would need Melodic later, even if I didn't know why I would need her. Besides, it was weakening before. It's just weakening faster now. I guess that I need to know, have you made any progress with controlling Gyarados? Izuku swallowed. Well, during the battle, when I attacked the atavist directly, it was like Gyarados was obeying me. He often obeys orders to attack, but that's because I've only ever seriously used him before when I wanted him to attack in general. This time, he was going for the specific target I asked of him, and following the moves I commanded. He was able to hold back, I think. I can't really say why. All Might thought about this. What were you feeling at the time? Well, I saw that Melodic was steaming, the way she does before transforming back, and I was afraid that you were going to stuck with Phoebes while surrounded by all of those villains. I thought about nothing but protecting others and taking him down. Izuku sighed as he spoke. You know, it's funny, but I don't think I was thinking about Gyarados himself at all, at least not about being so careful. I wasn't afraid of him, for the first time. Ponder that, young Midoriya. The answer to using Gyarados without cause for concern will come to you yet. For the next few weeks before the sports festival, that was the final event that captured Midoriya's attention. Despite All Might's promises, he was unable to simply learn how to use Gyarados. Not fear him, but the fearsome Gyarados. Too many things could go wrong, which meant that people might be harmed and that he would be the cause of it. Izuku, who was having trouble calming down, instead focused on exercising and making mental plans. He stood out from his peers because everyone with a pocket monster was doing everything they could to make the little monsters stronger. To his own surprise, Mineta witnessed Wurmple begin to form a cocoon and shoot string at itself. Before someone told him that this was typical, he began to panic. At a charging station, Bakugo and Kaminari alternated, allowing their pocket monsters to expel as much energy as they could before they fainted. Others made every effort to strengthen their muscles, increase the temperature of their fires, and improve the accuracy of their moves. The atavists and metahumans were hardly slack. Momo was practicing every drill she could think of to get her drones more in line with her thoughts when she wasn't adjusting them to make them more resilient. For as long as he could bear, Shoji would lift weights in the real world and then do the same thing in the astral plane. The atavists were exercising, each one going far beyond what the human body could manage. For this sports festival, nobody wanted to do anything less than plus ultra. They would be proud of themselves. Shoto Todoroki was putting in as much effort as the others. His elderly father would scarcely permit him to put in less. In any case, he would have persisted because Todoroki had every intention of winning this, even if it wasn't for the reasons Endeavor desired. He had to be even more powerful than his opponents, on a deeper level than he already was, because he was going to accomplish this without employing a single dark-type move. He pushed himself and Sableye to the limit, took a fair break, and then gave it his all again. It was the only way he could accomplish his own objectives. He would beat them all up, even the kid who had the pocket monster that looked so much like All Might's. News reporters, fans, and pro-heroes seeking future investments flocked to the enormous stadium constructed for UA's benefit on the day of the sports festival. UA must have had a huge budget because it was a really amazing event. As he changed, Izuku was more concerned with how he could use the pressure from the onlookers to motivate himself than with how his school would be financially supported. It was not as simple as it seemed. He was a little taken aback when Todoroki approached him because of this, which made him jump a little. Midoriya, out of everyone here, I have decided to use you as a benchmark. I am going to defeat you today, be ready. A bewildered Izuku decided that this would be the focus he used to calm the boy as he left. Todoroki, he yelled, everyone here will do their best. If you think you're going to defeat me, then don't expect me to make it easy for you. The boy's sole response was, I didn't, which left Bakugo furious and Midoriya unexpectedly energized. Even without the aid of microphones, Explode managed to produce a loud sound that could be heard over the applause of the audience. Even though present Mike still required the assistance of audio equipment, he was as keen to begin as his friend. Much less enthusiastic was Aizawa, who was still covered in bits and bobs to aid in his recuperation, sadly, in part by obstructing his movement. Okay, listeners, it's the first day of UA's sports festival, where we're gonna be seeing the best that our first-year students can pull off. Class 1A has already dealt with villains, as I'm sure everyone who watches the news can tell. Will this experience bring them ahead of the competition, or will 1B be ready to show that they've got what it takes? This announcement confused a lot of 1A. Why would anyone want to be the target of a terrorist attack? However, they turned to face 1B, where a large number of students were actually staring at them with resentment and possibly jealousy. Suddenly one of them, a blonde boy, burst out laughing. Oh, don't worry, you arrogant bastards from 1A, we will show you what we can do today. Yes, by the end of it, all of the attention you've so undeservedly garnered will go back to where it belongs. A girl with orange hair interrupted him, saying, Monoma, please shut up. In contrast, her expression was friendly, but it was competitive nonetheless. She wished them luck and nodded. May the best class win, she said. Since it was time for a student to give a speech, nobody answered either of them. As far as everyone else was concerned, Bakugo was selected to perform the honor because he received the highest score on the entrance exams. Reflecting on the boy's actions, Tenya Iida wasn't totally sure he would take his duty to tell everyone to fight honorably, do their best, and remember to represent their school well seriously. Oh, would he be sure to write down each of those points? My name is Katsuki Bakugo. I'm going to win this thing. The rest of you extras better make me work for it. That was his speech, all of it. Iida was shocked to learn that his worst nightmares weren't that horrible. Not even the pupils in 1B who had previously been glaring at them were now doing so. The orange-haired girl had done nothing to stop Monoma from launching into another tirade about 1A's seeming inferiority. Let's see if he can support those audacious remarks, and the only way to do that is by action. Let's go. To the starting line everyone, plus Ultra, present Mike promptly took the necessary steps to save the day. Okay, that was certainly one of the shorter speeches that we've heard on this podium. As they made their way to the starting area, Bakugo ignored every attempt by a number of students to interrupt his speech. Until Kirishima said something. Dude, that was so manly. You just called everyone out and put all the pressure on yourself. What a cool way to risk it all. At least that received a grunt. As they entered a tunnel that appeared to be the beginning of a race, the Voltorb trainer remained silent. Present Mike's simultaneous address to the assembled students and audience affirmed that it was exactly that. They had to rush to the location of the upcoming event while navigating various obstacles, including one another. Although it was simple, it was a task fit for a future pro hero. Though they had little to worry about, a number of the students in the crowd who were in the general studies and support classes moaned. Here, their reputations weren't really at stake. In contrast to the entrance exam, there was a countdown here, and everyone, if applicable, called forth their monsters and knelt down in a running position, ready in 5, 4, 3, 2. When the buzzer sounded, Todoroki ordered Sableye to turn on Nightshade for all the lights above, even though they should have all been off. Students studying general studies began to panic and collide with each other as the tunnel plunged into complete darkness. The most dangerous obstacle of all was the surrounding panicking idiots, even though the hero students from 1A and 1B had the mental fortitude to simply dash forward through the darkness. Others were compelled to use whatever non-lethal means were required to force the opposition out of their way, while some of them leapt when they could. Todoroki's strategy worked. He was the most equipped to handle the confusion and soon assumed command. He was in front and had no intention of giving up that advantage, though he did observe, with considerable annoyance, that a number of others were exiting the tunnel not far behind him. A number of sylphs appeared in front of him, swirling their cloud-like bodies together to form a wall of wind, the first indication that this would not be an easy race, as Ua had made clear. It pushed back against Todoroki. A person of average strength would be knocked back. He found himself pushing forward with little difficulty, and he was forced to thank Endeavor for the ungodly amount of time he had spent in various private gyms during his childhood. Unfortunately, enough to allow that obnoxious Bakugo kid to catch up to him. Shouting, "What the hell were you thinking? Challenging Magikarp as your rival? You should have challenged me," did not stop the Chihuahua from electrocuting the Sylphs and breaking through the wind barrier with his small sphere. Oh no, Todoroki may really lag behind. He threw Sableye at one of the Sylphs, not really hurting it, but diverting it long enough to get through his own newly made opening, which was quickly closed off by a gnome that rose up from the ground and formed a short wall of stone in front of him. He did this while ignoring the child's ongoing questions about the matter. Without hesitation, Todoroki yelled, "Sableye, Rock Smash," and was a little pleased when it broke through the barrier more quickly than his opponent's Sonic Boom. As one of her drones carried her past the winds of the Sylphs, Momo wondered for a moment how much drain was being created to support all these spirits. She was distracted from the annoyance clinging to her back by the thought of that. It was like a smooth cocoon that was sticking to her back with dull spikes. Even though she was positive that she could get rid of it and the little boy on top of it if she concentrated, she didn't want to lose any more progress at this time because Silk Shot's silk could be very powerful. When Kirishima collided with a stone wall and had Metapod shatter it, he let out an exuberant shout. He had come to Ua to accomplish this. He was so thrilled that he hardly paid attention to the other boy, who was using a yellowish cocoon to do the same thing. Destroy it with your manly strength, Metapod. Pulverize it with your incredible stamina, Kakuna. As they first noticed the other, they looked at one another, compared their pocket monsters, and then looked at each other once more. They scowled. Both of them yelled that they were going to outdo that cheap knockoff next to them, as they slammed their hardened pocket monsters against the stone wall with even more force and speed. Running at full speed, Izuku Midoriya found his progress hindered by the howling gales, struggling as he was lightly pushed backwards with each step. He had managed to escape the blackness Todoroki had created by keeping his head, but now he only had his strength and cunning to get past those spirits ahead. He tried to rely on sheer strength to get ahead, but it wasn't working. He was moving far too slowly. He couldn't catch up to the others, he was going to fail, but then a piece of stone from one of the gnome's walls, cracked off by someone ahead of him, rolled his way, and he got an idea. Izuku leapt behind it, receiving a brief reprieve from the winds, and then he saw another, which he leapt to. He looked ahead and saw that a number of competitors had already left a solid stone trail that he could follow to protect himself from the Sylphs, and there were plenty of holes in the walls, so he wouldn't have any trouble getting past the gnomes. When Bakugo and Todoroki reached the second obstacle, a huge pit with only thin ropes to help him cross, Bakugo smiled maniacally and then picked up his pocket monster and told it to use Sonic Boom right below them, apparently creating enough force to send him flying upwards that Todoroki had to grit his teeth and think of Sableye before relying solely on his own physical skills to get across, putting him behind that barking dog for the time being, but he was already far ahead of everyone else. He was pretty sure he'd be in first place without that rude start, but whining about alternatives wouldn't help him. Iida, who had taken an excruciatingly long time to get past the chaotic mob that his classmate had created, found little problem having Ponyta run straight past whatever obstacles the spirits set while he astride her back. Fortunately, the next task after the spirits proved equally simple for him. His pocket monster reared back, prepared itself, and rushed forward into the longest jump it had ever managed. Momo's flying drones were powerful enough to carry her over the ground, preventing her from getting blown back by the wind or stuck in mud, but they really weren't something she could rely on to keep her hanging far above the ground. She was extremely lucky to have tried rigging one of her other drones with a zipline, which spared her from using its rope. She pushed herself away from the cliffside and let it roll her to the other side. It was genuinely quite enjoyable, and although Mineta didn't seem to agree, based on his screams, she would be more than happy for him to leave her, so that was just a bonus. Even though Izuku believed that his strategy of using bigger loose rocks to dodge the worst of the wind allowed him to move more quickly than if he had just been running for it, he was still seeing Class 1A students after Class 1A students, as well as a smaller but significant number from the other classes, surpassing him. When he finally arrived at the pit, he was a little disappointed to see that this was another task for which he would have to rely on his own abilities, as the others made the most of their unnatural talents, as demonstrated by Uraraka using Baltoy to keep herself steady as she ran across and a pink-haired dwarf from the support course tinkering with a cyber deck until one of the camera drones the school had kept watch over them floated down and provided her with the same assistance. As demonstrated by Mina's graceful dance across after recalling Slugma, not everyone had an instantly useful ability at their beck and call. However, Izuku believed he would be left behind unless he managed to zipline, float, or jump. Izuku ripped a small portion of his shirt and attempted to use it as a makeshift zip to slide down the rope, getting about halfway there before he reached the lowest point of its slack and had to accept that gravity could not carry him any farther. It wasn't the fastest way, but with his shirt trick getting him halfway across quickly, it wasn't the worst time. Izuku swung his feet upward, grabbed onto the rope with his ankles, and tried his best to crawl across. There was something strange about that. They were hero students too, and had received the same training as his own class, so why wouldn't they be on par? Their one bad run-in with villains couldn't have been that helpful to their development, could it? He was still ahead of a lot of Class 1B, in fact. Bakugo was the first to cross the pit, and thus the first to reach the third task. It appeared to be an empty field, but he wasn't naive enough to be fooled by appearances, and since this was their final test for the first event, he assumed that it wouldn't be too much of a problem to risk Voltorb fainting, even if it wasn't the best tactic emotionally. Even Katsuki Bakugo couldn't stand to see their monster get hurt needlessly, but there was some sort of trap here, and only one of them could pass through without getting permanently injured, and at this point, he didn't trust Ua to keep its students from one. Bakugo remembered that monster to get it out of there before realizing exactly what was happening. The field had been enchanted to make problems appear as the students walked over it. It was actually advantageous to come later, as it meant you could take advantage of what everyone else had already discovered. Thus, the perpetually angry sphere rolled across the ground, only to stop when a swirling circle that he vaguely recognized as furry magic appeared beneath it and the ground surrounding Voltorb vanished for the next 2 meters. Oh well, he was going to be the best anyhow. He summoned Voltorb once more and attempted to use a sonic boom to launch himself into the air, but before the air disappeared and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, he saw a similar magic sigil appear in the sky. It was a humiliating mistake, destroying the air for only a few meters. He could have held his breath and continued. His plan was to prepare Voltorb to perform the same trick again, but that bastard Todoroki caught up to him and figured out the challenge, had his creepy little goblin thing looking through the gemstones it had for eyes and apparently seeing everything as it plotted a course for its master. Todoroki was avoiding the spells completely, relying on his own movements, and Bakugo, seething, had Voltorb send him flying, then flying again, ignoring the sudden vacuums and righting himself quickly when holes appeared in the ground. They were neck and neck, and while a few others had made it to the third obstacle, they were all getting hung up falling into holes as the earth disappeared beneath them or gasping for air when the air did the same. No one was close to catching up to the pair in front. When Izuku Midoriya appeared, he was in a similar situation as everyone else, so he sat back and watched the spells that were holding everyone back. He could have waited for the people in front of him to show him a safe way to get there, but he wasn't content with that. He wanted to prove that he was worthy of All Might's gift, and he wanted to win, but how? He looked at someone trying to fly over the field and losing altitude when a spell activated that destroyed the air and left them with nothing to provide lift against, and he stared at it bewildered. If the air was gone, shouldn't the surrounding air rush in to replace it? After all, that was how air worked. A goat atavist from Class 1B, wielding a staff that she would only be permitted to hold if she were a wizard, was trying to study the grounds next to him. Izuku approached her, uncomfortable about trying to strike up a conversation but desperate for a victory. "Hey, I'm Midoriya, and I was wondering if you could confirm something about atavist magic for me that might help with the competition." It was said that the glyph in the middle prevented it from doing so, and in fact, their continued visibility was providing a safe route for the kids who tried to fly over, just as the holes in the ground were doing for the later kids who tried to run over. "Are you 1A? With a foreign accent, she said. "Monoma told me not to tell you what we can do, but you always know, I see." Izuku explained his thoughts, which made her eyes widen, rather than wasting time trying to divert her attention from possible class rivalries. Destroy air glyphs weren't the most complicated of magic, but they weren't exactly simple either, and Pony was as shocked by the idea as she was by herself. If air hadn't been her specialty, she doubted that she could have moved even the few she did into place if another wizard hadn't been working on them. As it was, she was drained once she had what must have been enough for the kid's harebrained scheme to work, and he, who was much more physically fit than she was at the moment, held her in his arms as he barely leapt to the zone in front of them where she had gathered the items in a line. It was only a split second, and a bit of magic that was at her already tested limits, but as they entered the asphyxiation zone, she was able to call forth the spell of privilege and erase the glyphs from existence, carefully burning away their fronts first, and was rewarded with the sudden vacuum, a vacuum that, because she had moved the glyphs earlier, sent them both flying forward as glyph after glyph was burned away and the newly wind rushed into a violent tunnel. The trip wasn't controlled or conformable, but it was quick. The two exploded across the field, losing control and collapsing as they passed Bagwo and Todoroki, with Izuku barely escaping a fall and reaching the finish by jumping off Bakugo's head. They were furious, and for a moment Pony thought Monoma would be too, given that she had just assisted a 1A student, but it was his idea, and she didn't mind sharing the rewards at all. Bakugo was incensed. He could hardly hear present Mike shouting something about what Eraserhead and Vlad King were teaching those children, and he gritted his teeth, insisting that he would dominate the next one. The announcers said it was too close to tell whether he or Todoroki had placed third, but he couldn't bring himself to care at all. He should have been first, or at least far ahead of the useless Magikarp. What was going on? Where was his proud origin story? With little time to comprehend his triumph, Izuku gave the 1B girl a thumbs up before he collapsed on the field. This felt good. He had done it. He had won the first event. He hadn't even had to rely on outsiders' growth. As he watched the other students advance, he noted with some delight that all of A were among the qualifiers.
So this was it for the series. I hope you enjoyed it. To watch more series like this, subscribe to my channel. Till then, bye bye.